There are with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports, that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty. Okay. And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do. But it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe he knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah,
and first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is,
yeah,
I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second, every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you, and that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports, that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players, the other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. Okay, Craig is joining us just a few hours before the match. He's on New York public transport, so bear with us for some connection issues. We can blame New York public transport for that. Craig, just quickly, the first question I have is, Medvedev beating Alcaraz, that wasn't in the script, right?
No, that certainly was not in the script. Daniil rightly in his post-match interview said, he needed to play flawless tennis to win that match. Instead of saying he reached a 10 out of 10 level, he actually said he reached a 12 out of 10 level. So he said that was what it took to win that match. So he certainly had his game together. He certainly played smart. The first set tiebreaker was everything. And then he kind of ran away with it from there. But, Carlos kind of lost a little, I don't know whether it was trust or certainly a little confidence in his game towards the end of that first set, and that just carried over for the rest of the match. So, Daniil's going to have to find another 12 out of 10, I think, to get through Novak in the final.
Talking of the final, what bearing will the 2 years ago match have on today's match?
Yeah, I certainly would look at that. If I was on the coaching team of either of those guys, I'm going to go back and look at that match and use that as a guide. I'm also going to go back to Australia when Novak beat Daniil in the final and look at that as a guide as well. So essentially, the number one factor in this match is really simple. The more the point flows through the ad court, backhand to backhand, the more it's going to favour Daniil. The more angle they get in that backhand to backhand, the more it will favour Daniil. And Novak's not used to that. In Cincinnati, Novak actually used that exact tactic to beat Carlos in the final by getting a lot of angle backhand to backhand, which takes away the running on forehand and makes it difficult to hit backhand moves down the line because that angle becomes a lot tougher, a lot smaller. So this is something where Novak's going to have to adjust. When he did beat Daniil in the Australian Open final a few years ago, he attacked the forehand. He went forehand to forehand and he pulled Daniil off the court. The octopus gets a little big and wieldy with the backswing on the forehand, and that's where you need to attack. So every time in this match today, expect Novak to be winning juice court rallies, expect Daniil to be winning low court rallies, and it's just going to come down to other players aware of that is somebody going to make a change in maybe speed or spin or depth or height to disrupt that. So that's what I'm going to be looking for first, and then seeing who can counter if things aren't going well for them.
Craig, if you were on Novak's team, not publicly, but would you privately be kind of relieved you're not playing Carlos today?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Carlos is, the amount of unbelievable matches they've played recently, the Wimbledon final, the Cincinnati final. Carlos has an uncanny knack for getting himself out of tough holes that, when you're in a tough hole against Novak, he's normally not going to let you out of it. It's game, set, match. But Carlos finds a way out of those difficult situations better than anybody else against Novak. So, yeah, for sure, I would breathe a sigh of relief to say that the game plan is a little simpler against Daniil. You can drop shot him when he's way back. You can come to the net against him. You can serve wide against him. You can play to his I would speak in the affirmative there.
Do you think the serve and volley technique that we saw, or tactic that we saw from Novak, I remember in Paris Bercy, but even more recently from Carlos in 2 or 3 matches against Daniil, do you think that serve and volley thing is something that Novak will lean on from time to time today?
He should, absolutely, especially with Daniil way back. It's the side serve out wide of the juice court, and it's the kick serve out wide of the right court that he should look to do it the most. Novak likes to sneak a lot of second serves down the tee in the ad court. Remember, in Cincinnati, Novak served and volleyed 5 times on second serves and won every one of those points. So it's not just the first serve that he should serve and volley on. He should be doing it on second serves as well. And expect him to do it on some bigger points to kind of throw a different look at Daniil. Daniil's winning a string of baseline points. Expect Novak to serve and volley in the try and break that.
The occasion, of course, this year compared to 2 years ago for Novak certainly is very different, but maybe for Daniil too. Daniil now has won his first Grand Slam. How much of a factor and who do you think there's more pressure on today, or is it 50-50?
Yeah, I think it's a situation today where there's not a lot of extra outside factors that could really disrupt either player and make them kind of tighten up. I think Novak's, in a good place. I think it's another semi-final. It's where he likes to be. We don't. He's not going for the calendar weekend slam. He's not trying to break any other record. So I don't think there's a problem there. And for Daniil, it's a nice surprise that he's back in the final with that unbelievable win against Alcaraz. So he just needs to make the most of the occasion and step up and beat Novak on a court where he's beaten him before. So I don't think there's anything outside that's going to derail this final.
Okay, one more, Craig. You talked about some of the matchup scenarios and certain places where it may be won and lost. What do you think is going to be the defining factor? And therefore, I'd like you to give me a suggestion on who's going to win.
I certainly think that it's Daniil's forehand is, when we look around the court, that is the one, it's tough with him to say it's a weak link. He's so good. He hits it so well, but Novak can certainly pressure there. He did it in Australia. I've seen other players do it. It has to be common knowledge on the tour that, his backhand, I've written so many stories on the ATP website about how good his backhand is. So I think that's what I'm going to look for today. And if Daniil cannot overhit, if he can play defense back cross court, what Daniil needs to do is straighten the rally up. He needs to go more through the middle of the court where Novak's going to try and pull him off the court. So in the ad court, Daniil can have all the angle that he wants to pull Novak off the court. But he doesn't want to be reaching wide in the juice court, hitting a bunch of defensive forehands. That's not the strength of his game. So if he can avoid that by coming back to the middle and not giving Novak that angle on the next shot, that will be a huge deciding factor.
And so, give me a name.
Novak, Djokovic, and I want to say 3 sets, but God, that's just disrespecting Daniil so much. So I'm going to go Novak in 4. 4 close sets. I think it'll be a great match. I think the rallies will be extended. It's raining, so it's going to be indoors. I was there for Coco's match yesterday. The crowd was unelectric. They're so loud in that stadium. So I'm looking for a great match. Novak at 4 and attacking Daniil's forehand. I will write an ATP analysis, and that's the first thing that I'm going to look for. Did that happen? And if so, then I'm going to add that up and count those chickens and maybe link the story.
Craig, big thanks for joining us. Make sure you check out Craig's Brain Game Tennis. Make sure you subscribe to his newsletter like I do. And make sure you follow him on Twitter and all the other socials and keep abreast. And fingers crossed we get a match that is worthy of a good final, possibly like last year in other US Open finals too.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, Craig is joining us.
Okay, hi guys. We've got Novak Djokovic against Daniil Medvedev today in a few hours' time, just at Times Square now. It's going to be a really interesting one. Obviously, everyone was hoping for Djokovic Alcaraz. That hasn't happened, obviously, but I think we're still going to get a really, really good final. Really intriguing. Is Medvedev going to be able to match his performance on Friday night against Alcaraz when he was sensational? I think he's going to have to be as good as that if he wants to win again today. I guess Djokovic is almost, it feels like Djokovic has a point to prove though. He of course lost that to Alcaraz at Wimbledon in the final. He lost to Medvedev a couple of years ago when he was going for the Calendar Slam. So I think Djokovic is going to have a point to prove. I'm quite confident that Djokovic is going to get the job done today. I think he's going to win. I think Novak's going to win in 4 sets, but it'll be 4 close sets. It should be a good one.
Hi everyone at Talking Tennis, it's Gemma again, and I'm here in New York, and I've been asked to give my prediction for the men's final. It's going to be a tough one because Djokovic and Medvedev have just played some incredible tennis over the last 2 weeks, haven't they? I mean, I think if I'm asked to make the decision, I'm going to go on the side of Djokovic is going to take this one. I'm going to go that Djokovic is going to get that 24th record equaling slam singles title. Why? I just think that, there's one thing about Djokovic, and he knows how to pull it out on the big occasions. And if you look at how he's played here, I mean, yes, sure, Medvedev is a big server, and we'll probably get plenty of aces against Djokovic. But if you looked at how he played against Ben Shelton, he knew how to, combat that big server Ben Shelton. And I just think, Medvedev's going to have his moments. But if you look at Djokovic's match against Ben Shelton, for every moment Shelton had, Djokovic decided to have double. So, there is one factor that I think might play into it, and that's whether the roof closes here in New York or whether it stays open. Obviously, if the roof closes, it provides a more consistent ball, which plays more to Medvedev's game, because that's what he likes, and it plays to Medvedev's big serve. And, you can't deny that the way Medvedev played against Alcaraz on Friday was phenomenal. What did he say in his press conference? 12 out of 10. Yeah, it was like a seal playing with its fish before he ate it, really, when he played Alcaraz on Friday. But I do think Djokovic is going to do it. I think Medvedev's going to give him a challenge. I think he's going to fight every set. So I'd probably go Djokovic in 4 or 5 sets today. So that's my opinion. What's yours? Hi everyone at Talking Tennis, it's Gemma again, and I'm in New York, and I'm here to give you a heads up about an exciting moment that will be happening today. It will be in the wheelchair tennis draw. We've got women's singles finals, men's singles finals, and quad singles finals. But there is going to be a historic moment. In the men's wheelchair singles finals, for the first time ever in the Open era, we are going to have an all-British final. That's right, there will be a British champion at the US Open today. It's going to be a match-up between Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. Now, we all know them, and you may have seen them as doubles partners on the doubles court, but they are also incredible singles players. And they've made it to this point by playing some incredible tennis. Who's going to win? Please don't ask me to call it. I'm not going to.
Okay, hi guys. We've got Novak Djokovic against Daniil Medvedev today in a few hours' time, just at Times Square now. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one. Obviously, everyone was hoping for Djokovic, Alcaraz. That hasn't happened, obviously, but I think we're still going to get a really, really good final. Really intriguing. Is Medvedev going to be able to match his performance on Friday night against Alcaraz when he was sensational? I think he's going to have to be as good as that if he wants to win again today. And yeah, I guess Djokovic is almost, it feels like Djokovic has a point to prove though. You know, he of course lost that to Alcaraz at Wimbledon in the final. He lost to Medvedev a couple of years ago when he was going for the calendar slam. So I think Djokovic is going to have a point to prove. And I'm quite confident that Djokovic is going to get the job done today. I think he's going to win. I think Novak's going to win in 4 sets, but it'll be 4 close sets. But yeah, it should be a good one.
Okay, Craig is joining us just a few hours before the match. He's on New York public transport, so bear with us for some connection issues. We can blame New York public transport for that. Craig, just quickly, the first question I have is, Medvedev beating Alcaraz, that wasn't in the script, right?
No, that certainly was not in the script. Daniil rightly in his post-match interview said, he needed to play flawless tennis to win that match. Instead of
With us for some connection issues. We can blame New York public transport for that. Craig, just quickly, the first question I have is, Medvedev beating Alcaraz, that wasn't in the script, right?
No, that certainly was not in the script. Daniil rightly in his post-match interview said, he needed to play flawless tennis to win that match. Instead of saying he reached a 10 out of 10 level, he actually said he reached a 12 out of 10 level. So he said that was what it took to win that match. So he certainly had his game together. He certainly played smart. The first set tiebreaker was everything, and then he kind of ran away with it from there. But Carlos kind of lost a little, I don't know whether it was trust or certainly a little confidence in his game towards the end of that first set, and that just carried over for the rest of the match. So Daniil's going to have to find another 12 out of 10, I think, to get through Novak in the final.
Talking of the final, what bearing will the 2 years ago match have on today's match?
Yeah, I certainly would look at that. If I was on the coaching team of either of those guys, I'm going to go back and look at that match and use that as a guide. I'm also going to go back to Australia when Novak beat Daniil in the final and look at that as a guide as well. So essentially, the number one factor in this match is really simple. The more the point flows through the ad court, backhand to backhand, the more it's going to favour Daniil. The more angle they get in that backhand to backhand, the more it will favour Daniil. And Novak's not used to that. In Cincinnati, Novak actually used that exact tactic to beat Carlos in the final by getting a lot of angle backhand to backhand, which takes away the running on forehand and makes it difficult to hit backhand moves down the line because that angle becomes a lot tougher, a lot smaller. So this is something when Novak's going to have to adjust. When he did beat Daniil in the Australian Open final a few years ago, he attacked the forehand. He went forehand to forehand and he pulled Daniil off the court. The octopus gets a little big and wieldy with the backswing on the forehand, and that's where you need to attack. So every time in this match today, expect Novak to be winning juice court rallies, expect Daniil to be winning low court rallies, and it's just going to come down to Are the players aware of that? Is somebody going to make a change in maybe speed or spin or depth or height to disrupt that? So that's what I'm going to be looking for first, and then seeing who can counter if things aren't going well for them.
Craig, if you were on Novak's team, not publicly, but would you privately be kind of relieved you're not playing Carlos today?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Carlos is, the amount of unbelievable matches they've played recently, the Wimbledon final, the Cincinnati final. Carlos has an uncanny knack for getting himself out of tough holes that, when you're in a tough hole against Novak, he's normally not going to let you out of it. It's game, set, match. But Carlos finds a way out of those difficult situations better than anybody else against Novak. So, yeah, for sure, I would breathe a sigh of relief to say that the game plan is a little simpler against Daniil. You can drop shot him on his way. You can come to the net against him. You can serve wide against him. You can play to his I would speak in the affirmative there.
Do you think the serve and volley technique that we saw, or tactic that we saw from Novak, I remember in Paris Bercy, but even more recently from Carlos in 2 or 3 matches against Daniil, do you think that serve and volley thing is something that Novak will lean on from time to time today?
He should, absolutely, especially with Daniil way back. It's the side serve out wide of the juice court, and it's the kick serve out wide of the red court that he should look to do it the most. Novak likes to sneak a lot of second serves down the tee in the ad court. Remember, in Cincinnati, Novak served and volleyed 5 times on second serves and won every one of those points. So it's not just the first serve that he should serve and volley on. He should be doing it on second serves as well. And expect him to do it on some bigger points to kind of throw a different look at Daniil. Daniil's winning a string of baseline points. Expect Novak to serve and volley in the triangle.
The occasion, of course, this year compared to 2 years ago for Novak certainly is very different, but maybe for Daniil too. Daniil now has won his first Grand Slam. How much of a factor and who do you think there's more pressure on today, or is it 50-50?
Yeah, I think it's a situation today where there's not a lot of extra outside factors that could really disrupt either player and make them kind of tighten up. I think Novak's, in a good place. I think it's another semi-final. It's where he likes to be. He's not going for the calendar year Slam. He's not trying to break any other record. So I don't think there's a problem there. And for Daniil, it's a nice surprise that he's back in the final with that unbelievable win against Alcaraz. So he just needs to make the most of the occasion and step up and beat Novak on a court where he's beaten him before. So I don't think there's anything outside that's going to derail this final.
Okay, one more, Craig. You talked about some of the matchup scenarios and certain places where it may be won and lost. What do you think is going to be the defining factor? And therefore, I'd like you to give me a suggestion on who's going to win.
I certainly think that it's Daniil's forehand. When we look around the court, that is the one. It's tough with him to say it's a weak link. He's so good. He hits it so well. But Novak can certainly pressure there. He did it in Australia. I've seen other players do it. It has to be common knowledge on the tour that his backhand. I've written so many stories on the ATP website about how good his backhand is. So I think that's what I'm going to look for today. And if Daniil cannot overhit, if he can play defense back cross court, what Daniil needs to do is straighten the rally up. He needs to go more through the middle of the court where Novak's going to try and pull him off the court. So in the ad court, Daniil can have all the angle that he wants to pull Novak off the court. But he doesn't want to be reaching wide in a juice court, hitting a bunch of defensive forehands. That's not the strength of his game. So if he can avoid that by coming back to the middle and not giving Novak that angle on the next shot, that will be a huge deciding factor.
And so, give me a name.
Novak Djokovic in, I want to say 3 sets, but God, that's just disrespecting Daniil so much. So I'm going to go Novak in 4, 4 close sets. I think it'll be a great match. I think the rallies will be extended. It's raining, so it's going to be indoors. I was there for Coco's match yesterday. The crowd was unelectric. They're so loud in that stadium. So I'm looking for a great match. Novak in 4 and attacking Daniil's forehand. I will write an ATP analysis, and that's the first thing that I'm going to look for. Did that happen? And if so, then I'm going to add that up and count those chickens and maybe link the story.
Craig, big thanks for joining us. Make sure you check out Craig's Brain Game Tennis. Make sure you subscribe to his newsletter like I do. And make sure you follow him on Twitter and all the other socials and keep abreast. And fingers crossed we get a match that is worthy of a good final, possibly like last year in other US Open finals too.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, Craig is joining us just a few hours before the match. He's on New York public transport, so bear there are with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky, and of course that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay, and you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do. But it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah, and
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, you know, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then, you know, they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but, you know, especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. It's, you know, everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, you know, helps with ranking and why certain players, you know, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. You know, it definitely does. There were the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a
Hi everyone at Talking Tennis, it's Gemma again, and I'm here in New York, and I've been asked to give my prediction for the men's final. It's going to be a tough one, because Djokovic and Medvedev have just played some incredible tennis over the last 2 weeks, haven't they? I mean, I think if I'm asked to make the decision, I'm going to go on the side of Djokovic is going to take this one. I'm going to go that Djokovic is going to get that 24th record-equaling slam singles title. Why? I just think that, you know, there's one thing about Djokovic, and he knows how to pull it out on the big occasions. And if you look at how he's played here, I mean, yes, sure, Medvedev is a big server, and we'll probably get plenty of aces against Djokovic. But if you looked at how he played against Ben Shelton, he knew how to, you know, combat that big serve of Ben Shelton. And I just think, you know, Medvedev's going to have his moments. But if you look at Djokovic's match against Ben Shelton, for every moment Shelton had, Djokovic decided to have double. So, I mean, there is one factor that I think might play into it, and that's whether the roof closes here in New York or whether it stays open. Obviously, if the roof closes, it provides a more consistent ball, which plays more to Medvedev's game, because that's what he likes, and it plays to Medvedev's big serve. And, I mean, you can't deny that the way Medvedev played against Alcaraz on Friday was phenomenal. What did he say in his press conference? 12 out of 10. Yeah, I mean, it was like a seal playing with its fish before he ate it, really, when he played Alcaraz on Friday. But I do think Djokovic is going to do it. I think Medvedev's going to give him a challenge. I think he's going to fight every set. So I'd probably go Djokovic in 4 or 5 sets today. So that's my opinion. What's yours?
Well, it's been a really crazy tournament. I did not expect Medvedev to be in the final. I thought we would have a repeat of last year's final with Carlos and Djokovic. Unfortunately, that is not the case. However, I think today will be really good, and I think Medvedev will take it in 4.
Okay, hi guys. We've got Novak Djokovic against Daniil Medvedev today in a few hours' time, just at Times Square now. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one. Obviously, everyone was hoping for Djokovic Alcaraz. That hasn't happened, obviously. But I think we're still going to get a really, really good final. Really intriguing. Is Medvedev going to be able to match his performance on Friday night against Alcaraz when he was sensational? I think he's going to have to be as good as that if he wants to win again today. And yeah, I guess Djokovic is almost, it feels like Djokovic has a point to prove though. You know, he of course lost that to Alcaraz at Wimbledon in the final. He lost to Medvedev a couple of years ago when he was going for the calendar slam. So I think Djokovic is going to have a point to prove. And I'm quite confident that Djokovic is going to get the job done today. I think he's going to win. I think Novak's going to win in 4 sets, but it'll be 4 close sets. But yeah, it should be a good one.
Hi everyone at Talking Tennis, it's Gemma again, and I'm in New York and I'm here to give you a heads up about an exciting moment that will be happening today. It will be in the wheelchair tennis draw. We've got women's singles finals, men's singles finals and quad singles finals. But there is going to be a historic moment. In the men's wheelchair singles finals, for the first time ever in the Open era, we are going to have an all-British final. That's right, there will be a British champion at the US Open today. It's going to be a match-up between Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. Now, we all know them, and you may have seen them as doubles partners on the doubles court, but they are also incredible singles players, and they've made it to this point by playing some incredible tennis. Who's going to win? Please don't ask me to call it. I'm not going to.
Okay, Craig is joining. There are the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like. The two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport, but secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another teammate and you cannot call for it, if you like, but there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again, in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for an hour. And they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think the best players in the world just use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both. Okay. Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both. Mm-hmm. Now I don't know what whether that what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't. and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. With the mental side of tennis,
Ready? Play.
did you miss me? Nerlan, Ghosty, Terry, wonderful to have you on board already. I can tell that you are pumped. Should we be pumped? Will it be an anticlimax? I don't know. I think all of the possibilities are on the table. Understandably, Novak is a slight favorite, but they do have history. And here in New York, it does tend to favor Daniil Medvedev, albeit in just one encounter in 2021. Earlier that year, of course, Novak won in Australia. By the way, on today's coverage, we will be also having Jack will join us shortly, and also Damien as well. The three of us will take you through the final, but also stick with us throughout, because afterwards, Owen will also join us for the post-match analysis. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Jack will be with us in about 10 minutes to give us his pre-match thoughts. However, first, I would like to present Craig O'Shaughnessy. Craig O'Shaughnessy is a former team member and analyst for Novak Djokovic. In fact, he was alongside Novak the last time Djokovic won here in New York. Here in New York, I'm in Lisbon, but you get the idea. Craig and I spoke a little while ago about the match and his thoughts. I've yet to touch any alcohol today, Ghosty, if that's what you mean by sauce. In fact, I'm probably going to stay off it today because I had a few last night, Ghosty, and I'm well oiled. Anyway, let's have a quick listen to Novak Djokovic, former team member Craig O'Shaughnessy, an ATP analyst. He spoke to me a few hours ago from New York public transport. So forgive one or two connection issues, but I think you'll get his sentiments pretty clearly. Okay, Craig is joining us just a few hours before the match. He's on New York public transport, so bear with us for some connection issues. We can blame New York public transport for that. Craig, just quickly, the first question I have is Medvedev beating Alcaraz. That wasn't in the script, right?
No, that certainly was not in the script. Daniil rightly in his post-match interview said, he needed to play flawless tennis to win that match. Instead of saying he reached a 10 out of 10 level, he actually said he reached a 12 out of 10 level. So he said that was what it took to win that match. So he certainly had his game together. He certainly played smart. The first set tiebreaker was everything. And then he kind of ran away with it from there. But, Carlos kind of lost a little, I don't know whether it was trust or certainly a little confidence in his game towards the end of that first set. And that just carried over for the rest of the match. So, Daniil's going to have to find another 12 out of 10, I think, to get through Novak in the final.
Talking of the final, what bearing will the 2 years ago match have on today's match?
Yeah, I certainly would look at that. If I was on the coaching team of either of those guys, I'm going to go back and look at that match and use that as a guide. I'm also going to go back to Australia when Novak beat Daniil in the final and look at that as a guide as well. So essentially, the number one factor in this match is really simple. The more the point flows through the ad court, backhand to backhand, the more it's going to favour Daniil. The more angle they get in that backhand to backhand, the more it will favour Daniil. And Novak's not used to that. In Cincinnati, Novak actually used that exact tactic to beat Carlos in the final by getting a lot of angle backhand to backhand, which takes away the running on forehand and makes it difficult to hit backhand moves down the line because that angle becomes a lot tougher, a lot smaller. So this is something when Novak's going to have to adjust. When he did beat Daniil in the Australian Open final a few years ago, he attacked the forehand. He went forehand to forehand and he pulled Daniil off the court. The octopus gets a little big and wieldy with the backswing on the forehand, and that's where you need to attack. So every time in this match today, expect Novak to be winning juice court rallies, expect Daniil to be winning low court rallies, and it's just going to come down to other players aware of that. Is somebody going to make a change in maybe speed or spin or depth or height to disrupt that? So that's what I'm going to be looking for first, and then seeing who can counter if things aren't going well for them.
Craig, if you were on Novak's team, not publicly, but would you privately be kind of relieved you're not playing Carlos today?
Yeah, absolutely. Carlos is, the amount of unbelievable matches they've played recently, the Wimbledon final, the Cincinnati final. Carlos has an uncanny knack for getting himself out of tough holes that, when you're in a tough hole against Novak, he's normally not going to let you out of it. It's game, set, match. But Carlos finds a way out of those difficult situations better than anybody else against Novak. So, yeah, for sure, I would breathe a sigh of relief to say that the game plan is a little simpler against Daniil. You can drop shot him on his way back. You can come to the net against him. You can serve wide against him. You can play to his I would speak in the affirmative there.
Do you think the serve and volley technique that we saw, or tactic that we saw from Novak, I remember in Paris Bercy, but even more recently from Carlos in 2 or 3 matches against Daniil, do you think that serve and volley thing is something that Novak will lean on from time to time today?
He should, absolutely, especially with Daniil way back. It's the side serve out wide of the juice court, and it's the kick serve out wide of the red court that he should look to do it the most. Novak likes to sneak a lot of second serves down the tee in the ad court. Remember, in Cincinnati, Novak served and volleyed 5 times on second serves and won every one of those points. So it's not just the first serve that he should serve and volley on. He should be doing it on second serves as well. And expect him to do it on some bigger points to kind of throw a different look at Daniil. If Daniil's winning a string of baseline points, expect Novak to serve and volley and try and break that.
The occasion, of course, this year compared to 2 years ago for Novak certainly is very different, but maybe for Daniil too. Daniil now has won his first Grand Slam. How much of a factor and who do you think there's more pressure on today, or is it 50-50?
Yeah, I think it's a situation today where there's not a lot of extra outside factors that could really disrupt either player and make them kind of tighten up. I think Novak's, in a good place. I think it's another semi-final. It's where he likes to be. He's not going for the calendar year Grand Slam. He's not trying to break any other record. So I don't think there's a problem there. And for Daniil, it's a nice surprise that he's back in the final with that unbelievable win against Alcaraz. So he just needs to make the most of the occasion and step up and beat Novak on a court where he's beaten him before. So I don't think there's anything outside that's going to derail this final.
Okay, one more, Craig. You talked about some of the matchup scenarios and certain places where it may be won and lost. What do you think is going to be the defining factor? And therefore, I'd like you to give me a suggestion on who's going to win.
I certainly think that it's Daniil's forehand. When we look around the court, that is the one. It's tough with him to say it's a weak link. He's so good. He hits it so well. But Novak can certainly pressure there. He did it in Australia. I've seen other players do it. It has to be common knowledge on the tour that his backhand. I've written so many stories on the ATP website about how good his backhand is. So I think that's what I'm going to look for today. And if Daniil cannot overhit, if he can play defense back cross court, what Daniil needs to do is straighten the rally up. He needs to go more through the middle of the court where Novak's going to try and pull him off the court. So in the ad court, Daniil can have all the angle that he wants to pull Novak off the court. But he doesn't want to be reaching wide in a juiced court, hitting a bunch of defensive forehands. That's not the strength of his game. So if he can avoid that by coming back to the middle and not giving Novak that angle on the next shot, that will be a huge deciding factor.
And so, give me a name.
Novak Djokovic in, I want to say 3 sets, but God, that's just disrespecting Daniil so much. So I'm going to go Novak in 4 close sets. I think it'll be a great match. I think the rallies will be extended. It's raining, so it's going to be indoors. I was there for Coco's match yesterday. The crowd was fine. They're so loud in that stadium. So I'm looking for a great match. Novak in 4 and attacking Daniil's forehand. I will write an ATP analysis, and that's the first thing that I'm going to look for. Did that happen? And if so, then I'm going to add that up and count those chickens and maybe read the story.
Craig, big thanks for joining us. Make sure you check out Craig's Brain Game Tennis. Make sure you subscribe to his newsletter like I do. And make sure you follow him on Twitter and all the other socials and keep abreast. And fingers crossed we get a match that is worthy of a good final, possibly like last year in other US Open finals too.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to it.
And we are back. Let's go for this little setup for now. Jack will be with me very shortly, I'm sure. We'll also have Bianca dropping by with her thoughts on the final. Let me know your thoughts as well. Also, let's have a quick look at the predictor from you guys who've been voting away. Please do get voting on whether you think Novak or Daniil is going to emerge the winner today. 70-30, that sounds about right to me. I can see Damien is with us already from deepest, darkest Poland, although it looks like it's not so deep or dark. Hi, Elena, as well, and Sean, and several others.
What do I know?
Don't worry, Damien. Don't worry, it's fine. We'll speak to you in a minute. Damien there, just coming to share his face, if nothing else, and a bit of background noise, but I'm sure he'll be with us in a second. Yes, and Jack will be with us as well very soon. Let's have a quick listen in to what some of the other Talking Tennis team, or at least guests in the past. Let's have a quick listen to their thoughts, and let's begin with Jamie. I need to find a location that is recognizable in New York and also pretty loud, and we call it a landmark. Jubon with his thoughts on today's final.
Okay, hi guys. We've got Novak Djokovic against Daniil Medvedev today in a few hours' time, just at Times Square now. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one. Obviously, everyone was hoping for Djokovic, Alcaraz. That hasn't happened, obviously, but I think we're still going to get a really, really good final. Really intriguing. Is Medvedev going to be able to match his performance on Friday night against Alcaraz when he was sensational? I think he's going to have to be as good as that if he wants to win again today. And yeah, I guess Djokovic is almost, it feels like Djokovic has a point to prove though. You know, he of course lost that to Alcaraz at Wimbledon in the final. He lost to Medvedev a couple of years ago when he was going for the calendar slam. So I think Djokovic is going to have a point to prove. And I'm quite confident that Djokovic is going to get the job done today. I think he's going to win. I think Novak's going to win in 4 sets, but it'll be 4 close sets. But yeah, it should be a good one.
Okay, I'm back. I can see that Jack is also here. Give me the thumbs up, Jack, if you're ready to come front of house. Jack, I don't know if you managed to catch up with some of the comments from Craig O'Shaughnessy before we went, or as we went live, and all sorts of stuff. Did you catch up with that?
No, as you can see, I'm just out the shower. I'm chasing my tail. I'm chasing my tail a little bit. I saw something about cross-court exchanges.
Yeah. Craig was talking about some of the backhand to backhand exchanges, was also talking about Medvedev's forehand is good, but it's maybe not the best on tour. He was also talking about some of the angles that Daniil may well like to create on the backhand that Novak might not like as much. I just wondered if you have any sort of thoughts on that and also the matchup in general.
Yeah. I used to say every time Djokovic and Medvedev took to the court that Medvedev's backhand is better than Djokovic's. I genuinely think on a slow, hard court, which I'm considering calling the US Open slow now, it's slower than usual, definitely. Nothing like Astana last year, right? But it is a little slower than usual. Medvedev can outlast Djokovic in those backhand cross-court exchanges, and it's normally Novak that, albeit successfully, has to come up with something different, right? Djokovic would quite like to do that most of the time. Medvedev's probably just a little better. He's so solid at that, he will never, ever miss. Novak occasionally give you the odd one, especially when he's a bit nervy. But yeah, Novak comes up with other things to come up, trump these sort of things, serve and volley in Paris. He was a bit drop shotty last year in Astana when the courts were really slow. And although Medvedev retired, it was actually a really high level before he retired. And in Australia, when it was a bit faster, he can go on offense with his forehand and his serve more so than Medvedev, whose serve and +1 shot isn't that good. The serve's good, obviously, but the +1 forehand, as Craig touched on, nothing like Novak's. So, at the end of the day, though, John, what does this all mean? Who's going to be the winner? Should we get into that a bit later? I guess that's my
matchup. I mean, we can go there now, Jack. I mean, we've only got 20 minutes, and we'll have Damien as well, showing his thoughts, and I know Bianca on too. So, yeah, feel free to elaborate on how you see the match panning out.
Yeah, I went with, for last word on sports, I went with Medvedev in 5. Wow. There's a few reasons, right? US Open finals, 6 lost, 3-1 for Novak. There is a reason. There's a good reason that he's lost 6. He doesn't love the conditions here. Nothing like Australia. It's a little bit slower some years, certainly more heavy, humid. It does suck the life out of you a little bit. It just makes you a bit slower as well compared to Australia. You can't quite lean on the serve as much as you would be able to there. And I feel as though Medvedev, when he said 10 out of 10, he's playing 10 out of 10. I have to play 11 out of 10 to beat Alcaraz. He wasn't kidding. The guy's playing really, really well. Seriously well. Touching on that forehand, right? Craig said the forehand's not great. The way he attacked with his forehand against Alcaraz and crafted attacking opportunities was so patient, was so well executed when he had the opportunity. I do think he'll have a good game plan against Novak, because of course he will. They've played 14 times now, and he knows for a fact Djokovic will give him different looks because he's like the best, most versatile player in the world. So Medvedev will have plan A, plan B, plan C ready to go. And I do think in the long run, especially if Novak's a little bit nervy at the start, like Medvedev's like one of the only guys who can capitalize on that, right? If he senses any nerves, fast forward or rewind even to the 2021 final, where he was more than willing to trade with Novak in kind of neutral and wait for him to make the mistakes, wait for him to come forward. He can do that for sure. So Novak, I mean, look at his French Open final against Ruud, even against Steph at the very start. He was a bit nervy, but these two players can't take control of that. They can't capitalize on that, right? I think Medvedev will be able to do it.
Okay.
And because he's going to get the early lead, John, I'm tempted to go with Medvedev in 5. But really, how strongly do I want to back that, John? I don't know. Go on. Why is Novak winning?
I mean, I do favour Novak. I think the 9-5 head-to-head is about right. Sometimes there are quirky head-to-heads, and sometimes they're like a long time ago, especially if you've played Medvedev 5 times pre-2019 and you've played him once 6, and you may have a 5-1 head-to-head, for example. I mean, obviously I'm inventing this scenario, but you get where I'm going at. That 9-5 feels about right between the pair. And not only that, Damien, I'll bring you in a second, or you can come in now, even up to you. I don't really mind. But yeah, I also think that there were, of course, exceptional circumstances 2 years ago. I still want to be convinced that Daniil Medvedev on an 8 out of 10 can beat Carlos and Novak. And I think 3 years ago, on an 8 out of 10, Carlos, he could win that scenario, if you like. So his form, yes, it's better than, and I'm optimistic that he is sort of coming back and may even prove me in the next couple of hours that he is definitely back. I also think, though, that the anxiety, I touched on it earlier, from Novak from a couple of years ago. I don't think that's going to be an issue today. He's got the 23. The anxiety we saw against Casper Ruud for the first 5 or 6 games, then he loosened up a bit. By the time he probably loosened up against Medvedev in 2021, it was too late, because it was set 3, I think, when we actually did start to see, despite the tears midway through that third set, we actually did see a looser and more relaxed, but it was just too late. And actually, if we remember rightly, Medvedev did have a couple of issues getting over the finish line, because I think he may have been a double break up in the third, and then Novak got one of those breaks back. And yeah, but I still see, from the tennis I've seen, probably Novak winning in about 4 sets. It's also what Craig predicted, but I'm not just copying Craig, although I do copy people from time to time if I have no clue. But this time I do feel as I have a clue, and I'm going Novak. Damien, I don't know if you've heard some of our thoughts.
I had some technical issues, which were finding my earphones, and then they actually wouldn't. It wouldn't start playing, so I had to relog. But I am here now, and I'm actually like sort of. If I have to give you a pick, it's Medvedev in 5 as well. I don't know what's the reasoning. 9-5 I think is misleading. That's one thing, because it's really only 6-4 since Medvedev became a let's say top 10 player. Around August 2019. Since then, it's only 6-4 Novak. I do think that I agree with Jack that usually in this matchup it's like the Djokovic who has to come up with something else, because he cannot out rally Medvedev, I suppose, or at least it's tough for him. However, I've seen matches where it doesn't work out like this. For example, the Australian Open final. And I think a lot of this matchup has been about this. Like, can Medvedev win a 30-shot rally with Djokovic? If he can, he's probably, at least going to have a good chance. I'm assuming that's what he's going to do. Also, I know backing up a big win is tough. And Medvedev, I mean, this surely must have felt huge for him. Just the way he played and also how he exceeded the expectations of basically anyone. And I think that I just trust him to do that again, not necessarily maybe win, but to deliver again. Because, he's not a novice. He's not a rookie. He's someone who has done it again. He's someone who has been at this stage time again. And this is not scientific, but I really think he's due a slam, Daniil Medvedev with 1 slam. I was actually talking about this with a friend of mine as well today, because I'm at the Challenger in Szczecin, and some of the conversation on the courts was today's US Open final. And when I said this, someone actually said, really? I mean, I think Medvedev is just right with 1 slam. I do not agree with that in the slightest. And for that reason, I would like to see him with another one. Sean, I was about to answer your question as well. But I see you already have me covered there. 2013, 2014 was when Novak lost 2 slams finals in a row. I don't think that's a stat that's really relevant, though. I mean, it is relevant in the sense that it will be a similar situation, but I feel like it's not something that really contributes. But yeah, I like Medvedev's chances to go deep here. I would be very surprised if it's a short match. On the other hand, the two slam finals that they played were actually both straight sets, right? So let's say that this is not going to be the case. But it also kind of tells you the story of this matchup, where a lot of the time the player who out rallies the other simply wins, and there's like not much that the other can do about it, really. That was the case in the US Open final, and that was the case in the Australian Open final. So here I'm hoping for a bit more ups and downs, and just something that is going to be more interesting than a straight set win.
Okay, be interesting to know what people think in the chat. We will have Bianca joining us as well shortly to share her thoughts ahead of the final. Do we know if the roof is closed yet, by the way?
I don't know. By the way, I will be watching on a TV today, actually. So let's see how that works out, whether I will be behind you or not. We are not that far away, I am in Szczecin. You are in Bonn. It's closer than usually. So
I mean, no, actually, I'm in Lisbon right now, Damien.
Oh no, because you went to Lisbon, yeah. So we're actually further away than usually. That's true.
Oh, I see. So you've got a bit closer to the German border.
I did get slightly closer to you. I mean, Szczecin is basically on the border, right?
When you say right, Damien, I have no clue.
No, you don't.
I know where Warsaw is. I know where Wrocław is. I know where Gdansk and Krakow.
That's like top left Poland, basically. It's a huge city. Too.
Oh, okay. So you're
400,000.
So it's between Gdansk and Berlin, basically.
More or less, yeah. A little bit more north than Berlin. Like more north, towards Gdańsk. But in terms of the distance, I would say it's pretty similar here.
Okay, cool. Jack, the paths to the final. Of course, Daniil had a more arduous semi-final than Novak. I think he dropped a set to de Minaur. That win now feels a bit more important as well, because the de Minaur factor was obviously a tricky one with the matchup and the previous history that they have. So I think it's just the 2 sets he's dropped on.
Dropped one to O'Connell as well.
Okay, O'Connell as well. I mean, he dropped 3 games. Was it to Balash, Damien?
What?
Two
game?
games.
I thought it was
one.
1.
6-1,
6-1, 6 love. 6-1, 6-1, 6 love. But yeah, let's not even talk about this match.
Okay. I can see you in the background, Bianca. So if you can hear me, that's fine. But I'll bring you in about 1 minute. I'm just doing a couple of technical things right now to just get things right. But I'll speak to you in about a minute. Yeah, so just quickly, Jack, I was going to ask you before I bring in Bianca, do you think there's anything about the paths or route to the final that'll affect either player? You know, Novak battle tested. I mean, is that a valid question?
Yeah, I suppose it is actually. He's definitely not. I wouldn't say he's been tested really. Shelton was like a little raising level. Fritz was a scoosh, and that's his last 2 rounds. I would say in that department, Medvedev's got the slight advantage. He certainly had to raise his level and has played 11 out of 10, as I say. And then fitness-wise, I don't think either player is going to go into this particularly, tired. So I don't think they'll both be fresh, John. I don't think there's going to be an advantage in that department.
All right, cool. I'm going to bring you in now, Bianca. Let's see how this one pans out, because I'm just going to change our setup like this. And I'm bringing you in now, Bianca. Bianca, how are you doing? I know you've just recently got off work. Give me some energy and give me a thought and a prediction as well on this match we've got coming up in a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm a huge Alcaraz fan, so I was a little gutted he was in the final, but I absolutely love that Daniil has just disrupted that whole storyline. I feel like everyone has just been talking about, oh my God, Alcaraz Djokovic final, and he's here, and I think he has a good chance. I don't think this is going to be an easy match for Djokovic at all. If Daniil plays the way he played against Carlos, which, like he said, was 12 out of 10, I feel like he could really win. I feel like he could win in 4 or 5. And like you guys were saying, has Novak had a hard enough path to the final to match up what I think Daniil could bring to this final? I don't know.
Bianca, though, you do touch on something that is also probably a few tennis fans out there, in fact, probably millions of tennis fans out there are concerned with. The Medvedev disruptor and sort of blowing a few brackets, etc., with that win over Alcaraz. Is there also a danger that he's just potentially blown a very exciting final, and we're not going to see the 5 sets that Damien and Jack probably think he's going to come?
I don't know, potentially. I mean, I think anytime Alcaraz and Djokovic meet, it's going to be fireworks, but there are other guys on the tour, and I kind of want to see someone else give us a good final like that, so it's not just the 2 of them. So sure. I hope he's able to do it.
Bianca, do you think the crowd might have an effect on today's outcome, and who might they be supporting? Because there's been issues between the New York crowd and Medvedev, of course, but also Novak too.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know who they're going to root for. Obviously, there's going to be Noel fam in the audience, so you'll always have them rooting for him. But I feel like all the people that don't support him or maybe wanted someone else to win, I feel like they'll just maybe rally behind Daniil. I don't know if it's going to go strongly one way or the other.
All right, give me a prediction.
I think
it's tough. It's tough, I know.
I think Medvedev in 5.
Wow. Yeah, Bianca,
you're the crowd here with Medvedev in 5.
I will say every prediction that I have given this tournament has been wrong, so maybe I'm just giving Novak luck here.
Medvedev in 3 there. Medvedev in 3 there. You know.
Go for Medvedev in 3, yeah. Everyone I had on sort of pre-match, as in like I had a few videos and clips, and there's 3 or 4 predictions from Isabel and Craig O'Shaughnessy and Jamie. They all went for, and Gemma too, they all went for a fairly comfortable-ish win for Novak. But everyone live.
Cowards.
Everybody live with just a few minutes to go is sort of going for sort of big, epic matches and wins for Medvedev. All right, Bianca, unless you've got any other crazy thoughts to share with us, I just want to say a big thanks for coming on these last two days for your little cameos before the women's final and the men's final. Make sure you give Bianca a follow on Twitter. What's your Twitter handle?
Just my first and last name, Bianca Peterkin. You can also find me on TikTok. It is Bianca Talks Tennis, and that's where I'm mainly.
Damien, do you have a TikTok account?
I don't. I actually downloaded it in order to check a friend's TikTok account. It was beyond, borderline trash. I cannot look at the friend right now, but I still have it on my phone, so I might check it out. Why not?
All right, cool. Big thanks, Bianca, and we'll catch up with you soon. Okay.
All right. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Well, for those of you keen to see a competitive match and one that may well involve the Daniil Medvedev win, there's a bit more cause for optimism as we listen to the thoughts of Jack, Damien, and Bianca as well. Terry, the background we've got is like a green. Oh, Bianca's background. I don't know. You'll have to follow her on Twitter and give her some love there. All right, listen. What time is it now? 4 minutes past. I guess I should turn my TV on. It'll be interesting as well to know if bearing in mind Damien has moved locations as to where he's at in terms of behind or on.
I guess we're not really going to know unless what exactly are you watching?
I've just turned on Eurosport, but it was about
Eurosport.
I'm on
Sky.
But
Eurosport. You're on Sky.
I'm on Eurosport as well, so
I even think, Jack, if you're on Sky, you'll be possibly the furthest behind. We'll see what Damien's on, but
what do you have on your screen right now, John? Because I mean, Eurosport could be the same, right?
Okay, I've just seen a backhand winner down the line from Daniil Medvedev in the Carlos Alcaraz semi-final. I hasten to add.
Which point of the match?
It's love one on the Alcaraz serve.
In the fourth set?
Fourth set. Yeah. They're just showing highlight clip. It's Eurosport. If you're not watching on Eurosport,
I am watching on Eurosport. Okay, that's why I'm asking. It seems like it's similar. I'm not exactly sure how similar, but I was also seeing that.
I'm now seeing. Is it Barbara Shett? I can never remember her name. Anyway, I'm seeing. And
now I have some point from Medvedev Rublev.
Yeah, they've just started, just as you said that.
Okay, so it seems like I am a bit quicker than you anyway.
Okay. What about you? I guess, Jack, if you've not got Eurosport, you'll be watching.
They're singing a song on my screen.
We're not going to know until we start the match.
I suspect, Jack, you'll be behind unless... Yeah,
Sky is not going to show us Barbara Shett.
I know that if you watch on via the, what do you call it? The...
I'm watching via Sky, to be fair.
But if you were watching via the betting thing, I think you'd probably be ahead of both of us, or at least on a par with Damien. But let's see how this pans out. If necessary, we can always switch up the commentary so we don't spoil it for each other. I'm more than happy for Jack to talk us through certain points, especially if it's a break point or whatever. That's fine. But I always think it's probably best for the person who's kind of behind to do that. And then for me and Damien, just to sort of chuckle as we know what's coming. For example, of course, if I'm the one behind, then I'm more than happy to talk us through. So I think we'll still probably be a good 10 minutes away. Let's just have a quick listen to Jamie. I need to find a New York landmark to record this video, Jubon, and hear what he has to say.
Okay, hi guys. We've got Novak Djokovic against Daniil Medvedev today in a few hours' time, just at Times Square now. It's going to be a really interesting one. Obviously, everyone was hoping for Djokovic, Alcaraz. That hasn't happened, obviously. But I think we're still going to get a really, really good final, really intriguing. Is Medvedev going to be able to match his performance on Friday night against Alcaraz when he was sensational? I think he's going to have to be as good as that if he wants to win again today. I guess Djokovic is almost, it feels like Djokovic has a point to prove though. You know, he of course lost that to Alcaraz at Wimbledon in the final. He lost to Medvedev a couple of years ago when he was going for the calendar slam. So I think Djokovic is going to have a point to prove. I'm quite confident that Djokovic is going to get the job done today. I think he's going to win. I think Novak's going to win in 4 sets, but it'll be 4 close sets. It should be a good one.
So there we go. Hopefully everyone's eardrums are okay. But to be fair to Jamie, I did say to him, get near a landmark if you can, to sort of give a bit of colour to it. So it's my fault, not Jamie. It wasn't Jamie chasing his tail all around New York today. By the way, there was an expression, Jack, that you used at the beginning of the show, and I must say I had no idea what it meant. A scoosh or something?
A scoosh, yeah. I posted the definition via Talking Tennis. Here it is. Scoosh, Scottish dialect, an easy task. So that is when the context was Novak Djokovic beating Taylor Fritz was a scoosh.
Are you on the... is that an alcoholic beverage, Damien?
Yes. It is a light alcoholic beverage. I only have 2 of them, so we'll see if that's enough.
Yeah. I'll one up Damien. I'm on the non-alcoholic beer, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pleased, actually, Jack, because I tell you what, if you were on the beer, you might have tempted me. But you know what? I'm going to try and stuff. I've been on it most of the tournament with Damien, and these. I sort of when I was in Bonn, I was sort of alternating from one night to the next. But since I got to Lisbon, it's been just like, yeah, it's like 3 days to go. I might as well get on it, you know.
Yeah.
But
No cerveja, por favor.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. But I'm uma in Portuguese is uma, but pretty much the rest
Uma
is the same.
cerveja, por favor.
Yeah,
cool.
uma,
yeah. There was a sale, at the supermarket, and I was like, I have a stream today. I have to be drinking something.
And at least these streams are getting a little earlier. I mean, of course, we have no idea where this may pan out. And by the way, I mean, I suggested to Jack in particular, like bearing in mind his schedule, I was like, fine, if it goes beyond 1 a.m. or whatever, or midnight. And I think Jack's words were, let's see if he can stick to it, is no, I want to try and stay until the last ball drops. That would make a good name for a show, actually, I think. The last ball drops.
Not that one down.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I can see the players entering the court, so at least there'll be a couple of statistics for me to just bounce off the audience with. Guys, for you just tuning in, please do. And when I say guys, I sort of mean men and women with that expression. But whatever, you get it.
I do that all the time, John, on court. And then that's good. Yeah,
but it works for both, right?
Yeah, it works.
It's sort of does. It's kind of gravitating that way. But if you want to take offense to it, then I guess you will.
Yeah, I mean, just when you even type, guy, meaning, and literally there's people of either sex. You guys want some coffee?
Yeah,
exactly. You guys. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Anyway, what I was going to say is please do hit the like button and, of course, subscribe to the channel. If you're new, we've just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. We're now, I told you, Damien, Doubting Damien, maybe it will be a new name for him. About 3 days ago, he's like, well, not sure. You might not get to 3,000. I said, we'll get there, probably even before the men's final.
Yeah, I underestimated you, or us in general, I guess.
I mean, I don't know if we are responsible or it's just law of averages when you're just
partially, partially we are because we were
if you're just
doing
pumping out videos. I mean, if you're pumping out videos and you've got semi-finals and a final of a major, particularly New York, actually, I think this may well always be the case that the figures go up for New York. Maybe the time zone, maybe the narratives, I don't know, but
That's interesting because for this Polish channel that I do some stuff for, it seems like Wimbledon always gets the most clicks.
Okay.
And it's like by a lot, I was very surprised last year when we did something for Wimbledon, and suddenly there's like twice as many clicks as usual, and that also happened this year. So it seems like Wimbledon has some magic, and especially last year this was surprising because it did not have points, right? So it kind of showed us instantly that no one cares about that one.
Yeah.
At least out of the fans.
I'm quite keen to give you a little Medvedev Djokovic primer. If you like something to get us all a little bit hyped. Just for me personally, I mean, okay, we've got Alcaraz Novak now, so I might have to reassess this. But for the last 5 years, genuinely, and I've just remembered Djokovic Nadal, but for the last 5 years, apart from those two on a hard court, Djokovic Medvedev has been by far the most exciting rivalry for me. I think every single time they come to the court, it's been different. Every single match has had something special, something a little bit different going on, even if it's for better or worse. There's just so much. I don't think I've seen the same match twice between them in all of their 14 matches. Almost definitely. Which is why this is particularly exciting for me, Damien.
Yeah, the last thing that you said, actually, it seems like a matchup where I never really know what's going to happen. And that's good. Like Djokovic Nadal, honestly, I am bored by it. I don't really care about this matchup whatsoever. I don't want to see it anymore. I am. I mean, I'm just talking about my own subjective preference and feeling. But Djokovic Medvedev, I feel like there's still a lot of intrigue. And anytime they play, I still feel like I haven't fully understood the matchup, which is kind of interesting after 14 matches, of which I probably watched 10. But that's the sort of unpredictability that this matchup actually has been giving us.
Yeah, because it's nowhere near as simple as Novak has to go up the line first, right?
Yeah.
That is not how it works at all. Like, there's so many different push and pull factors trying to sort of tickle the Medvedev forehand sometimes, but not go into it too often. Don't give him any attackable forehands, because his forehand is sneaky, like attacking. He can go big on it if you give him a bit of height. So it's going to be very interesting. As you say, Damien, I would love to see it live to really get a taste for what's going on. Because I feel like the heights of the ball will play quite a big factor a lot of the time. Medvedev's backhand is just so unattackable. It stays so low. So, yeah, there's loads to think about as the match unfolds. So, very exciting.
Novak has lost one match all year on a hard court, and that came against Daniil Medvedev in Dubai. Yeah,
4-4, right? 6-4.
Yeah, I think it was straight sets. Okay.
Yeah. I remember it. Novak was a little off, but Medvedev was like, "Oh, you still have to play your very best, even when Novak's a little bit off. You know, you can easily get back into that match."
And that was in Medvedev's purple patch of the season.
Yes, it was sort of the beginning of it. I think he may have won a 250 just before that, because I think that was a 500.
Two events in a row. I think Dubai was the third, and then
because
Indian Wells and then Miami. Doha, Rotterdam, Doha, and Dubai, right? Or is it the other way around? Dubai and Doha? I
think Doha, Dubai, because I think Doha's a 250.
Yes, that's true for sure.
And he beat Liam Brody in the first round there. In fact, Liam was up an early break. I spoke to Dave about that a couple of days ago.
Friend of the show, Liam Brody, friend of the show. Unfortunately, did not break the top 100 this week.
No, I saw that.
He was one match away from getting to 101, and then two matches away from breaking the top 100. He actually would have been tied on points with David Goffin if he won his semi. But then on the tiebreaker, which is the most points earned in slams ATP thousands, he would actually have less than Goffin. I think by like 17 points or something like that. So, but yeah, he's still super close, and actually in the top 100 of the ATP race now by a pretty significant margin.
I mean, obviously for Liam, and of course that's what everyone's tuning in for right now. But for Liam, there's the now it has to be top 100 and try and coincide that with whenever the
Australian Open.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's really what you're. I mean, for Liam, it's probably more important. I mean, it is also very important to get to the top 100. But for a lot of players, the bigger goal is the Australian Open.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we'll see if that one pans out. Of course, these guys on my TV right now have long since been in the top 100. Of course, there was a moment though this year when Daniil Medvedev dropped outside the top 10, which I think occurred just after the Australian Open, I would imagine. But that feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, I suppose the discourse then, John, was Medvedev's almost done. And I mean, I remember you saying you really didn't see him bouncing back to the same heights as before. Well, come on. I don't blame you. It was a very, very rough patch. You know, he was double faulting in big points. Actually still has that problem. But he went on a streak of just losing all these really tight matches to big players. It just felt he didn't have that killer instinct anymore after Rafa had beaten him in the Australian Open final. So if this was a win, because I do think he will take a loss as a loss, right? If this is a win, he's back. He's back.
Should I mention again, John, that you were laughing at me when I said that Medvedev was going to be in the year in top 4? I guess I already did.
Damien's there going, do you mind if shall I mention? It's like, do you mind if I punch you in the face? But you do it as you punch someone in the face. You go, actually, I've just done it.
And by the way,
John just punches me in the face. He's like, you had Jesse
as your winner. I am the first to pick up on your mind.
They just showed the stat on my screen of time spent on court. And it's just 43 minutes of difference. So
true, but it does feel as though, probably because a lot of Novaks would have all come in one match, and that would have been in the first week. It does feel as though the push ability that I touched on, it will, if that is going to be a factor, and it probably won't be much of one. It would probably just be something that Daniil could lean on a little more than Novak in the big moments, in the quarters and the semis. I mean, it was just it was the cakewalk that we all imagined. I think the only thing was that it was Laszlo Djere that provided the fly in the ointment, if you like, or the tricky one en route. I certainly didn't see that one coming, but I also probably didn't imagine Djokovic having too many troubles getting all the way to the final. That's how it panned out. The semi-final between Carlos and Medvedev it was interesting to hear what Carlos had to say in his press conference, just regarding, he got frustrated. He found it quite mentally difficult at the end of the first set in the tiebreak. and then he was just gone for the second set mentally. And I think you picked up on a backhand, Damien, right? That he sort of semi-bailed out on, or he couldn't get his
1-3 for 2 break points. Yeah.
Yeah.
1-3 the second for 2 break points. Yeah. But actually, I was surprised. Well, not surprised, but I was glad that Carlos said all the things that we did on the stream.
Yeah.
At 3-all in the tiebreak, he basically lost his shot selection, and that's basically what I was talking about the whole stream. Yeah.
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah.
It was one of the most. I was just going to say, it was one of the most fascinating matches I've seen in ages. I absolutely loved it from start to finish, and I'm very excited to talk about it on the pod. It'll be one of the best episodes I think we've done. It was so good.
It was fascinating, yeah. And I still think at 2 sets to love, and then obviously what panned out, it still had a lot of doubt about it, which is great. So even at deuce, and I think Carlos had 2 break points at 15-40 maybe. Anyway, right now and in the present, rather than a couple of days ago, I've actually got the rally already underway. So the first point is underway. I will be sharing the score on the screen in a second. Daniil errs with a forehand that goes wide. How are we doing in terms of me and particularly you, Jack, and where you're at with your stream?
Yeah, I'm a touch behind. I'm probably a good. In fact, this point still isn't over. So I'm a good 15 seconds, 20 seconds behind. This rally's just going on forever, John. What's happening?
Yeah.
Is this the one he misses? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I'm a good 15 seconds behind.
We'll stick with you commentating then from time to time, and Damien and I will share our words of wisdom, if you want to call them that.
I don't mind sharing. If you guys want to dive in every so often, that's fine. But yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to spoil it for you because it really is, it does just with big matches and big moments. It can play a part. So I'm more than happy for you to just talk. Tell us any thoughts on that first point. I mean, it was a lengthy rally, and it was the forehand that ultimately let Daniil down.
Yeah, exactly what me and Damien were kind of saying. I think this is exactly what we're expecting from the get-go. Test Novak's legs, test his nerves, go for the long rallies, give him nothing to attack, keep the ball deep. And then Medvedev actually had the chance at finishing the point. So, he'll be willing to go as long as he needs to.
I don't really see nerves on the occasion being a huge thing today for either player. I don't know.
Honestly, there's been so many times Novak's felt a bit nervy. It's just nobody can do anything about it. Nobody can out-rally him. Nobody. So even when Novak's nervy, it's maybe the forehand on attack that starts to look a little bit loose. But when he's just trading rally balls, trading neutral balls, he can do that all day, every day. It doesn't matter if he's nervous. So there's nobody really that could find a way past him in his previous finals, apart from Alcaraz. But saying that, was Novak nervy there? If he was, then we did see a sort of serving deficiency there. He didn't hit spots quite as well as he did. My point is, he hasn't played his best tennis in every final he's played this year.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, against Steph, he probably didn't have to, and probably also against Casper. He played his best tennis at times, though, in French Open, probably in there was 2 sets against Khachanov where he was just perfect, which by Novak standards is a pretty high level, as you can imagine.
That was some third point as well. Sorry, just saying. I mean, fantastic 1-2 punch there from Novak, and proving me wrong. Maybe the backhand down the line will be the crucial factor here. I don't know. He attacked very, very nicely there. I wouldn't expect him to be able to do that 9 times out of 10, to be fair, but we'll see. Very, 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 very physical stuff early doors.
We've seen a few slices already from Djokovic, albeit at logical moments, if you like. Perhaps he could have done a 2-hander on 1 or 2 of them. That was a tactic 3 or 4 years ago that I remember Rafa using in the 2019 final, and it sort of became a theme of something to get Medvedev to get that sort of gangly frame of his and get him sort of bending down a bit. But it has faded a bit, that idea, I think. And
I want to touch on that. I want to touch on that a little bit, because I think there used to be discourse that the slice, because it stays low, could be a little effective against Medvedev. But there's absolutely no doubt he's made himself quite kind of. He can't be broken down that way. He's obviously practiced it off court. He does get under the ball really nicely. He gets himself in position. It doesn't really work that well, because he does hit a ball that goes in, and it's not really attackable because he can still keep it low. So yeah. I'm not a big fan of that tactic, to be honest.
It used to be a thing. Like, it used to be the first sort of like the serve and volleying right now is a bit of a 2.0 tactic for Medvedev, because the first one was the slices. But yeah, he's gotten a lot better, even with his wonky technique at hitting through them. And so at least right now, I don't think it's really a big thing. I know, Jack, we were still talking about it when we were thinking that maybe Max Purcell can be a threat to Medvedev, right?
Yeah.
It's like we still mentioned it as a potential danger.
The difference there, though, Damien, is if he's coming in off the back of a lot of these shots and he's really just disrupting the rhythm of Medvedev a little bit, it's those two things. He's able to kind of pick off shots where Medvedev's in uncomfortable positions where other players can't really. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe we are giving too much credit to Max Purcell.
Oh, I mean, 100%. He didn't even get to face Medvedev the tournament, did he?
No, he did not. Yeah.
No, that was one of
our. It's a shame though, because I wish we got to see what sort of match it would have been.
Yeah, would have been good. Maybe. Can't remember who he lost to, but I assume it wasn't Chris O'Connell. That was it. Yeah, it was Chris O'Connell. Big first game for Novak. Loads of long rallies. Novak, has to be said, a few unforced errors. So the tactic's not too much of a bogey, I would say.
I know what you mean, Jack, when you said about Novak occasionally tense, but they are explicable. 2021, he's just going for, something that no one's done in a generation and no one might do again for another generation. Casper Ruud, that final, for example, it was also, a landmark occasion with obviously, overtaking Rafa on 22. I don't think he was that anxious against Carlos. I just think it was an unbelievable final where, yes, there were peaks and troughs and in the second set tiebreak, but it wasn't. Go on.
I knew there'd be big second serves from Medvedev, but that was egregious. I mean, he's been failing at that kick serve quite a lot. I mean, that was nowhere near the court at all.
Yeah. Yeah, was,
sorry, go on. Just
fine. I listen. When there's something going on your screen, because I know you're obviously a few seconds behind me, but if you really, definitely, it's the idea of a live show. Definitely react to what you see in front of your eyes. And we'll get your thoughts at the end of this game. I mean, it's not over yet. This game, just so you know, I'm not telling you something that's happened in the future, but. I just don't think Novak. It used to be thought of as this sort of ice guy. Maybe we realize that's not the case, but this final doesn't quite feel as pressurized as some of those other ones.
I mean, particularly the 21 one, right? I do get that. By the way, that final forehand there was absolutely not nervy whatsoever.
No, exactly.
Yeah, I think it would have been super nervy here, of course, if it was a repeat of that. So Alcaraz, loses to him at Wimbledon, and Djokovic is going for the calendar slam. I do think that, against Ruud, he was also very nervous. I think there was a certain, there was still a huge achievement, ahead of him there, even though he has all the records and he's the statistical GOAT 100%. And I just sort of underestimated that before the Ruud final. But in the end, Casper was just not good enough to take advantage. But this has been happening for Novak, but I also don't think it's really today. I think today is going to be more or less, it's never going to be pressure-free, right? But I don't think he's going to lose this match because he gets tense. I also think if someone loses this match because he is tense, it's probably Medvedev, not Djokovic.
Yeah. And of course, we've got a break already, Jack.
A break already, but Medvedev will know he's in every return game compared to other players that Novak would play. I don't think he'll be too worried here. I've just seen this point as well. Absolutely beautiful pass to go up love 15 in this service game. I honestly don't think he'll be panicked. Well, is anybody panicking when Medvedev's a breakdown in a set? I don't know.
I've had this interesting comment on my Twitter from a Djokovic fan when I said that at Wimbledon in the final, the pressure is going to be on Djokovic this time. But he's better equipped to handle it than Alcaraz was at Roland Garros, right? And someone said that Djokovic got 23 slams. It basically doesn't matter if he wins or loses. He can lose every single time from now on, and he's not going to care, which I think is a very gross misunderstanding of in general, a sports person even, sort of mentality, and also Djokovic. Like, there's no way he doesn't care if he loses or wins a match, even if it's, I don't know, a random 250 round one. He's still gonna care. That's simply how competitive people work, and especially if it's a Wimbledon final, and he can extend the record even further
and equal Federer and the calendar slam.
And potentially the calendar slam, which is also, I didn't mention equaling Federer in the tweet, but I did mention the possibility of a calendar slam, like really becoming a thing if he beats Alcaraz. And I this was like one of the comments that I did not agree with the most in my life.
Do you want me to talk a little bit about serve and volley?
Sure.
We've just seen a couple.
I think I know what you're going to say, but go on.
I've got loads to say on serve and volley in the Novak and Medvedev matchup. We kind of first saw Djokovic properly employing it when they played in the 2021 US Open final. Actually, he used it a little bit before then, but he used it a lot in that match. But it was more of a backup tactic when he was losing from the back of the court and his legs had kind of gone. He was way too short in the point, basically, so it looked a bit desperate. But then he went to Paris, Bercy, and he used it like every single point. And it was incredibly effective when he was at the top of his game, right? And the main go-to was juice court wide and then drop it short. And we've already seen him try to do that twice, and he did it once and was successful. And he mixed it up in the ad court. Went a lot less in the ad court, but he still mixed it up in the ad court every so often. And we did see one in the ad court there where he tried to come into the backhand. Alcaraz trying to do the same thing. It just doesn't work as well. Medvedev's so good at keeping that shot low. It's very difficult to get it in a position where he can't then attack a forehand. And Medvedev nets a backhand there, so it is 40-30. He was love 30 up in this game. Serve and volley, super important for Novak to keep Medvedev honest at the back of the court. And he's very good at executing it. So if he does keep playing it well, it's actually pretty troublesome for Medvedev.
The other thing I would add to that is that he's more likely to do it in sticky moments, i.e. love 30. I think it's something that he will lean on. He may well lean on it at 15-all and other moments in the match, but perhaps it's something that he doesn't want it to be too predictable. And so it won't be something he leans on often, but I just think it might be a bit more apparent on big points like love 30 as it was then.
Yeah, that's kind of what we saw in Bercy as well. A lot of the time using it to get out of pressure situations. Again, he does tend to lean on shorter rallies more so than he used to in the past when it comes to pressure points. I think one of the biggest ones I remember seeing was in the Wimbledon final in 2021 when he played Berrettini. And it's like every time he was down love 30, 15-40, whatever it was, he'd come in and rush the Berrettini backhand. He was so willing to just come to the net every time, put the pressure on the other player.
You're not going to get a good pass out of the Berrettini backhand.
You're not. No. He pretty much sliced it every time, obviously. And if you try to slice a pass, unless you're Daniil on the stretch. Yeah, exactly. We saw like an amazing one against Alcaraz. But that's about a 1 out of 10 shot.
That's of course why anytime a player but there's a lot of situations when a player spots that someone is about to slice, and then you decide to come in. Even though it wasn't originally the intention. Yeah. And just a very safe strategy. But only a few select backhands in the world are only going to slice a pass when you try to get there.
Yeah, it's a pretty select tactic. 3-0, kind of out of nowhere. Djokovic coming back in that game. Medvedev probably playing below his best so far, but we've not really seen much. The hold to love, obviously, the break to love, obviously, was pretty rubbish. But how many first serves did he?
And the +1 forehand, right, that he threw out at break point. That was, I guess, his biggest fault so far.
Yeah, didn't feel like he made many first serves, but I could be wrong. He was so good on serve against Alcaraz. It would be a shame for his level to dip that much, because I was so, and particularly the juice T one, I thought he nailed every time. Went for it there actually and just missed. If he can find that serve a bit more often, he's in his service games. But at the moment, he's just fighting an uphill battle.
What did you think of Alcaraz's serving? Over 3 hours, 0 aces, 0 double faults.
Yeah,
that's super rare.
It is pretty rare, yeah. I wasn't particularly impressed. It's kind of what we were touching on, right? He does have a few more strings to his bow in terms of the serves he has, particularly sliding juice court one. But then Medvedev was moving so early for that. He was basically tested to go down the tee with it, and he couldn't really hit that spot. It was pretty much what we all kind of knew about him already. He doesn't have the greatest spot serving. And for once, Medvedev actually was able to capitalize on that. I thought that would be the case before I saw him at Indian Wells, and then that assumption was blown out of the water. But it was good to see that Medvedev could take advantage of it in this match.
Yeah, and also when Carlos started really overusing the serve and volley, that's when we could see that the spot serving isn't great. Because when he was actually just picking the moments, he could come up with a great serve out wide, just on the line. Pretty sharp angle. But when he was using that a lot because he didn't really know how to win points any other way, we actually saw that most of them were actually not that carefully placed. This is funny because this on the night watch, this US Open with John, we made a lot of jokes about the police, especially when the feet of the spectator were glued to the floor. And we were saying that, the police is going to have to come, that Sting is going to have to rescue him, or Andy Summers or Stuart Copeland. And actually, I just saw Sting watching the tennis on my screen.
Oh, did you?
Yes, he's actually in the stadium, yes.
So he's there 2 days late.
He actually came, yeah. The police
late. An Englishman in New York, yeah.
I have no idea how Stuart Copeland and Andy Summers look, so maybe they were also there. I don't know, but I think the camera was a close-up on Sting. Actually, the camera, the TV crew would also probably not know how Stuart Copeland and Andy Summers look. So,
I'm just going to say this very quickly. See when somebody runs back for a lob like that, like Medvedev just did. I don't know why people don't reset the point more often. Like Medvedev just why do they go for the biggest shot possible? It's just it's so silly. Medvedev just so much smarter, spinning that deep back into the baseline.
Same with the tweener, really. People just go for it so often because it's flashy, but actually the proper shot, the shot that you should pull out, that you should make most of the time is just resetting it. Nothing that really can happen to you. Obviously, it's quite different at the amateur level, but that's something I'm doing all the time because I also cannot hit a tweener, right?
Yeah,
and I just feel like it's the best sort of percentage play. Maybe 100%. It's really the factor of people, wanting to hit that tweener, which I also get. If I was able to pull that off and not hit myself in the balls, maybe that's what I also would be doing.
Big hold from Medvedev. That was very nice, especially after winning that point where he ran back for the lob. Outlasted Djokovic in a few rallies. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit more confident. This has shades of the Australian Open final. The 2021 one, right? Did Novak not go up 3-love then as well? And then Medvedev clawed it back, got it to 5-0.
Yeah, it was definitely 5-0, and then 7-5, 6-2, 6-1. I don't know, something like that, right? It was very easy in the last two sets for sure.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. I think it was 2-2 maybe, actually. Yeah.
Something like that,
yeah. Yeah. I really, really, for the life of me, even if Medvedev does go on to lose this match, want a competitive match. I would say Medvedev seems to be back in it now with his serve. That's pretty much all he needs, the odd cheap point on his serve to be back in it. Just lost that for a whole game to start the match. Go saying pickleball celebrities are like a local barbecue guy and someone who sells bathroom refurbishing services for the elderly. How did we get onto pickleball? Go say let's keep
pickleball celebrities, by the way, because are they just former tennis players? Jack Sock, Jenny Bouchard, Hunter, Yates Johnson. And actually, today I met up with a friend who is a bit of a pickleball pro right now. He was never playing pickleball, and he just started playing tournaments across Poland. And he's driving around tournaments, and suddenly he's actually one of our best pickleball players, I guess.
It's quite a small sport.
Yeah. He was also with a friend of his, and they won the doubles tournament at Nisa a couple of days ago, apparently. And I'm just so weirded out by this. And I just told him, stop talking about pickleball, please, or I'm going to hit you.
I played it for the first time a week ago, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Are you gonna turn to the dark side of the force?
It's unlikely. It's nowhere near as nuanced as tennis, as you will not be surprised to hear. But it was quite fast paced. I'll give it that. There was a bit of fun to it. And I mean, I picked up the bat, and as a tennis player, it's very easy, just to pick up the bat and go for the first time. So there's definitely some transferable skills there. So maybe I'll be back on a pickleball court at one point. I missed the first 2 points there.
I've been quiet for the last few minutes, and people might be going, oh, John's just letting his two guests speak. No, I was just making an order for some food. Also, I saw Jerry Seinfeld in the crowd, and then I see someone in the chat is talking about an episode that he did at the US Open, very funny, where what's his name? George Costanza is there, and he gets seen on TV, and it's like really cool, but then he finds out that they caught him like covered in ice cream. And I think it ends up disrupting a relationship. So there we go. Tip for you guys out there: don't eat too much ice cream at the US Open. But also, first dating tip: don't go for spare ribs or chicken wings. It's fine. It's fine when you're comfortable, but first date you can hold off on that one. And yeah, be careful with the ice cream. Okay, back to the tennis here.
What is that rally?
Yeah, I know. Well, you've seen where he's just dumped a backhand in the net, right?
Yeah, I've seen that. I mean, oh my God. Give us the shot count, right? How many was that? That just went on forever.
I do think that some questions in the last few months, for me at least, but haven't really been 36 shots, that haven't really come up that often. But I have seen some physical travails from Djokovic in the last 18 months, but even this year at times. That make me think that I don't think Medvedev probably will have. I have seen him, of course, have cramps in the past, but I don't know. I've just seen him even against Taylor Fritz. Some of the longer rallies, I just saw him a bit gassed at the end of Cincinnati. I think, of course, was a weather-related thing. The roof is closed today, and so it's not going to be too hot in there. I've understood that it's pretty effective, the cooling scenario there.
He is more prone to having like a small physical crisis somewhere.
Yeah,
it
could be mid-match. It could be at the end of a rally, and then he goes on to win.
That's normal. That's normal, right? Like that. Yeah. That's something that with age has to start happening. But yeah, he has been good at managing this for sure. Anytime he has a crisis like that, it doesn't mean that towards to the whole end of the match he's gonna be in awful shape. It actually doesn't mean that at all. So far, I don't think it's really that much of an issue. No, definitely not close to retirement unless he wants it.
No.
That second serve and volley frustrated me, I'll be honest. It annoyed me that
Jack, we shouldn't spoil it for you, but be prepared for more frustration. That's what I'm gonna say.
If it's a first serve wide and volley, I can take that. But a second serve and volley to the backhand,
Do you guys hear that, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is okay. Let me think.
No, it's okay. It's kind of amusing.
Maybe he's just got the window open.
I heard like a scream earlier, but I mean a scream of a car, like starting on the starting grid, go real. Earlier as the tire was going up against concrete.
I saw your expressions and I was like, okay, they can hear it because I'm living in Szczecin on this very busy street, and if I have my window open, it's a nightmare even at night. So we'll see about that. I closed all the windows. That's the most I can do.
So we've gone 4.5 games into this match, and I've yet to hear Ghosty mention Medvedev's socks. So that's something. He's also not mentioned Molchan against Dimitrov. So there's two things that he has to tick off from his bingo card. So I'm expecting it very soon. Yeah, that was a lovely backhand winner, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. And honestly interesting to see how Novak, or when Novak will come forward. Because I do sense a little bit of like the second serve and volley after the 36-shot rally. Is that totally coincidental? I think he might be coming forward to certain points. Yeah.
Probably not, yeah. There was a long point. He was feeling a bit gassed.
Tell me when you've seen the end of this point. Okay, it landed in. The scoreboard is wrong. They did it. They've done that a lot. You're about to see something, Jack, and your scoreboard initially will be wrong.
Yes. Mine was actually right all the time.
Mine said advantage.
Impossible.
Mine said advantage Medvedev, and now
mine said that too.
Maybe I just didn't notice. Okay. because it's impossible for mine to be okay and for yours to be okay.
It's annoying because I've seen it a few times in this tournament, and it sometimes confused me, and then sometimes made me think a ball was landed out when it landed in.
No, but it was like really a long way from the line, so
it was quite far from the line. But then I started to doubt my own eyes.
Fair enough.
I do think if Djokovic continues to come into the net as much as he is, Medvedev will be quite happy with his plan A. I don't know if he'll change it up really. I think he will have an inkling that just keeping Novak pinned to the baseline, keeping him physically spent might actually be a good tactic. I've not seen the end of this point, but I expect... And oh no, he's just missed it. Sorry, I totally jinxed that there. Commentator's curse. It is 4-1. Expecting a long rally.
Yeah. And I think we will get a few of those. So I do think there will be a physical issue, particularly if it goes 4 sets or beyond. But right now, I'm not super surprised by this start from either player and how it's panned out. And yeah, this is kind of what I was thinking. And that's probably why I was a little surprised at your 5-set judgments, but and tight affairs and actually Medvedev. But listen, I'm sure you're still quite steadfast in those thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not going away yet. I honestly, again, I've not seen too much to totally dismay me. I do like how much Novak has already changed up to kind of keep Medvedev back. But as I say, like, he genuinely could be showing already signs that some of the rallies are getting to him. Medvedev will be willing to keep those going on over and over and over. There could be quite a lot of dips and peaks and troughs here.
Yeah, for sure. Yet to have a break point on the Novak serve. There have been some interesting service games that have been close, such as 15-30s and love 30s and juices. So he's not far away, but he has yet to garner a break point. And we could see every set kind of like this. And I do think that moment of Djokovic being in a bit of trouble or just wanting to close out the game quickly or wanting to shorten the rally, knowing that he's going to probably win 75% of the time when he goes for serve and volley. Of course, you would then say, why didn't you do it on every point? Well, because that percentage would, of course, come down with a lack of surprise factor. I do think that sometimes maybe Medvedev has got to go for it a bit more on the return, even if it is tricky, especially if he's pushed far out wide. But anyway, that's for debate again to resurface in a game or so from now, because Medvedev is about to try and hold serve at 1-4.
Needs to start finding that serve down the tee. You guys have probably already seen if he's made it or not. Again, that just gives him so much more room to hit the slider as well, and it's probably for me his best serve. Did go for that actually, but the rally has started. Oh no, sorry, it's a let maybe.
Yeah, I think it was a let.
It was a let, yeah. Is there something Medi needs to change tactically? Again, Sean, I think he's going to stick to plan A. Serve well. That was a lovely serve. There we go. Hit the tee serve. And try and take Novak's legs from underneath him, because he is giving him a lot of really long rallies to the point of absurdity. And as I was suggesting at the start of the stream, Djokovic hasn't historically been the best at staying physically fit for the entirety of US Open finals. The conditions are stuffy and hot and humid, and it doesn't actually suit him.
Indeed. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. This of course could be a comfortable win for Novak, but it could be. I mean, I must say that I can imagine pretty much every scenario out there. That is true. I'm not so probably of all the scenarios, a 5th set, maybe the one I would lean against least. A straight sets Medvedev win would surprise me, but actually, of course, that was the score 2 years ago, and it was also the score, albeit over the best of 3 when they met earlier on this year. Yeah. They've never met on clay, I don't think.
They have.
Medvedev Djokovic, right? Monte Carlo 2019, very famous match. Medvedev beat him on clay, actually. Yeah. Then lost to Lajovic, and Lajovic lost to Fournier. The famous final in Monte Carlo.
Mm-hmm. Arguably the best final in Monte Carlo for 20 years.
I can't even remember what happened there. I know Fonini won, but I don't remember a single point out of it. I do remember the Fonini-Nadal match, though.
Lots of people think that was the final. You know, they know it. It's one of those ones where you go, oh, remember that Fonini? And someone goes, semi-final. Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah. But it felt like the final. It feels like the final more with every year that passes, if you like.
Was it not only 4-2? It wasn't. It went quite quickly, didn't it? But
such a high level. Fonini-Nadal, Fonini-Nadal, yes.
And
Fonini-Lajovic, I said. I don't know.
That was 2019, was it, or 2018?
2019, yeah.
So he's not won. Rafa's not won it since.
Lajovic also won Umag that year over who? Attila Balázs. Let's go.
Would not have got that. A little note on Novak's forehand there. Misses a couple, but not that much, to be honest. But again, to touch on that maybe being the shot that can get a little ropey if he's feeling nervous at all. I'll just keep an eye on it. Don't think it's anything to worry about yet. But if some of the longer rallies do continue to end in those sort of unforced errors, then maybe it's a thing. We'll see.
Yeah, actually just going slightly bigger for some of those shots than I thought he necessarily. I mean, it's obvious when he loses the point, but I also think that when he's quite far up in the rally, it kind of which I think he was. I was kind of surprised that he went for it as much as he did, but anyway.
Yeah, I did feel like he was pushing it a little bit, which is maybe a bit surprising. Didn't have to go for quite as much as that. Again, maybe just feeling the Daniil effect on the other side of the court. Feels like he really has to push the lines to get it past him. So I mean, it'll be interesting. It will be interesting to see what Medvedev continues to do in return. Immediately, that return there felt like he went for a bit too much. My point is, how much does he regress to just total stall tactics, really slow the game down, or does he try and keep Novak honest with sneak attacks every so often?
It does sort of feel this first 6 games or so and a bit more that really it pretty much has been nothing between the two players except for the break. You know, so it's almost nothing, you know, apart from the break, it's all, but that's like saying the captain of the Titanic did a great job apart from that iceberg.
That's well, yeah, maybe.
Apart from the iceberg, he was pretty good.
I don't really feel like there's been nothing, you know. The first 2-3 games from Novak were really strong. The couple of down the line winners, the net play that he has showed so far. Has he even lost a point at the net so far?
Probably not. I can't remember one. I can't remember one.
I really think so. I mean, he's probably like 8 out of 8. So I think it would be a bit of a stretch to say that they're basically tied at the moment.
Oh, that is a lovely 1-2 punch from Novak there. Beautiful. Caught Medvedev leaning just a touch wide. The serve again that Alcaraz wasn't able to hit, and then absolutely no problem on the short ball. Again, touted Djokovic as the best short baller in the game at the moment.
Ghosty, if you interpreted that as love for Attila Balázs, I don't think it was.
Lovely return from Medvedev there. Gets it super deep. I'm not really commentating on the rallies per se because you can get a feel for what's going on most of the time, to be honest. It's just long rally after long rally after long rally.
Feel free if you do want to ever do that. I'm obviously refraining from it, bearing in mind where our streams and views are at. But I think probably if it does get to a break point or a set point, we can definitely do that. But yeah, certainly just giving sort of reflections on each point or moments or periods in the match is equally good. Do make sure you hit the like button if you've just tuned in and haven't done so already, and also subscribe to the channel if you're new. Ghosty, I'm still waiting for the Medvedev socks thoughts. Maybe you shared them and I just didn't see them. But Ghosty's a big fan, basically. He likes Medvedi's socks. So I'm sure if Medvedev doesn't win the title, in his runner-up speech, he'll say, oh, at least I had nice socks.
Medvedev's socks also kind of sounds like an alternative spelling of socks. But I don't know if that's what Ghosty's going for.
Or it's a singles match between a hardcourt specialist and a double specialist. That was not one of the best jokes I've ever done. Let's get back to the tennis. 40-30 here. Game point Novak.
Continuing again to spray a few forehands. That's another one, and another earlier in the game.
It took me a while to get that one, but I did.
Here we go. This is a semi-big point. 5-2. Novak's pretty much got the set. Back to deuce. Medvedev's still got a chance in the set. So here we go. I'll talk through it. Maybe it's already over. Maybe it was an ace. We've got a Djokovic serve out wide attempt, but misses. So second serve now. As you may have gathered by now, Medvedev won't be stepping in to attack this. Do we get a second serve and volley? Seems a little bit audacious to have done it once and then try it again. So I doubt it. And I can't see either of you smirking, so it probably hasn't happened. Here we go. Second serve to the forehand. Medvedev gets it in play. Going backhands cross. He'll change direction first. Neither budging. Going down the middle almost with the backhands. Neither budging still. Novak goes first. Medvedev gets a forehand. He gets it deep, but Novak responds with angle. So they're back to backhands cross. Oh, it's clipped the net, but it's back again. Slice from Novak. Medvedev gets it in play with quite good angle there, as Craig touched on. Djokovic goes inside in to try and attack, even better down the line there. So Medvedev's now on defense. Djokovic with a lovely forehand inside in. Plenty of quality in that final shot. Not much in it there. And a good set of forehands to silence the doubter that is me, that said his forehand was a little bit ropey. That was lovely there.
Well, you said that it was maybe gonna get ropey if his if there's pressure on it. So far, it doesn't seem like it. Not if there's pressure on it in terms of the ball that's coming from Medvedev, but like in terms of the scoreboard.
Yes, but scoreboard
the
pressure.
Situation in the match, which so far has not happened whatsoever, really.
What's a lovely angle of that last one. Very nice from Novak.
Yeah, plenty of margin as well, but plenty of pace, of course. So a sort of fist clenched position. I think he feels pretty good out there, Novak, certainly right now, as he should do, of course, with a 5-2 lead. But like I say, I just think that this is a nice combination of needing enough fire in your belly and enough tension, because of course it is a Grand Slam final, but without having unbelievable pressure if it's your first Grand Slam final or you've lost 3 in a row, or you're going for a calendar slam, or all sorts of combinations that could keep pressure on you. Damien, are you wavering from your pre-match prediction at all?
No. I mean, of course, Novak is more likely to win now that he was pre-match, obviously. And my prediction is just like a 1%, towards Medvedev. And as I said, I don't really expect this to be a straight set match. I will be very disappointed if it is. As I've already been a few times with this matchup. Actually, since 2019, and I guess with the exception of 2020, since it was during the pandemic season, it's been a bit of a tradition for me to watch the US Open final in Szczecin. And I do remember watching 2021 very clearly. While I was happy that it was done early and I could go to bed, I was definitely not pleased with the lack of emotions that we got from that
one. Ghosty in the chat saying this is very slow. I would say a lot of the intrigue of this matchup is the variety we get from Novak in particular. So actually already we've seen quite a bit of that, good forehands attacking, serving volleys at surprising times. But I think a large portion of the reason this matchup is so intriguing is because it does get tight. And when it gets tight, you're kind of like, who's going to miss first? Oh my God. It's very nervy. So without the pressure, and if this was a 6-2 first set, it would be a bit of a damp squib, is my point. We need it to get tighter, right? Love 30. It's not looking good for Medvedev. This could literally be curtains right now. Second serve, love 30. Here we go. Does Novak attack? Big slider out wide. Catches him off guard. A lifeline, 15-30. Big point there. John, when's the takeaway due? Oh, he's gone. He's vanished. He's back.
Now.
Yeah, there we go. John risks walking away from the screen at potentially a crucial or a damp squib time. Here we go. Rally at 15-30. Medvedev in the point. Backhand's cross. Novak going big. Oh, in or out? Surely out. I think it was out. You see that one, Damien?
Actually, no. There's a
very. He made it. Watch the replay. Absolutely.
I did not see the whole point. I actually missed the point as a whole. But for like the next maybe 20 minutes, I will be a bit distracted, but I will try to keep up.
That's all right.
But after that, I will be fine. There's basically a very important darts match that I have to be watching at the same time. Krzysztof Ratajski, the Polish #1, is playing for his second European Tour title, which is quite a big thing. He got his first in 2019, so as you could imagine, it's a pretty huge thing, especially as he actually made the semifinals of such event only for the second time today. And I will be a bit distracted, but just a bit, but that point I did miss, yes, indeed.
A lovely backhand down the line is what you missed, Damien. And Medvedev
from who?
From Medvedev.
Oh, finally then, because we've seen a few of these from Djokovic. We did not actually from Medvedev. In general, I feel like risk taking has not been Medvedev's strong suit here so far.
Well, you're quite right, but on set point he did go a little bigger on the forehand. It wasn't actually risky, to be fair, but certainly attacking. And
I guess second serve has been he has been risking it with the second serve, but in the rallies at least.
Yeah. And then on juice there, Djokovic tried to pull the trigger down the line. Again, we suggested that at the start. How often could Djokovic actually make an attacking backhand down the line? He will make it less times than he probably does make it. So that's a big double fault again as well at game point. Gil Savara cursing under his breath as he sees that one going to the net. Back to juice. Here we go. Medvedev with a lovely tee serve. Novak might start to read that. Such a crap drop shot, though. So now second set point. I actually really like the idea, and I do think a drop shot against Novak's not a bad idea at all if you can pull it off well.
At Medvedev, usually he's not going to be able to have many chances at it in the rallies with just the way he positions himself and Novak positions himself. So.
Yeah.
Sometimes maybe when he has a shot at it. And by the way, Keen, you're almost right there, but just the women is incorrect. and that's not because it's men, that's just because there usually is not many women around.
That is a second set point saved by Medvedev there. Djokovic going for the overheads, but as Jane suggests, octo smash. You don't get many of those missed by Medvedev, so it was maybe the wrong shot choice to try and get around him there. And he comes up with a third game point here. Can he finally convert instead of double faulting and doing Gil Savara's head in? I gotta say, Damien, watching the Polish darts during a Grand Slam final is very you. I just thought it would be a challenger match rather than a Polish darts match.
No, all challengers have finished, actually. We've had 6 challengers this week, but the last one was 4 hours ago. Well, 4 hours ago it started. Sejbov with Fonini, which Keen mentioned in the chat. But all the challengers are done for this week. And unless you are talking about the qualifying for Santa Cruz and KE, but I think I'll stick to the darts and the US Open final for now.
Yeah, fair. Medvedev holds. Big holds. Good serve on the final game point there, despite some ups and downs, despite Gil Savara shaking his head multiple times. He does come through a big service game there, saving 2 set points, and it's now Djokovic to serve out the... Oh. Novak. That is some pickup. That was tough. Medvedev did about everything he could with that return off a serve and volley from Novak. And Djokovic has come up with a piece of magic. That was absolutely beautiful. 15-love. Big first point for Novak. Looks like it is going to be a tidy 6-3 set. Here we go. Novak with a serve out wide. Misses it, so it's a second serve. Obviously, I'm still waiting for Novak to deliver his second serve. Will always take a while. There we go. To the forehand of Medvedev, no danger. And Djokovic nets a fairly routine backhander. Of course, Djokovic in the ad court does love to go for that serve down the tee more often than other players, particularly on second serve. Does it make a difference against Medvedev? No, not really. He's that far back that it's not a factor in this matchup, generally. 15-0. Big serve out wide from Djokovic. Doesn't come in off the back of it. And Medvedev misses the return. Obviously, surely expecting Novak to come in off the back of that. Try to get it.
That could add the pressure, right? You're trying to hit a different sort of return. You're trying to get it low over the net. Whereas usual, he might be going for a bit of a bigger target.
Yeah. So just tried to get it to creep over the net and missed that one. He is a bit annoyed at himself, though. I think he expected a bit more there. Here we go, 30-15. Big first serve down the tee, misses. So second serve. I agree with Alina. It was actually a very, very nice slice serve. Probably, maybe better than any of Carlos's last night. Maybe a little harsh. 2 nights ago even. Second serve from Djokovic into the Medvedev forehand. They start the rally. Big inside outer from Djokovic. Plenty of spin, but not enough penetration. So the rally goes on. Medvedev wouldn't miss that. Nope, floats onto the baseline. So they're still going backhands cross. Medvedev with that sneaky attack in forehand, but they're back to backhands cross again. Medvedev changes direction first, so he gets a forehand, but he doesn't do much with it. Back to the Medvedev forehand. Not back to backhands cross eventually. Novak slicing now to change up the rhythm a little bit, but Medvedev goes line. Medvedev goes cross now with the forehand. He's got a chance to attack. Doesn't take it though. They're back to backhands cross again. Novak peppering the Medvedev forehand at the wrong time. Djokovic under pressure. Back in the rally though with amazing defense out wide. Now Medvedev's on the back foot after an amazing backhand cross court from Djokovic. That was huge. Very, very big point there. And surely the nail in the coffin for this first set.
Yeah, he hasn't had any trouble staying in such rallies here. So that's also something we were talking about before the match. But of course, most of this set is still that one game at the beginning of it.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Again, it's been I'd like to know the point differential bar that, but I can check that. Find out the point differential bar that first service game. I want to know how many points there have been between them apart from that one. So 32-25. Obviously, 4 went the way of Novak. Yeah, it's literally neck and neck. Like Medvedev's technically won more points bar that game, obviously, but it's been very tight bar laps at the very start of the match. Here we go, set point, 40-15. Medvedev in the rally, though, of course. Backhands cross. Who changes direction first? Medi does. He catches the... Oh, no, he doesn't. He misses by a whisker. So Novak takes the first set. Matthew McConaughey is ecstatic.
I wonder who Sting is supporting.
He's a Novak fan. Come on. We all know that. It's just a guess, actually, Damien. I don't know for a fact.
Yeah, I was about to ask how.
I assume he is. I assume he's a Novak fan.
Sting had this song Russians, which I guess was not exactly that positive towards Russians. So I would assume Novak too.
Well, maybe. Maybe walking off.
I don't think he's had a song called Serbians, for what it's worth. Or just the Serbs.
I've not heard the Police's song Serbians before, to be fair.
Yeah, but I guess if Medvedev is going to try maybe at some point to outlast Djokovic, then this is not an ideal set for him because it was fairly quick.
Yeah.
Lots of long rallies, but it still wasn't long.
He would have much preferred it was more of a scrap, something to at least make the tables a little bit more in his favour going into the second set. But it does feel like he's not accomplished a whole lot there.
He has not threatened the Novak serve whatsoever. Not at any point.
He's had chances. Plenty of 30s.
I guess 30 alls. Yeah, but
love 30, 15, 30.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's not done enough of those opportunities for sure. And actually, all credits to Djokovic. The serve and volley, as we kind of expected, has been a bit of a factor because he's got him out of those sticky situations. Yeah.
Would Novak in 2012 or 13 serve and volley as much to the...
No, of course not. No way.
Yeah.
No way, Jose.
Maybe back in the day it would have been an easier matchup for Medvedev.
Yeah, I think so. It's not about Novak's serve necessarily being better placed because most spot servers still have plenty of trouble against Djokovic. It's more about the fact he's got such good net skills nowadays. More strings to his bow, for sure.
More complete player than the past, even though not as physically strong.
Yeah. Damien, do you want to? I mean, John. I think John's eating back there. To be fair, but he is just about ready. If you just give me a second, I'll get a drink.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah? Sure. I'll get a drink too when you come back. My second beer for today. I'm just laughing at the comment from Nurlan, which is interesting. Yes, I mean, against Alcaraz, Medvedev's serving was excellent, and his serving is definitely not worse than Świątek's. In both cases, I guess the first serve is way better than the second. But Medvedev can also try to go huge on the second serve, which is something that Iga does not really have in her repertoire. Sometimes it works out like it did in Cincinnati for him against Novak. But I definitely wouldn't say Medvedev is a weak server. I think Medvedev's verve, these tall counter-puncher sort of guys, they are actually quite excellent at serving while still being fantastic in movement, baseline play. That's the sort of new trend on the ATP Tour, and I would not call Medvedev a weak server. But it should be better than it is today so far, if he is to win this match, that's for sure. 22%, what is it, Elena, that you're talking about? I'm not sure really, but we'll see. Terry about the pet peeve. Yeah, it definitely shows that Djokovic does not like players fist bumping, commoning after every point. I don't know if it actually stops him from winning these matches. It doesn't seem like it. But yeah, he had his issues with Norrie. He did not enjoy Shelton. I guess he wouldn't like Sebastian Baez as well, right? Because Baez had this argument with Martin Fucsovics this year, where Martin told him that it's not okay to say come on after every point. Kevin Anderson as well in the sort of late stages of his career, right? That was something that also happened quite a lot with Kevin, and Diego Schwartzman, for example, was complaining about it, I believe, to Mariana Veljovic at the French. Yeah, I don't think Daniil is out of this. Sorry, definitely not. But yeah, his serving should be a bit better, and if not for that early break, maybe you would have seen a different match. But yeah, it feels like the second set, winning it for Medvedev obviously is quite huge. We've talked about it a few times already on the streams this week, but Novak has only lost from 2 sets to Novak once, and it was against Jürgen Melzer, naturally. So. Just that early slow start, but otherwise Daniil is a threat on returning. Hasn't been able to get to a breakpoint, but as Jack rightly sort of corrected me or suggested to me, indeed there's been a few moments when maybe he could have actually stepped it up a bit more for on return, but it's not like he didn't have a micro chance. Second serve points won. Is that really true? I did not see that in the stats actually. 22%. Mine says 31. Which is a bit of a difference. It's still not great, but mine definitely don't see 22. Let me just check it out on the US Open website. And they're back for, by the way, in the court. It's already 15-all on the Medvedev serve. Yeah, 31% of the second serve, it seems, for Daniil. That should be a fine. Oh, it's actually a let. Okay, I thought it was a fine serve from Medvedev to attack him. Yeah, Elena, it's definitely not 22, unless they're maybe counting it funny. But if you subtract double faults, then it's going to be 40%. So I don't even know how they could be counting it realistically for this to be like that. And now they're engaged into another very physical rally. And Medvedev messes up this forehand, which was not really aggressive at all. He was trying to change direction, though, from inside out to inside in. Hello, Jack. We can hear you popping. That's can. Do you think Fonseca will have a big 2024? Could he break top 250? Interesting sort of goal for him there. I think it is possible. I think he is the best out of the current junior bunch, like in terms of long-term prospects on the Pro Tour. I don't think Team comes close. I think maybe Berkieta could be close, but that's, in the juniors so far, of course, Tomek is a lot wilder. But I would say, there's a huge chance for Fonseca to be a top player in the future. And with the sort of form that he has been showing, even on the ITF Tour, the last 3 events, he reached quarters, semis, and losing to quality players only, I think. Sander Young, of course, and Orlando Luz. I think there is a chance for him to be in the top 250. I certainly don't think he should be playing any more juniors. Just start playing Pro Tour every single week for now. I think he's ready for it, and obviously a fantastic talent. Returns in play against the first serve. We see that Medvedev has been putting in 63%, Djokovic 72. Fonseca, the U.S. Open Junior champ, João Fonseca, he has already made 2 challenger quarterfinals. One of them beating Navone, I think, and one of them beating Thiago Seyboth-Wild this year in April, which was a phenomenal match in Florianopolis. I think it might be one of my favorites of the year when I'm going to try to do this, a ranking of my favorite challenger matches of the year at the end of the season. I think this one will be high. It was a 3-6, 6-3, 6-4 victory, I think. And Fonseca completely outplayed Thiago Seyboth-Wild in forehand rallies.
Wow.
Which is something, especially with Seyboth-Wild this year, of course, if it was in 2022 or 2021. At the same time, when he had a wildcard to the Rio Open, he got destroyed by Ghosty's favorite Alex Molchan, and he played a very tense match. I remember saying that someone could say that this was a bit too early, the wildcard was early, but I don't think it was. I think he simply got overwhelmed by the occasion, but he could play much better against Molchan, even at that stage. And I was just saying that out of the current juniors, I think he might have the best potential. Let's get back to this. Medvedev was 15-30 down, then he had a game point, and now we're at deuce.
I've not seen this point yet. I take it. Well, that was.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh no, it's all right. I'm wondering how this ends because Medvedev kind of was on top of the point. That's a lovely forehand from Novak. To be fair, peppered the corner. Fair dues. Back to one of the stats you mentioned. I do always find it odd that the US Open choose returns in play as the stat to show, right? But actually, it's quite relevant for this one because the fact that Novak is getting more returns in play than Medvedev at the moment. I mean, serve and volley, that's got to be a return in play, right? Or does that not count? It must be a return in play, 100%, because Djokovic then has to play the next shot. So it's quite significant. It's a large number that Medvedev's currently missing. And you would expect him to make more from the position he's in. So, yeah, he's a touch off in that department.
You're all going to want to hear about this, of course, but Krzysztof Ratajski is very close to winning that European Tour title. So soon enough, I might be able to divide, to just give my full focus to the Medvedev-Djokovic match. We'll see in maybe 30 seconds when he comes up to take up this 32 for the title.
What's his name? Because my friends like darts, and I want
Krzysztof Ratajski. He's the Polish #1. Was a semi-finalist of the World Match Play, and this might be the second biggest title of his career. And it is. We got it. The Polish Eagle is his nickname, and I'm actually not as excited as you might think. But this final was not really close. He really outplayed his opponent. But in the semis, before we joined the stream, I was like jumping around the freaking room. And this is something that darts gives me, while tennis does not. I do not get these sort of emotions for tennis, anymore.
More clinical. More clinical.
Yeah. As you sort of get into the sport on also a professional level, or sort of professional, I guess, it really starts being a lot more neutral for you, which is fine. I don't really think it's that much of a flow or a con. I just sort of regret that tennis does not give me these sort of emotions. Maybe like sometimes, on very rare occasions. But darts is definitely a good substitute for that, because there I'm just watching as a fan, and it's a very different thing. And especially of Krzysztof Ratajski, I'm a huge fan.
And John Silk, the host of Discussing Darts, is back to talk to us.
But I'm not quite finished dinner, but I just wanted to say something. Well, is he not? Is that two matches in one day? Semi-final followed by final?
No, actually 4 even. European Tour works like this, where you get the first round on Friday, then the second round on Saturday, and then you have 4 remaining rounds on Sunday. So he actually started from the second round because he was a seed for that event.
Big hold, by the way. Almost swore there. Effing massive hold for Medvedev, because had he went a breakdown there, pretty much everybody probably would have been calling curtains. And he had a couple of double faults on game points. Very easy for him to kind of spiral a little bit. So actually very impressed with how he steadied the ship there. Very good in some of the rallies there to semi-force a few of the errors from Novak. I think back to plan A, probably. I don't see him changing too much up. Maybe that sounds like a stupid idea, but we've seen Medvedev stick to his guns in the past, and it does come good. I think a good example would be Alcaraz 2 days ago, where, he obviously all logic would suggest, you have to step in and take the returns early, but of course not. It's the Medvedev way. I think it's a good game plan to get all of Alcaraz's serves back. Similarly, I still think it's a good game plan to try and outlast Djokovic in a place that he's historically been prone to wilting. So I expect plan A to keep going. Terry saying not looking good for Medvedev. Thought he'd come out stronger. I did as well. I've got to say, I think he will start to step things up in the forehand department. This is a great showcase for stepping up in the forehand department. But Novak absolutely matching him for defense. So it's tough. It's tough to play flashy tennis against either of these guys. Novak's actually doing a really good job of taking his chances when he does get them. But Medvedev in particular, without the flashy forehand of Djokovic, it is pretty tough to look like you're playing really well. But I do think he's hanging the rallies really well. I do think he'll have a chance in this set if he can just keep going. Yeah, Damien, Ghosty just saying there, we can hear your typing produces a low percussive sound.
Me? Oh, I'm sorry. I will try to stop very soon.
I can always mute you while you type if you like.
I can also mute myself when I'm typing. That's a good idea. Yeah, I don't have my usual setup with me because I couldn't really bring the whole tripod over on the train. So I just have my microphone next to the keyboard, which is why it does that.
That's almost, the silence is deafening there. Wow. There's obviously a little bit of background noise I wasn't even aware of. Now I can hear myself talk. How horrible. Lot of love for Novak there. Didn't even threaten the Djokovic serve, which is, at least get yourself in this, Medvedev. He needed a little bit more there for sure. Little serve and volley to top up a nice and tidy game for Novak. as they zoom in on Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm not that big a fan of all the celebrity spotting. I don't know. It's got a Wimbledon feel about it, and it's like the one thing I don't like about Wimbledon, to be honest. I just want to get back to the tennis as soon as possible. Lovely tee serve from Medvedev, as we touched on at that first and only break of the match. It is going to be a serve that he'll need to hit well if he's got a chance. And Aloha Alina, and I'm sure a lot of other people are saying that Medvedev's playing badly. He has actually started to hit that serve quite well. And if he can keep doing that, he's got a chance on serve. So let's not panic quite yet. Oh, lovely backhand down the line there from Djokovic even. I think this is going to be enough. Oh, no. Djokovic messes up a little half volley there. Medvedev still alive, keeps it low, manages to semi-force the error, maybe a little bit of an unforced error for Djokovic not to control that. Could have done a little better. Coco match was better. I mean, it's not over, Terry. Let's just wait and see what happens. I think that's a little premature to say. But I would just say I was a little unimpressed with the level from Sabalenka in that match. It could have been better for sure. There was a little bit of drama and tension lost in the fact that Sabalenka never really regained her level after it kind of went in that second set. And I do think it could have been a better fight. Overall, it should be a fairly decent matchup for Sabalenka at her best. And we all were thinking exactly the same thing before the match started. She's capable of imploding. That's about the only way she's going to beat herself here. And that's exactly what happened. But still, credit to Gauff because she did. I mean, she absolutely played some of the most amazing defensive tennis or consistent defensive tennis I've seen her play, for sure.
Yeah, this is where the typing stops, by the way. So don't worry. I was just talking with my friend about all the ranking implications of Krzysztof Ratajski and like the major events qualification scenarios. But now I'm done. Now I'm gonna get the other beer, and now I'm gonna just start watching the match again.
And I'll finish dinner.
We are locked and loaded for what should be a good second set, right? I mean, the first set was a bit of a damp squib. We were all eating, we were all finishing our darts tournaments, and quite rightly, because it could have been a better first set. And now I think is the moment that it steps up in quality.
Now they're going to tell them that Krzysztof won, and they're going to be like, okay, so now we can actually focus on the tennis because we got the most important news for the day.
I'm sure DiCaprio has emerged.
Oh, DiCaprio.
Yeah, I'm sure he's emerged from his private sort of suite because he was probably inside watching that darts match somewhere, maybe on his phone or whatever.
And you said that you didn't like the celebrity spotting. I mean, it depends what the celebrity is. I like spotting like NBA or NFL players and saying that I don't know who they are because I really don't. And it kind of makes me, like this cool person who does not care about these American sports, which I am. A cool person who does not care about these American sports. But otherwise, maybe if it's only like celebrities that I like. So when I saw Sting, that was cool. But when I see some sort of, modern actors, singers, I don't really care. Justin Bieber in the crowd.
Talking of which, I saw Anastasia twice a week or so ago. They went, not Anastasia the singer, I'm out of love, not her.
And that was that was actually Anastasia, right? The singer, or not?
Oh, was it? Yeah, maybe. By the way, I could be mispronouncing Anastasia's name too.
No. We actually asked, and it's Anastasia, yeah. And but I think because of the singer is why I thought it was going to be different. But maybe I was just mispronouncing the singer. I don't know. It's tough with this name. But she was like, you saw her on the broadcast.
On the TV. Yeah. No, not on Talking Tennis. I mean, I saw her twice. And the second time she was in a lengthy conversation, and they stayed on her for about 5 or 10 seconds, and I sort of hands were going and stuff like this as she was in a deep conversation with somebody. Yeah,
that's cool. I didn't know you could spot her at like such a huge event as well.
Yeah, I mean it was third round maybe. I'm gonna say Mukova Taylor Townsend maybe.
I remember people trying to find me, and there was like a toilet break or something actually it was Szczecin 2 years ago, and they couldn't at all. But I know I was visible this year at a stream from Kozerki last month because I was sitting next to the towel racks. So anytime they were showing one of the players on one side going for the towel, I was there. So I know a lot of people sent me like screenshots, but it's not the US Open, obviously.
Carlos Alcaraz tweeted earlier this year an image, and I'm in the image, but you have got to know I'm in it without. You won't see me otherwise. But I'm so tiny and in the background. I just know I'm happened to be there because when he showed this image of him in Madrid, I was like, oh, hang on a second. I remember those guys all huddled around Alcaraz. I was talking to, I think, Coco Gauff at the time, but and I thought, oh, I'll probably be in the background here, and of course I found myself. But you've got to be really eagle-eyed. Just back to the Anastasia thing and the pronunciation. Of course, it's very unfortunate, at least in English, that the Russian sort of name Anastasia is often abbreviated to Nastia, which of course is nasty, nastier, sort of. Yeah, it's an unfortunate one, but one that they want to stick to, and so they should, of course. It's just unfortunate that in English it means sort of unpleasant.
And Mehdi eventually getting the hold, by the way, there manages to go up 2-1 despite going to deuce. Do you guys want to take a punt at how many players? So 68 matches Djokovic has played at the US Open where he's won the first set. How many times do you think the other player has won the second set?
Out of how many matches?
68.
He's only played 68 matches. Only the ones where he won the first set. Okay,
yeah.
Okay. That makes sense because
10.
That's about right, John. Actually, I believe it was 12. 12.
Okay.
So you were very close. And then
Damien was going to say 12.
No, I actually would have said less. I would have said less than you.
Of those 12, how many won the match?
One.
One, yeah, it was biggest too.
One, and I'm sure you know who it is. At least one of you, I think.
Oh,
well,
Nadal?
I was going to say, was it a Nadal final maybe?
2013 or no?
No. He lost the first set there.
He lost the first set.
Oh, of course, won the first set.
No, not Djokovic. No, I mean not Federer because he actually 2008.
No, not 2008.
07.
No, not 07. That was straight sets as well.
Which semi am I thinking? That one where Federer hit like this sick smash response. That wasn't in 4 sets.
No, it wasn't. No, that was in straight sets.
No.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. 100%. I know the one you mean.
Okay.
So he won
2008 US Open, yes, but Federer won the first set. Okay, that's why I knew it wasn't 4, but I didn't know who won.
Oh, it wasn't 4. Sorry.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't 4, but I didn't know who won the first set.
Tom Grant. Grant. Here we go, Tom. Lovely. Stan Wawrinka is the answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, was not thinking of that.
2019 or
16? No.
16.
19 was a retirement. 19 was a retirement.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
It was 2016.
And I guess, of course, everyone knows by now how many times Novak lost after winning the first 2 sets.
After winning the first 2 sets.
Once. Yeah.
In general, at the Grand Slam level, he's only lost 6 times when he won the first set, even. So that's pretty sick too.
Only 6 times. Jeez, oh.
Yes.
Well, it could happen. I'm trying to think who that would be.
Well, one is very recent.
Stand twice, right?
Yes, indeed. 2015 French, right, as well.
Yeah.
Did he win the first set against Rafa in the 2013 French Open semi-final?
Yeah, I think.
I know it was 5 sets. I just can't remember who won the first set.
No, he did not. I mean, he
14.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah,
2014.
14, yes. That's
against
14
Rafa.
Is another one of these. So you've got 3 matches against Wawrinka, basically. That one against Rafa. One is very fresh.
And
one is, of course,
Alcaraz, yeah.
Yes, and one is that Jürgen Melzer match, which also counts, even if he won the first 2 sets, but it also counts for the first.
Yes,
set
he won the first.
Yeah. So it's basically Wawrinka 50% of these losses. That is pretty wild. But it kind of shows you how at the Grand Slam level, like their matches were often like about Wawrinka slowly finding his groove, and then once he did, it was tough for Novak to stop him.
Djokovic at the moment looking like he's got a comfortable hold. If that changes, I will come back. But I just want to highlight this Carlos Alcaraz tweet where I'm in it. But listen, this is the tweet, okay, with about 2-3 dozen journalists. And you got to go like this. You got to go like this. You got to keep zooming. You got to keep zooming. In fact, I can't zoom anymore. But just below that sort of headlight or whatever it is, spotlight in the background, there's a guy sat down with long hair and a sort of white and orange t-shirt, I think, next to a woman with a ponytail. That's me. So there we go.
Also, Ghibli and Terry said it even earlier that it was Stan. So I guess everyone knew that. Only we were behind. It seems, but well,
Novak.
We have a very intelligent crowd of supporters here on the tennis streets.
Mehdi fluffed a pretty easy one there at 30 love, and eventually goes on to give Novak the 40 love hold, or the hold to love, I should say. So that's 2 service games for Novak this set, 2-1 to love. So Mehdi still to get on the board in terms of points on Novak's serve. Not great. Seriously not great. And he's just pushed another forehand wide to go down love 15 in his service game straight off the bat at 2-all. Here we go, Max already asking for Carlos to take the place of Daniil Medvedev. Maybe he can still tap in. I don't know if it's too late. Maybe just having no joy with that forehand inside out, though. It does no damage to Djokovic at all there. Just no way to pressurise him, and he misses a backhand long. It's now love 30. There we go, Lena with the stats. 9 unforced errors for Mehdi, 0 for Novak. Sounds about right in this set, we should say.
I'm on my dessert. Tom, you're not the first person who's made that comment, actually.
Why is that?
A ghosty also said it the same. Because basically my head is always up.
Ah, okay.
I've never noticed that before.
It's only here. It's only here the last 3 days.
Mehdi still nailing the serve down the tee, so did manage to get to 15-30, and he outlasts Novak in another long rally to get to 30-all.
9 unforced errors versus 0 unforced errors in the second set, says Elena. But, the scoreline is still tight, so it does not actually matter.
The beauty of the scoring system, of course, it's been 2 holds to love for Novak so far. And that's an 8. Oh, no. Yeah, it is. It's an ace out wide for Medvedev. Lovely. Yeah. Just to keep Novak honest on that tee serve, which has been doing him wonders, actually, and keeping him alive in this match. Again, let's remind everybody, it's 1 break. There's been 1 break so far throughout the match. Despite the fact, go on, David.
No, and more of these statistical anomalies. Medvedev is leading 3-2 in the second set, and yet he's won 2 fewer points than Djokovic. And Medvedev has 8 winners to Djokovic's 2. However, Medvedev also has 10 unforced errors to Djokovic's 0, and that's only second set. I mean,
so far, there's a pretty big argument to make that Medvedev really hasn't tapped into his 11 out of 10, and he's doing really well in this second set to stay alive. Again, manages to close that one out after a little bit of danger, down love 30. So 3-2. Keep it up.
My iceberg comparison is still there, I think.
What comparison is that, sorry, John?
Well, I was just like, to Damien in the first set, I said, it's Titanic. Basically... Yeah, the Titanic iceberg thing. But, it's just, that was it, really. That it was just one double fault away from potentially being a tiebreak. Potentially. Yeah.
Why one double fault away?
One double fault away from being a tiebreak. I mean, he double faulted to lose his serve.
No.
Or maybe he double faulted 1 point before.
Yeah, he double faulted for love 30 in that game.
It was an unremarkable service game. It was like love 40, obviously.
Yeah, love 40, he hit a +1 forehand out. And that point for love 40 was Djokovic's forehand winner down the line. And for love 30 was the double fault. But okay, I get it.
There was the guy from the Bear. I know the guy from the Bear.
John Hamm?
No, John Hamm. No, I know John Hamm.
Because they showed John Hamm on my screen, and that's why.
It was the guy before John Hamm. You would have seen him.
The Bear?
The TV show, yeah. Have you seen that before, Damien?
No.
It's good. It's great. It's very good. It's about a chef, basically, who's like a Michelin star guy, and he goes to work in Chicago in a sandwich shop, and it's about all the drama that unfolds from there. It's very good.
I see. No, they just basically showed me John Hamm, and that's why I thought what you were talking about him. But...
I know John Hamm, Damien. Come on. Of course I know John Hamm.
Is he that? I guess I stopped watching movies around 2015, so maybe that's why I don't really know. Like, I'm not that familiar with him. I remember him being in Baby Driver. Maybe that's it, really.
I didn't know him.
Wasn't he in like Bridesmaids or something as well? I think he was.
I didn't know him until he made a sort of guest appearance in a show that I watch, and it's like, oh, okay, that must mean he's famous then, because I wouldn't have known him until then.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Mad Men was pretty big. That's how I knew him after that.
Oh, okay. I didn't watch it, so I didn't really know he was there. But
Novak with a lovely 1-2 punch there. Not enough though. Medi back in the point with a running forehand. Nobody asked me for this, but why not? 15 love up, 3-2. Maybe if Medi wins this one, he's in a service game for once. Slice to the Novak backhand. Why is Medi doing that? Very odd decision. Yeah, Novak with a little bit too much time to set up that backhand at the net. So Medi's still pointless on the Novak serve. Now, that would be a story if we get to like 5-4. Medvedev has literally not touched Djokovic's serve in any fashions a break out of nowhere.
I think there's a famous like Karlovic-Brands match. What was it? Maybe in 2011, Zagreb or something like that, where one of the players, I even do not remember who at this point, but one of the players won the set while winning like 4 points on return, and it was actually like all of them in the tiebreak. No, Elena, John Hamm did not appear in any of the movies that I had for my MA thesis. No, they were. I don't think he was alive when these movies were released.
And there we go. Net points 1 as well. Medvedev 5 out of 6. It's actually not bad. 12 out of 14, more importantly, for Djokovic. An active part of the Djokovic tactical playbook where you feel it's more reactionary for Medvedev.
Oh, yeah, this one. It was actually Brands beating Karlovic 7-4 in the tiebreak. And in the whole set, he took only 1 point on return.
What? 1 point on return?
Yes, and he won the set 7-4 in the tiebreak.
Oh my God.
Whereas Karlovic at the same time took 15 points on return.
Oh my God, Jesus.
But none in the tiebreak, obviously.
Wow. That's amazing. That's
and I don't
funny.
think it was actually Zagreb. It was Zagreb, but it was 2014. They played twice in Zagreb. Okay.
I'm doing the mental maths. I'll come back to you in a second.
What's the mental math?
So Karlovic won like 43 points, and Brands would have won like. No, I don't know.
Let me see if it's on the screen that I have. No, it's not, but I can count that Karlovic must have won 28 points on serve and then plus 15. So 43 points, as you are right. And Brands would have won 41 points.
That's not that bad. It doesn't sound bad at all, actually. It's really not that bad, is it?
You actually see 43 to 41. Yeah.
You actually see bigger differentials sometimes than that. So it's not too bad.
But I think that's actually weird. I don't know. But yeah, let's stop counting that. Karlovic also hit 16 aces. More details here. You don't really have to know.
Yeah, I think we kind of clocked onto the same thing there. The maths doesn't actually add up. But yeah, lovely there from Medvedev to get to 15-0. Because
I just see this whole stats for this, so it has to add up somehow.
Right. Okay.
I guess I just have the whole stats for that set, on the screen. It has to on a screenshot. It has to add up, but yeah, never mind.
The best part about Medvedev's game at the moment for me that's keeping him alive is the serving from that juice court, because it's pretty much the only place where he's getting any free points on serve. He's hitting the tee serve really well, hitting the slider really well. He's spreading both of his targets incredibly well. And again, it gets him another cheap point to get to 30-15. Again, keeping him alive in a set where he's kind of got no right to be alive. It's good. 40-15. Jane, with the benefit of not being on mute, telling us the crowd on Medi's side, not particularly surprising.
At the beginning, someone told us that it was on Novak's side, but I guess it's one of these things, they want to see a competitive match. So
yeah.
The Rafa final of 2019 was like that when basically most people for Rafa, and especially with that was the year when Medi sort of first announced himself in every way, shape and form to the New York crowd. And yet by the 2 sets to love moment, he got the support, Medi, because they wanted to see 4 or 5 sets and they ended up getting it.
I mean, maybe the crowd are cheering for Medvedev to make him lose, because of course, as Medvedev warned them in 2019, the more you boo me, guys. A big point here, 40-30, and Medvedev nets a regulation backhand on the +1 shot. So we are juice for, I believe, the 3rd time in this set on Medvedev serve. So as we're talking about brands and Karlovic, we are going to get a pretty crazy point differential if this keeps up and Medvedev manages to survive here. Again, better in the juice court. It'll be interesting to see where he goes with this. I think he goes tee because he's been hitting that really nicely. It is probably his favourite serve. He doesn't know he goes out wide. He's got a +1 forehand. Should be able to put Novak under some pressure, but doesn't. We're back to neutral. Medvedev with a forehand from the middle of the court gets Novak slightly off balance, but it's not enough. So they're trading forehands cross now. Djokovic with a lovely one on the line there, and another one down the line. This is a great rally. Medvedev tries to kind of hook it into the corner with the backhand, but he just sprays it wide. So we are at break point for the first time in this set.
And of course, Medvedev has not had a break point yet on the Djokovic serve all match.
No, of course, yeah, he's not really made any inroads. There's been a few semi-chances, but nothing really to get scared about.
Love 30 was the one sort of halfway through. I'm going to guess it about 3-1, something like that, in the first set.
Yeah.
Big serve out wide from Medvedev, goes for the drive volley down the line. Boom, shakalaka, boom. That is saved in fashion. That's good. Loved it. That is an underrated point. I'm sorry. If you at home are watching that point and think that's just a regulation point, that was a lovely 1-2. And had he not made his first serve there, I mean, the set could have been over.
Agree.
Yeah, and then the comment that you made about the fact that he has no business being in this set, like it actually would have been very true, possibly if he lost that break point. But at least for now, we're still going. Some people in the chat still optimistic. Peaches says this will be a long match, but I think Terry especially has been, just bringing down Medvedev a lot. This is sickening to watch, being one of the highlights in the last few minutes, and also imagine what a final we could have had with Carlos.
What did I just see there? Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
What's the replay? What happened with Novak there?
Falling, you mean?
Lost his balance. Yeah, that's a classic Novak thing, isn't it?
It's not. He doesn't actually do it that often, though. I feel like everybody
brings
up
midpoint. He's like this.
It does happen for him more often, but it's usually on the forehand side, though.
Yeah. Everybody always brings up that clip of him playing Del Potro in Shanghai.
Yes. That's the most famous case.
Yeah, but I mean, he went on to win that match.
Yeah.
Of course, that's always the case with Novak.
Is that the Shanghai where he played Andy Murray as well?
Don't remember that, Damien.
So I think it is. That one. But I'm gonna leave you. Okay, I'm not gonna keep going with this. I actually wasn't sure, really, but never mind.
I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was the semi-final. And then he went into the final to play Andy. And back to Deuce. Unfortunately, Medvedev fluffing a fairly regulation shot again, and now Novak with a second serve to work with. Interesting to see if Medi goes big here. He doesn't really, goes for the slider, does prefer that second serve sometimes, but he's at neutral at the moment. Novak with time in the forehand, maybe too much time. Medvedev definitely on defense now. Novak doesn't do enough of the forehand inside in, so Medvedev back in the rally for certain. Novak slices down the line, interesting choice. But Medi there with a forehand. Again, kind of playing defense at the moment. No good slice. Backhand down the line, skiffs the net from Medvedev, but Djokovic can't capitalise, so they're back to neutral. There's something interesting at the end of this rally by the sounds of it, but I don't know.
I mean, this wasn't a reaction to the end of, but what happened after, and you're going to be surprised too.
Big forehand down the line from Medvedev. It's back in the court. They're still going. Backhands, cross court. It's like, oh. What?
Yeah. That's what I meant.
31-shot rally ends with Novak on the floor.
There is no way Medvedev loves to see that, right? I mean, that's
sort
what
of,
he wants.
But then again, like Djokovic has been one of these players who can do that and then still win the match, right? But
I mean, 1,000%.
Awfully tired right now, and I guess for Medvedev, it's going to be a signal that he's doing something right, despite struggling to stay in this set.
I do think if it does become a battle of endurance, and it might well, and it is becoming that, I do think that should, despite all of these unbelievable powers that Novak has at the age of 36, etc., of appearing like a 26-year-old, I do think it will eventually benefit Medvedev. But I've seen this so many times before.
Yes,
to be honest, like we've talked about him having more and more like physical issues and like maybe some small crises, but I think mostly it's been like something that happens mid-match, and then after 10 minutes he's more or less fine. It's never really been he gets exhausted to a point where he cannot play anymore.
Right.
It always stops at some point. I haven't really seen him lose a match because he's unable to.
I mean, again,
and by the way, it was not the same Shanghai edition. Just in order to be clear, because
2013 maybe.
Yeah, 13 was Del Potro, 12 was.
Yeah.
In Cincinnati, it was like in the second or third game against Carlos.
Yeah.
Now I think there's a little bit more logic though, in that he did get more and more physically energized as the match went on, not because he was getting up in the scoreboard, but it was also the temperature and the heat that he was suffering with for the first set and a half, if you like, and actually that once things cooled down, of course, remember he got some treatment midway through the second set there as well, when he was a set and a break down.
That was so good. Sorry, that was so good. The shot I loved in particular there. Novak gets a return deep to the Medvedev backhand. Medvedev's defense to get that back deep in a non-attacking position, underrated. Incredibly good defense. And then Novak forced to pull the trigger. So we're back at game point. And Medvedev aces. So we're now 4-3.
He does indeed. The defense from Novak tonight has been stunning at times.
It has been. But I just want to make a point here that if that game had went the way of Novak, I would be feeling very deflated. All of a sudden, I'm pretty excited. This could be going places.
And I think Medvedev got pretty excited too. The reaction that he had after winning this game, sort of getting his racket into the air, he knows how big this is. And also he got the first sign that maybe what he's been doing so far is actually working towards his victory in some way. Of course, I still have my doubts regarding whether some tiredness from Novak is actually going to remain with him for the next 2 hours, because it just never really happened to him. But I think Medvedev definitely got some sort of a signal there.
I'm getting a bit hyped, guys. This is what I was talking about earlier on. The reason this matchup's so fun sometimes is the long rallies get more and more pressured. There's more of a squeeze. Who's going to miss first? I think that's going to start happening here. But as we're kind of touching on, it's probably not going to make or break the match, even if Djokovic feels super tired. Probably comes into the third set, still playing really, really well, and it's just as much of a struggle, and he's definitely, the overwhelming favourite being a setup. But Medvedev's tactics working somewhat, definitely, which is good to see.
That's the picture there of something that just happened a little while ago, right, that you were talking about?
Yes, was, yeah. He's a little over dramatic, isn't he?
No, Jack, no way.
Come on. I certainly think one that comes to mind that I need to mention is when he played Medvedev in the ATP finals last year, and at the beginning of the third set. Do you remember that?
Yes, and I remember Owen talking about it throughout the tournament, saying, although I think Novak has to be the favourite here, he's just got to eventually fall over and not be strong enough to win this tournament. But again, at that point, that was a year ago, and I was like, yeah, but we've seen this so many times before. But go on, Jack. I know what you're going to say, but yeah.
No, exactly what you said there. Exactly what you said there. It's like, you can't fall for that one. I mean, Owen, how many times do you watch Novak Djokovic play? Like, there's no way that, a little bit of a physical hampering is going to stop him winning the match here. But it will cause issues. And I do think that if Medvedev keeps squeezing, keeps going, doesn't experience his own physical issues, which is actually a big if, then he has a chance.
Of course, Novak does have the get-out-of-jail-free card of making things shorter by just serving out wide and coming in for the volley.
He's also got the knowledge that Medvedev's struggling to win any points in his serve at the moment. That's now.
Jack, we're about to see something, and I know it's the only time, and I promise I won't do it again. You're about to see something that hasn't happened for about an hour.
No, that's good. I like it. I like the teaser as well sometimes, I gotta say. First serve out wide. Djokovic with a forehand inside out. He misses.
So what is it we haven't seen for an hour, Jack?
Oh yeah, the point. I'll point one on serve. Yeah, I literally just mentioned it and then failed to highlight.
But I just framed it in a different way rather than this set because, of course, Djokovic held for 6-3 as well, and that would have been probably sometime in that game.
No, I more just mean I failed to highlight the significance of it after just mentioning it. It didn't even occur to me. 30-15. No, sorry, you missed that serve. So Medvedev with half a chance again.
I don't want to give you a teaser now.
Yeah. No. Okay, good. That always gets me a bit excited. Here we go. Maybe a hot shot.
Not because of that. I'm gonna tell you after you see the point.
Okay. They're obviously going for a longish one. Hooked forehand from Medvedev. Djokovic with attempted forehand defense, really good, but Medvedev nets a forehand. That was pretty tough, to be fair. 30-15. Go on, Damien.
No, basically what I wanted to say, because he said 30-15. Oh no, he missed that serve. I wanted to say you actually weren't wrong because he is 30-15.
I am a little behind, haven't I?
So Sky is so much so far behind Eurosport, basically. No matter whether it's Lisbon Eurosport or Szczecin Eurosport, they are behind. And I guess Tennis Channel does not show the
ESPN.
ESPN maybe isn't as far behind as Tennis Channel tends to be.
40-15. No danger for Novak at the moment on serve. Hasn't been any danger for a long time. But can Medi take the legs from underneath him, maybe make the service game a wee bit more competitive? He's got a second serve at 40-15. Does he make any headway with it? Novak second serve, out wide to the Medi forehand. Medi's there. Must have been a double fault, right? Yeah, 40-30.
First so another mini chance, I guess, for Medvedev. Not that we saw any one of these in the second set, but there were a few in the first. Not a mini chance to break yet, but at least to make things complicated.
These are the moments that other players this year, bar Alcaraz, haven't been able to squeeze Djokovic. Can Medvedev do it here? Just make the service game a little bit more competitive. Big backhands cross. Novak goes line. Medvedev goes line with a forehand. First time he's done that in a while. Backhands cross though. Goes down the line. Medvedev. And again with a forehand. He's got an opening. Does he take it? He goes cross. But no, they're kind of back to neutral. No, Medvedev's got Novak running a lot now. If he keeps going, probably Djokovic is going to collapse again. Medvedev with a hooked forehand. Not attackable. Djokovic bails out with a drop shot. Medvedev down the line. He is so good when he gets to those drop shots in time. And that's exactly what he wants to see Novak doing. That was an exciting point for me.
It was 28 shots.
And for Medvedev as well, I think. Again, with the reaction from Novak, and also the way he had no business chasing down the last shot.
So this is kind of what I was alluding to, right? You see this matchup get really physical. They get into these long rallies. There's really stacked pressure moments. And then to see it end with a drop shot, almost like a capitulation from Novak, is quite interesting. It's fascinating to see how Medvedev squeezes these.
Terry, I don't think it depends on the bandwidth, because we are watching on TVs for the most part, aren't we?
I'm
on the computer.
On a TV, yeah.
Yeah, me and John are on the TV, so our Eurosport being a little different is actually not on bandwidth, I guess.
I sense we might get some screaming from Djokovic at some point soon, as in, like, if he holds serve here, I can imagine a big roar. I also think there might be a few shouts at his boxes if we keep getting to deuces and advantages either way.
Thank you, Jane, for the donation. $3 for 3K subs. I hope that when we do 100K subs, you're also gonna supply us with $100.
Good to see the first competitive service game of Novak in this second set. Can he close it out here, though? Misses the first serve.
I mean, I don't know if a physical crisis here from Novak is enough for Medvedev to win a match based on that. Probably not, given what we know about the history of Novak being fatigued in matches. However, if it's just enough to give him a set, that's already huge. And that's like the sort of thing that I was alluding to before the event when I was saying that for me, Alcaraz has like a slightly better chance than Djokovic in a best of 5-set match, just because if there's a physical crisis for Djokovic, it's going to mean, let's say, a lost set. And that's already huge. That's already something he might not afford against the very best in the world. And I mean, Medvedev, if anything else, he has basically shown this event that he is among that best in the world, which basically right now stands at Djokovic, Alcaraz, and then maybe you've got Medvedev somewhere around that as well.
I am sensing a tight service game. I hope I'm right. Djokovic misses the wide serve after double faulting the previous point, by the way. So suddenly a lot of pressure on this second serve. I'm sure he'll make it, but it'll be interesting to see what he does with it if he does slide it.
I guess it depends on your TV setup, Terry. I mean, mine does not come from the router.
Does go to the Medvedev forehand, but they're neutral trading forehands at the moment. Medvedev asking Djokovic to go big with his forehand. He does, and he manages to fashion himself a way forward. That was quite a nice point by Djokovic, actually. Again, these are the moments that Medvedev needs to squeeze when other people can't. So big point again. I remember Medvedev saying when he played Alcaraz in that really long game in the fourth set, every time Alcaraz went up that game point, he was saying he can win this game, he can win this game.
2-3 down or something like that? I mean, from Alcaraz's perspective? Or
yeah, I think it was 2-3 down. Yep, for Alcaraz.
That one where at some point Alcaraz just started serving volleying on every point.
Yeah. Okay. Second serve here to work with for Medvedev. To the Medvedev backhand. Starts the rally. They're going cross-court backhands. Djokovic slices. Still going cross-court. Medvedev finding an angle that others maybe couldn't. Goes to the forehand but doesn't do enough with it maybe. Djokovic trying to go big. Off balance. Misses his forehand. He's always off balance after he hits the shot, by the way. Just
yeah.
It's going to be some sort of a discussion with Greg Allensworth. By the way, I saw a tweet on my screen with from Juan Jose, actually, who was on the Talking Tennis stream a few days back, right?
Yep. He was like 2 weeks ago.
And he said that this is the first time he's seeing this umpire, which is quite weird to me. I feel like he's been umpiring so many big matches. But anyway, also Jane says, it's nice and cool today. Medi can run all day. And this is definitely not the Medvedev that we saw in the Rublev quarter, right? when even though he won in straights, he was down the break in every set and he was struggling physically a ton. Rublev was also doing that, but I actually think Medvedev was the one who was more hampered. But yeah, today, no sign of it, basically. So that's what Medvedev will be hoping for, that he actually is able to run like this all day with Novak.
That is quite a famous umpire, by the way.
Exactly.
Quite well known.
I was really surprised with this because I feel like he, even though he hasn't umpired in a US Open final, I think in the past, he's umpired so many big matches by now. He's not like a challenger umpire, I know from that, So I'm surprised by that. Just
Joker bails out of the point with another drop shot. Medvedev never going to miss the overhead at whatever octopus height he has got with that reach, and it's break point.
First one of the match.
Brad Gilbert on Twitter, by the way, says that the LED machine has had an absolutely terrible tournament. Calls phantom LEDs all the time.
That was what Novak was miffed about there. It would have been a very good serve if it hadn't been called let. So pretty controversial if it did not touch the net. I'll talk through this break point.
No. Just another tweet that I just read was actually that Djokovic, that even more surprising than seeing Djokovic this exhausted after just 90 minutes, no matter how tough the conditions are, is how he didn't even bother to hide it from Medvedev, which I think is also a weird tweet because usually Djokovic doesn't hide his fatigue.
No, he doesn't.
Right?
Who said that? Juan Jose?
No, that's not Juan Jose. I'm not just gonna keep picking on Juan Jose. This is actually a friend of mine, Gaspar from Portugal. He's like more interesting Jose Morgado.
But what a half volley that was.
Yeah, that was very nice. It was quite nice. Actually, maybe it wasn't quite as hard as it looked, but it was still very nice. Medvedev's backhand I was actually more impressed with, just getting the angle on it, but Novak was there in plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, actually, his return was good. His return was pretty good.
Yeah.
And I do think that's what he needs to kind of do with some of the serve volleys that Novak is going to. And it's something I've been saying since Wimbledon, because Wimbledon, the narrative was always got to change something, and I don't think he can. And he tried changing it at Wimbledon, and it just got uglier. I think that the thing that Medvedev has to do is he just has to pick his moments to be, maybe as soon as he sees Djokovic running towards the net, just go for it on the return. Don't give him. I know he's being pushed out wide and all the rest of it, and it's easier said than done.
He does.
No, but it was a great return. Like there wasn't really that much more that he could have done with it. You know?
Agree.
But Djokovic is having a lot of success shortening the rallies here, and also to the guys in the chat, I don't think he's really faking. I think he is really exhausted, but at the same time, I think some of his reactions could be a bit more theatrical, yes, than they must be. Like, he's definitely not hiding it. That's why I referred to that tweet, because he's never really done that. And the same goes for like Monfils, Murray as well. A lot of the time, like, these guys are often very willing to show that they're exhausted to the other player. Whether that's
not to,
right. I mean, they are actually very tired in these spots. They're definitely not afraid to show it though. That they want the other guy to see.
Djokovic rips his shirt off. Excitement. And that was obviously a joke. And Matthew McConaughey with the backwards hand clap. That's I don't know. I love that. It's super stylish. Yeah.
How do you do that? I'm gonna test it at the Szczecin Challenger tomorrow. I often clap just at my thigh or something, at my leg. Especially when I have my phone in my hand, and then you kind of have to figure something out quickly, or maybe a water bottle in your hand.
Not the best volley from Medvedev. Makes Novak's volleys look a lot better. Obviously, you sometimes underrate them, but actually, when you see Medvedev come up for a volley like that, you kind of realize it's not as easy as it looks. But good time to come forward, I guess. He did what he could with that and Novak was forced to hit a lob wide. Oh my God, backed all the way up there though, Medvedev. Good chance to come in, all the way back to the baseline. Decides not to go forward. Big backhand down the line. Can he still win this point? Medvedev needs a hold here. He absolutely needs a hold. So this is a big point. Djokovic misses the down the line. Do we know any ideas what is going on with the Djokovic camp at the moment?
Nope.
No,
Sorry,
they haven't been showing it too much on my feed.
I just saw them look at the camp for the first time, actually. And why? What was your interpretation of that last image we saw on TV?
I saw Marco Panici and Goran Ivanisevic miming backhands. I don't know.
Okay.
Teaching him a backhand on the spot. I don't know, or maybe
I don't know if Goran is actually the right person to do that. He could teach him a volley or a serve, and he actually did very possibly. But a backhand, and especially being a lefty, I don't know.
Maybe it was an implication that the down the line is not a bad idea, I guess, and just keep trusting in it.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like when Medvedev wins a point like easily here, so for example, like I don't know, for Freddie Love or something, he actually would want it to go a little bit longer.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Sometimes he doesn't go for it on the +1 forehand, for example, and I'm like, okay, I know he has like wonky technique. I know it's not exactly what he wants. What he it's not exactly something that he's gonna try to do, extend the points in that way, but in a way it could actually lead to a benefit for him. But yeah, he obviously needs that set 100%. If he doesn't get it, it could be like the Wimbledon final, for example, where Alcaraz goes 2-1 up, Djokovic looks lost and fatigued to beyond possible return in the third set, and then suddenly he's okay. So I just think winning this one from 2 sets to down would be still extremely tough, even if we presume that Djokovic is going to be very tired, which again I don't think he will be for the rest of the match. He could be for a few minutes, he could be for a few games, but not for the rest of the match, not yet at least. Game to love for a change, Terry. Do you want to change the stream or?
Yeah, game to love for a change, as he says, because Medvedev has just held for 5-4. So again, it's going to be an interesting hold potentially for Novak. But Novak being Novak, I still wouldn't be surprised if this goes to a tie break and then he goes up early in the third early break. But we'll see.
Important moments. Do we think Medvedev's breaking here?
No.
Just no.
It's likely. It's fairly likely. It's more likely than it was. It's exactly as likely as it was, I guess, in the 4-3 game from Medvedev's perspective.
I think so too.
No. If you can just get the serve back in play, and it's not like a serve and volley from Djokovic, or like not something that puts him in an advantageous position instantly, then he should have a shot here.
Yeah. But you're right, serve and volley is still a pretty high win percentage play.
And the last game of Djokovic, like the last few points, he was at the net constantly. He was just also the drop shot that he played, which was actually awful, but it just shows you that he is trying to make the points really short now.
Yeah.
I think there's a net cord there as well. I know you're a few seconds behind, Jack, but I don't think I'm spoiling much by saying another net cord.
Yeah, not really.
A phantom net cord.
Oh, so it's another net cord? Oh wow.
The first one was net cord. Was the second one net cord as well?
I believe so, although I can't be sure.
Yeah, it was. Shot got the speedometer went off. Here we go, Novak with a serve down the tee. Misses it, second serve. Again, I think you're right. Damien. I mean, I'm not expecting Medvedev to take on much risk here. Just keep trying to make Novak nice and tired. Yeah, spins the forehand into play. I
don't think he should be risking here. Yeah, sometimes you could probably argue in this match that he should have been playing more aggressively, but in this one, like, I think it's just fine going for big targets and just try to get the serve back in play and see what Novak does with it. Obviously, unless it's Novak charging the net, that's when you actually have to come up with something.
A tired final backhand there from Novak. Not surprising, having to be like drawn all the way over the court like that.
So, for having not won a point on Novak's serve for about an hour or whatever it was, he's now done it in 2 games in quick succession.
Yeah, more than that, though. It's just the way the dynamic of the points is playing out now. It was so much easier for Novak, but all of a sudden, again, it's the conditions. They are very hot, very heavy. It's more about how heavy it is. It's just tough for Novak to breathe. But obviously, he had problems with that early in his career, but we've seen it at the US Open. Short forehand for Novak. Can he do enough with it? It's a lob. It's a Djoko smash. And he makes it.
Even for Djokovic, I think that smash was just about to come.
Even if you're Djokovic, you cannot miss that now.
No.
Although he has that one against Nishikori on clay, but even that one was, I think, tougher.
I think another one you mean. Did Nishikori not just like stop
He lets
playing?
It bounce. He lets it bounce, and then it's Madrid or Rome. I can't remember. I think he actually has 2. There's a missed smash by Nishikori from Nishikori versus Djokovic in Madrid or Rome, and there's also a missed smash by Djokovic in one of these. I cannot remember which one.
Interesting to see Djokovic going for the serve and volley down the tee there, but obviously missed the first serve and then uses the second serve slider to start the point. Medvedev coming into the net out of absolutely nowhere. Medvedev! That's annoying.
Weird. So weird. There wasn't even an approach there. There wasn't even one to approach on. I've seen other times he's 3 feet inside the baseline. I'm thinking, okay, he's got to come in here. And he sort of quickly dashes back to the baseline. On that one, that wasn't an approach. And he's not an approacher. So what are you doing approaching? You're not a bloody train.
It's just it's the surprise factor of Medvedev. He likes to keep opponents on their toes. But that's, I've seen him do that before. And rarely I've been like, oh, that was a good idea. 30-15.
Some tired second serves here from Novak. I know we're sort of repeating the same thing, albeit in different forms, but these second serves are laboured.
Not quite seen it yet. Maybe the point's not even over yet. Yeah, I feel that was pretty slow. Another let, I guess. Here we go. Jeez,
Have you seen the point already, or
no? Still no.
Okay.
Here we go. Second serve. Made it backhand. Goes for the 7 volley. Novak made it with a chance of a lob, but no.
Yeah.
I
That's what I was waiting for. Just to say that Medvedev's attempt at passing him here was just extremely lame. There's, there really wasn't any pressure on Medvedev, despite Novak being at the net. He could have done plenty of things with his ball.
Yeah,
just plays it Novak like a very comfortable put away volley. I don't know. Not the greatest of efforts. Could be tough sometimes with shots like Medvedev's, I guess, but he should be a better passer than he is, I guess, at least in this match so far. It will obviously be tough for him on return, but when someone gets to the net like this...
Yeah, 100%. It was a pretty slow ball. I think he should have, but...
Guys with like super long backswings, I guess, always have issues with that. Making their strokes more compact when it's needed.
Yeah, I get that.
Team was one of the worst passers in the sport a few years back. and like really, because he just kept hitting the same stroke every time.
Who?
Team.
Our team.
40-30, regulation backhand missed by Novak there. Again, maybe starting to tire a little bit.
You're about to see a net cord, okay? Again, I don't think I spoiled anything, but I'm wondering if Brad Gilbert's eyes can see this net cord. Just wait for it.
Jesus.
Brad Gilbert, the superstar coach that he is, he's probably in the stands, right? So he has a better outlook on this than we do. But let's remember Pereriba, by the way. Another part of my conversation about the US Open that I had today in the Szczecin Challenger crowd was Pereriba, and how one of my friends just started bringing this up, said, how they keep mentioning Brad Gilbert regarding, how Coco Gauff has improved. And I was already, you don't have to speak anymore. I know exactly what you mean. Pereriba should get the same credit, because we have no idea what exactly is helping out Coco Gauff. But I think this has been changing a little bit, so that's good. On my feed yesterday, they even showed Pereriba, Coco Gauff coach.
Yeah.
That's already a start.
I know what Jack was going to say, though. Big hold there in the end from Novak.
Yeah.
Very big hold. And he takes the first point of the service game, love 15. So Medvedev under immediate pressure. Lovely backhand down the line, though, from Medvedev. Finally, kind of, maybe starting to tap into his best level here, Medvedev. Arguably, we haven't really seen it for the entirety of the match. Goes inside out with the backhand now. He's finding good rhythm in that shot. Long rally, though. Big result here for whoever takes it, really. Forehand crosses, and Medvedev eventually gets the forced error from Novak as he tries to go a little bit too big on the forehand.
And those screams that I suggested will be en route have now arrived. I mean, maybe it's not the biggest prediction of all time, but...
Seeing a lot of exasperated faces in the Novak camp. There's not much you can really do from the Novak camp, is there? You just take the screams, basically. That's fantastic from Novak there. Really good backhand down the line. Really put Medvedev under a ton of pressure. And then back behind with the forehand to finish the point. If you were Medvedev here, John, did you serve wide or did you serve T? Oh, you've probably seen it already, actually.
I've seen it. Yeah. But I love that game. When we were at Wimbledon on the hill, that was great.
Yeah.
So at least we were watching the same screen and the same thing.
Yeah. We didn't do it with Liam Brody, of course.
No, although I think I did at one point and got it pretty wildly wrong. And I just said, I think we might see a couple of serve and volleys. So not predicting which way, but I tell you why. It's not because Liam Brody's known for it. It's just that I think Dave Samuel's a bit old school when it comes to serving and volleying and pressure moments and stuff like that. But Dave Samuel thinks, of course, hindsight 2020, but Dave Samuel thinks Federer should have done 2 serve and volleys when he had the 2 match points at Wimbledon in 2019, 2 championship points against Novak.
Probably would have worked, but yeah, hindsight's 2020.
Yeah.
Oh, Damien, you're on mute. There we go, you're back.
If you play it on 2 points and there's so much pressure on Djokovic there, maybe. I don't know. Obviously, it's really all luck based in such situations too,
I mean, he did come into the net, to be fair, just off the wrong shot.
Yeah. Well, wrong shot, but if you think about his match point against Murray at Wimbledon, right, 2012. I'm sorry, Jack, for bringing this up again.
That's okay, don't
but
worry.
it's actually just a coincidence. But like, it wasn't that much better. It was a little bit better, but there also Andy missed like a passing shot, right?
Yeah.
It was a slightly better placed shot, but it wasn't all that much better.
This is a mental rally. I cannot believe Medvedev's lost that though. Oh, for goodness sakes.
Just hand it to him on the plate.
Daniil, come on.
Yeah, I think better than Prime Federer is only New Nurlan. Yes, indeed. You're right.
It was awkward.
Kept hitting it back to Nole. There was sort of 2 or 3 there.
I know, Elena. I couldn't sleep for like 2 days after this match. Not my finest moment, I gotta say. But after some time, I can keep saying that Federer basically won the 2019 Wimbledon, just as Medvedev basically won the 2022 Australian Open.
That's what everybody says.
Which I think is true, actually. I know they didn't actually win it, but in some discussions we can actually say that this is more or less as if they won it, because they were really there with the level, right? They had the level, they had the opportunity to win it.
Of course.
It's not like they were outplayed completely.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, I have my biases, so that's fine, and I'm fine with those being highlighted here. But would you not say that Federer was comfortably the better player against Novak in 2019? And yet...
Overall, throughout the match, yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. And yet...
Djokovic only broke him in the 4th set.
Right, and there was a set
it was
when
2-5 down, yeah.
And yet, would you not say that the 2022 one was knife edge, pretty much? Yes, Medvedev was better in the 2 sets that he won. Rafa was much better in the 2 sets that he won. I would even say... actually, I would even go as far as to say this. There's an argument that Rafa was the better player in the 2nd set and should have won.
Yeah, I wanted to say that. Yeah, actually, the 2nd set was super tight, and Nadal could have won it. But with the lead that Medvedev did, that Medvedev had, and also the fact that the 5th set was not really close at all, People sometimes say that Medvedev still had a chance to win the 5th. No, he didn't. He was barely moving in the 4th and 5th set. He did not have a single shot to win that. I know he. I know he was
after Rafa.
I know he came back, but it was totally random. Like, he literally had 0 chances if Rafa just played, kept his head straight.
I agree, but then you're thinking
people don't remember that really he was struggling hard in that one,
But it still took a mammoth passing shot from Rafa at the beginning, or some point in I think 3-2 in the 2nd set, when Mark Petrie says that's the best shot he's ever hit. I don't know if you remember that commentary.
Not the 4th set, I think I know exactly the one you mean.
No, it's the 5th set.
I don't.
Set, the one down the line.
5th set, sorry, it was the 5th set. I know the one you mean. I know exactly.
And that's the one when he breaks.
I don't remember that.
No, because you'll have been listening to some Polish dude, I guess.
No, actually, I was actually watching that in Gdańsk, and was certainly on either no commentary or English commentary.
I was actually watching it in Hungary, so actually my live commentary was Hungarian, but I watched it many times since. You'll be unsurprised.
It was a stunner down the line, wasn't it?
Yeah, on the run. Yeah.
Over the course of the next month, I'm probably going to keep watching the highlights of Krzysztof Ratajski winning the European Tour today. But, however, I've watched a lot of the Federer 2017 Australian Open final against Nadal. Like, that's when I've watched countless times, honestly. And
I haven't watched it countless times, but despite it, going Federer's way, I've also watched it a fair bit, including a year ago, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you check out in the archives. We did a Federer week when he announced his retirement, and we analyzed that match to some extent as well. Anyway, that's the past. Let's jump back to 11th. I was going to say 11th. Well, it is 11th of September where Damien is, and it says 11th of September on my laptop, but that's because my laptop is an hour ahead of actually where I am in Lisbon. But there we go. That's not really relevant. What is relevant is that Djokovic, once again, is serving to stay in this 2nd set.
11th of September is also not exactly a pleasant date to be mentioned.
No, especially New York. Indeed. Reminds me of an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm where the rabbi has a picture of somebody on his desk, and Larry says to him, who's that? That's my nephew. And the rabbi then says, yeah, he died on 11th of September or September 11th. And Larry's like, oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry. And then he's like, yeah, it was a motorbike accident uptown. And it's like, and then Larry's like, well, you can't claim that. You can't. I don't September 11th. Yeah. Anyway, 15 all. Oh, sorry, I've just told you what happens next.
I'll just say that because of the stupid American date system, I always have to stop and think whether it's the 11th of September or the other day.
I'll give them anything just about, I don't mind if they say awesome, if they spell color, or don't care. It really doesn't matter. But that is probably the one. I mean, that just doesn't, it's just confusing. It doesn't make any sense. If it's, for example, the 6th of September, you don't know. You sort of go, hang on a sec, what is this one? Or even if it's the 6th of June, or I don't know, what the hell. Anyway, that aside, 15 all.
Good first point from Medvedev, by the way. Really enjoyed that. Again, not messing up the overhead this time.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that, Roland. I have no clue what my real innate accent is, but I could say words like, I don't know, blimey or bollocks, but I cannot speak in an accent.
That clip that I don't know if Jack's heard it, where you go, "What on earth are you saying, mate?" Or something about Jack. Jack, what are you talking about, mate? Do you know the clip I mean, Damien?
Yeah, I know. So
I don't know
if
Jack
think it was Australian. Or...
No, I don't know.
It sounded. You do know what it's here.
I don't.
Oh, okay. It sounded like it was an English sort of London accent.
Because you said that Alcaraz was not going to win 10 slams or more, and I'm basically saying there, Jack, what the hell are you talking about, mate?
Those are the exact
basically what I said.
But it sounded kind of like an English accent to me when you did it.
Okay.
The word you might think you might associate with Australia, but the way it was being said was not an Aussie accent, mate. That's more like that.
Yeah, right? I have no clue about my accent, frankly. I know it's not particularly giving anything, I guess. Not saying that it's giving, native speaker or something, but I don't think people guess where I am from.
Is that cramps potentially from Djokovic there?
Potentially.
Struggling to push up into the kicker a little bit, possibly. I think that's why he's struggling with the second serve a wee bit. Double faulted to go to 30 all. I didn't realise McConaughey was in the Novak box. So yeah, he obviously is a Novak fan then. Yeah.
That's why he was so responsive to Novak, winning points.
That's why he was in the back with hand clap.
Yeah.
How many serving volleys has Novak won? Probably literally all of them. I can't remember one that he's lost. Genuinely. So it does look like we're going to a tiebreak, and I feel like every Novak tiebreak this season has been pretty interesting. I've just always been very interested when it does come to. You just want to see, does he make a mistake? Does he not make a mistake? And pretty much the answer is always the former.
Our friend Srihari going to bed after this set, regardless of the results. That's interesting.
He's not.
I mean, that's what he says. But
he's going to watch it. He's going to watch it on TV.
He says that he's running on fumes as he didn't sleep much at all a couple of days ago.
Trust me, he's not. Also, when he tells you that he's divided and he's not sure who he wants to win, he has a favourite.
Of course he has one. Of course he has one.
I mean, it's like when I think of players on tour who I have soft spots for. Yeah, there's plenty, or a few anyway. And he has soft spots for players, but there's only one that he supports. Yeah. If that makes sense.
I mean, there's two really, and both of them are in the final. But I think one overvalues the other.
What's that? Sorry, you think he has two?
Yeah.
No, he used to have on his Twitter page about how he's a fan of Felix, Medvedev, Hurkacz. He's one of those.
Felix and Hurkacz, I don't think so, but Medvedev and Djokovic, yes.
Medvedev, Felix, and Hurkacz were there.
I mean, I'm not saying they weren't there. I'm just saying, for me, he's a Medvedev Djokovic fan. That's how I read him.
No, I don't. I just know how these things work. I know he's got a soft spot, but
this is
he wrote on Twitter today. He wrote on Twitter today who he wanted to win.
I think I know. Again, I think I could guess. This is a big point, and I hope that the silence hasn't suggested it's not over yet, because it's still going on my screen. It's a big backhand down the line, and it forces the error, which means we're now at set point Medvedev. I appreciate you guys not responding to the point, by the way, because I genuinely didn't know who was going to win it from the fact you hadn't reacted. So I thank you very much for that. I'll talk us through this point.
Please.
This match could be about to get very juicy.
The point hasn't even started for us yet, because
Oh, Christ.
Yeah.
Novak's probably missed his first serve, and then the crowd must be up to.
Now it's finished for us, but I'm not gonna tell you how.
Short point. Unlikely Medvedev wins it, but who knows? Here we go. First serve. Medvedev or Djokovic gets it down the line. Serve and volley. Medvedev with a chance at a pass. Djokovic is there. He's there.
Yeah, I mean the passing shot game again from Daniil could have been much stronger.
Definitely could have been.
Sort of gone more down the line than the body, but
yeah, there really was no chance he was winning the point going there. I think. I mean, unless Novak, doesn't react in time. But
he was trying to force the error, definitely.
Yeah, he was so far out of the court. Like wherever really Novak got it back to, he was not getting there.
I did wonder if we were going to get the first serve volley point that Novak didn't win, and at such an interesting moment too.
Yeah, that was big. And Djokovic has been struggling on all of his serves at the moment. The first serve not landing quite as much as he would have liked, so that was big on the set point. But he's got another second serve here at Deuce. Medvedev looking to attack with a forehand here. He gets it down the line. Manages to get Djokovic on the run immediately. Forehand inside out from Medvedev, but I think we're already back to neutral. We are. So they're training backhands cross now. Medvedev maybe sensing his moment, no. Make Novak continue to work. Still going backhands cross. He's not bailing out of that, so Novak does first. Medvedev gets the first forehand, but doesn't do enough with it, so they're back to backhands cross. My stream's frozen. We're back. Medvedev now forehand cross court. Djokovic attacks. Medvedev slices, and it's into the net. That was annoying, but I got the gist of what happened.
Yeah, at times in that rally, I was thinking to myself, yep, this makes sense. You got to do the rally stuff, and we see how Novak is struggling. But I still think you need to push Novak around a little bit. Push him from side to side. So play with margin, but maybe don't just always go down the middle as he did on that rally.
Yeah. Who has better backhand from Nerland, Federer or Novak?
Obviously Novak.
No,
that's not really a question. I thought it was going to be who has better backhand, Novak or Daniil. And then
that's what I thought. Yeah.
Depends how you look at it. Probably Novak, but there are some things that Daniil does better. And Federer, Novak, no, that's
no contest.
You've got the best backhand ever, and you've got just a great shot, but compared to the rest of his skill sets, a weakness even at times.
Regulation backhand miss from the greatest backhand of all time to go to Deuce. Daniil again psyching himself up, probably thinking he can win this game. On a knife edge at the moment. The tension is palpable. Talk through this one. It's a big point. Novak gets the first serve out wide. It's a serve and volley. He was probably going to get tested had Medvedev made the return, but he did net it. So he wasn't asked the question.
I just felt, though, Medi may even have got distracted by the serve volley run. I don't know. I don't know. If Novak stays on the baseline there, I wouldn't be surprised if Medi makes that back somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just I've only seen it once, so it was just my feeling when I watched it live.
Here we go. Game point to Djokovic. Gets it out wide with it must have been a let, right? Took a funny bounce. Yeah, it was a let. So we're back to two serves again. Interesting choice of serve, though, in hindsight. A kicker out wide for the first serve. Anyway, here we go.
Yeah, it's still not easy to be playing this as if you're Medvedev, right? Like you want to out-rally Djokovic, but at the same time, how do you actually win the point? You need to rely on Djokovic eventually helping you with something most of the time.
Yeah.
So it's tricky. You really have to have a lot of patience and determination. Sometimes he's struggling with that.
Yeah.
That's what we call a plop shot in Glasgow.
And there's an example of Djokovic helping him, if you like, during these sort of longer rallies.
Not the greatest I've seen in the world. Back to Juice. Again, on a knife edge. Again, it does feel like Medvedev's got a good chance if he can get this set. But
yeah, but it's crucial. Maybe even this game is crucial to the destination of this year's title.
Yeah, we said that the first set was 48 minutes, or something like that. But this set, I mean, it's absolutely massive. If Medvedev loses that, I still don't like his chances to win in 5. Then
you still don't, or you do, Damien?
I still don't. I still don't. I mean, I know I said I know what you're referring to, because that would make sense if we're referring to my pre-match prediction. I'm mostly talking about what I said earlier, just maybe middle of the stream, where I said that I think Djokovic's crisis is not going to last forever, and even if he loses the third set, he's still going to have 2 where he can attack Medvedev quite freely.
Yeah.
And after an unreturnable, we are now at the tiebreak, and yeah, I'm probably with Damien as well. I think he's actually looking a bit better than he was a few minutes ago. That's not to say he won't struggle at points during this tiebreak, but Medvedev wins this tiebreak, and I'll listen to arguments to suggest that Medvedev is the favourite to actually go on and win the match for sure. But if
he loses it, then
and it could be a straight sets loss.
And Djokovic actually still won 4 more points than Medvedev this set, which is
because of how much he dominated the first 7 games, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't feel like it at all, but that's been the case.
You can talk us through the points, Jack, if you want. If you're okay with that, if they're not all 60-shot rallies.
Okay, yeah, I will do. Still taking a while to start up.
Yeah.
Here we go, though. Medvedev serve into the body, misses it, though, so it's a second serve immediately. Here we go, second serve slider. Djokovic with a forehand. Medvedev opens up the court, but he goes back behind with his forehand, does it again. So now Djokovic is on defense, and he does it one more time to win the point. Lovely little set of cross-court forehands there. It was good. Djokovic tiebreak stats, of course, the French Open. We are all well aware he didn't make a single unforced error in 6 or 7 tiebreaks played, whatever it was.
Yeah, over 50 points at some point.
And 25 out of 31 this season. Who has he lost those tiebreaks to? Alcaraz,
Lajovic? Yeah, Lajovic.
Yeah. Struggling apart from that.
Yeah. Probably some matches that he won as well, and he just don't remember that. Enzo Cuoco, obviously, the only player to take a set of him at the Australian Open.
Yes, of course, yeah.
So we've got 3 of them.
Backhand regulation miss from Novak, so the unforced errors are alive and well in this tiebreak. I'm still having to think about those other 2.
Yeah.
It'll come to me, I think.
Mahac, no, right? That said that he won that he lost against Mahac. I don't think it was a tiebreak.
I don't think so either, no.
Are you sure it's 6?
It's 5.
Oh, it's 5.
5. 25 out of 30.
So Alcaraz, Lajovic, and Cuoco are the only ones we got?
That's all we got, yeah.
Sebi Korda, Adelaide.
Nice. Yep. Sebi Korda, Adelaide. And then we're missing 1.
These are just tiebreaks he lost, irrespective of whether he won.
Tiebreaks he lost this this match. This year, Jesus. This year, yeah. And we are missing one currently.
Good short ball offense there from Novak. Wasn't going to lose from there for sure. 2-1 though. Medvedev still has the mini break advantage, so can he make it count? Stan Smith misses the catch. Poor Stan. Good block return from Novak, so a slice cross court though. We're in neutral for sure. Medvedev trying to take control of his forehand, but he doesn't. Slice from Djokovic again. Medvedev gets it in play though. Trying to take control again with his forehand. Medvedev's had plenty of chances here. Runs round his backhand, trying to take control of the forehand once more. Eventually forces the error from Novak, who has to stretch for that penultimate one.
He lost a set to Rublev. It wasn't on a tiebreak, though, was it? At Wimbledon, I mean.
No. At Wimbledon, he did not lose a single tiebreak other than the Alcaraz one.
Okay,
it's true.
Alcaraz, Kwako, Korda, and Lajovic, right? That's what we said. And there's one more.
There's one more.
One more. He didn't lose 2 to Lajovic, did he? No, it was
No, he didn't. No.
Carlos at RG second set was 7-5, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that was crap.
Yeah.
That was a crap +1 forehand from Medvedev.
Agreed. Yeah.
Little cheap. Can't give anything for free in these moments.
Yeah.
Seriously on a knife edge now. Huge point here. With Djokovic down 2-3. Can he come up with the unreturnable? He did to close out that 6-5 game. He doesn't here, Medvedev. Oh, he does. Medvedev misses that.
Yeah. Again, I would have expected Medvedev to get that back in play somehow. 3-3. It was just a feeling at when he had the mini break. It was like he's really got to put the foot down here a little bit with the mini break and maybe even make it a double mini break. And a sort of 4-2, 5-1 advantage as they switched ends would have been something very encouraging. Now, just because of the way that the tiebreak has gone, Djokovic is the slight favourite now for this tiebreak. In fact, maybe even more than slight, bearing in mind his tiebreak record.
Yeah, I'll still say slight. I think let's keep the faith. 54 points to 51 in this set. It's been over 100 points in a set. Of course, the minimum you could possibly play is 24. So,
I guess Medvedev has only lost 6 tiebreaks this year himself, so it's not that much of a difference even.
I got 9 actually. I saw 9, Damien.
Really?
Yeah, is there multiple tiebreaks per match maybe?
Oh, I did not notice him losing 2 to Korda. Yeah, you're right. And I guess I missed one more. Yeah. No, never mind. I was just doing it, manually and.
Big point there from Novak, serve volley again, gets in the
Jere
point
as well is another one I missed.
Jere, yeah.
You're right, yeah, so 9.
Must have been 100% record serve volleying so far. Honestly, don't think he's lost 1 point, genuinely.
Possibly, yeah. I don't remember one.
Second serve, 3-4 down Medvedev. The return is made, he's on the back foot. But he's still in play. He's got to do something different here. Not different, but he's got to find a way. Whatever he does, backhand down the line, it's not enough. Forehand cross court from Medvedev. Completely neutral at the moment, though. Djokovic taking a little bit of control of a backhand cross. Now backhand line. Medvedev's on the run. Djokovic goes big, probably for one of the hardest shots in the game. Kind of on the run, forehand down the line. And he doesn't make it.
Could use a big serve now, for all.
Again, touch on that. The juice court has been the more successful side for Medvedev. Seems to be getting joy hitting both spots. So go for his old favourite. Go down the tee, I think. An absolute bomb, maybe. 1-2-5. No, nowhere near. Slider, still made it. Forehand down the line. Is it enough to take control of the point, Medvedev? He goes inside out. He's still up in the point. Plenty side spin in that one as he flattens it out. goes back behind Djokovic. He's still alive. Please don't mess this up. Kind of an overhead, and we're back to neutral. Goes down the line, Medvedev. He gets Djokovic back on the stretch. Djokovic must be absolutely burning alive right now. He's still in the point, though. Now he's gone big with the backhand cross. Medvedev defends well. It's a drop shot from Djokovic out of nowhere. Amazing redrop. Back behind. That was such a good point. That was probably the point of the match so far.
Point of the match. And I don't know. If
the importance of it as well, right?
Yeah, Jesus.
I don't know if it's Djokovic's court position or he should have anticipated it. My initial and even my secondary reaction, having seen the replays, that redrop was just really special. That's just my reaction and my feeling. Maybe Djokovic could or should have anticipated it. Maybe he was caught by surprise. But yeah, that was pretty special.
It was about the only shot that would have kept Medvedev alive there because he was so far off court.
And therefore, maybe, if you're going to nitpick, maybe Djokovic could have been onto it a bit quicker. But hey, it's still a special point and a special moment in the match.
Well, the redropper was good.
It was very good.
Maybe the only option, but it was definitely executed very well. It wasn't easy to expect the drop shots from Novak in the first place. Like, it was a bit... I mean, it was. I kind of felt like he might be playing a bit of a shorter slice, maybe, instead of it.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Well, I don't know what the intention was, but it definitely came out as a drop shot.
I think it was a drop. I'm not sure, but
I'm not sure either. And that made it tricky for sure for Medvedev.
They're in the rally now. Djokovic did make his second serve. I thought the legs might fail him a little when he went for the kicker there. This is going to be a pretty long one because Novak is struggling to attack the ball at the moment. The legs look tired. Can he make something happen? They're going cross at the moment. Medvedev maybe has his man. Still going cross. Big from Novak, but Medvedev defends well. Back cross again. That's really nice from Novak. So 5-all.
Cranking up the screw there, or turning the screw, whatever the expression is there, Novak, with some big hitting now, I felt.
One too many cross there, maybe?
From Novak?
From Medvedev.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That was our last one. Van Asche in Banja Luka, Alina saying, was the last person we missed.
Yeah, I saw that. I would never have got that. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got that either.
I mean, if you told me to come up with the score line that they had, yes, but nowhere. 6-7, 6-3, 6-2, I think, but it would have taken me a long while.
And for those who didn't see that 5-all point, you probably could have guessed from the juice court. Serve out wide, in for a volley. Medvedev misses the pass.
Again, serve and volley being 100% tactic actually today, rather than a 90% tactic like it was for Carlos.
Yeah. So we're now second set point to go 2 sets to love up. Medvedev throws up the ball, catches it. Here we go, and again. Big serve down the tee. Djokovic blocks it back into play. We're in neutral though. Medvedev nets the backhand. And Djokovic is up 2 sets to love in the US Open final.
There was a sort of moment there of what appeared to me hesitation from Medvedev, as though he thought, okay, maybe it was a short ball, maybe, or not that short, but just it seemed like he thought, oh, hang on a second, it could be a net thing here, but he's not a net guy. And he then finds himself backpedaling a little bit and messes up the backhand.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely in that territory where winning this is by far the biggest win of Medvedev's career. It's the biggest win of the last 5 years on this spot. And I don't know if he can do it, but losing the second set here for Medvedev, being the better player from 4-3 from his perspective.
Novak's physical troubles, which he endured in 2 of his service games, I'm thinking of, maybe not even the final one, but the 2 that preceded that one, they sort of gradually ebbed away, a bit like Medvedev's chances. Even though I know Medvedev had a set point, it wasn't because necessarily that Novak was struggling to reach balls or anything. And and during the tiebreak, he was fine.
I do think, again, the big difference between, I know I've touched on it already, but the big difference between Carlos and Novak's ability to serve and volley is that Novak was able to keep Medvedev honest with the serve down the tee. Because, I mean, against Alcaraz, Medvedev was literally like cheating over every single time. So I don't know if I can really fault him for not cheating over. I do think the fact it was literally like at a 100% play is a little bit difficult to stomach if you're Medvedev or a fan of a good match.
Yeah.
Pretty brutal stuff in that tiebreak to then see it just all fizzle away so quickly. Tough to bounce back from that one as a viewer, right?
Yeah. I kind of feel like just closing down the computer and going to sleep. I'm not going to do that, but that's
Medvedev is actually having a medical timeout, albeit on court. And looking at his team, it doesn't seem like that concerned. I think it's kind of funny how Novak's box is pretty much empty in comparison to Novak's, which is jam-packed, of course. He's just getting some shoulder rubbed down, but I don't think it's anything to be too concerned about. It's just what it is. If Medvedev, if Medvedev wins this set, well, of course it's something, but it does feel like a straight sets win right now. That's what it feels like. But
I mean, go back to the 2019 final. I guess that's all I can think. 2 sets down then. Rafa was playing pretty well.
Yeah. It was 2 sets and a breakdown. It was a breakdown at the beginning of the 3rd set as well.
Yeah. I mean, a plan there wasn't to out physicality. Rafa, you can't do that. So it will be a bit different from then, I guess. And I do wonder if Medvedev will have the character to keep going.
So, did Juan Martín del Potro lose the first 2 sets against Djokovic in a particular match, 6-3, 7-6? Just because he's written a tweet saying 6-3 at 7-6 Djokovic. This score reminds me of something.
Probably his US Open final in 2018, maybe.
Okay, yeah, probably.
And then he lost the last 6-3.
I think so. Yeah, it was about that.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing one, but. Is that Del Potro's only other slam final besides?
Yeah,
I think 2009.
He only made 2. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think. Maybe you all should switch to a dart stream. The darts are done for today, Ghost. Sorry. Challengers right now, also Jane, only the qualifying for Kerry and Santa Cruz. So basically, in Kerry, you've got 2 matches. I would not particularly recommend either. 2 good college players play in action, but they're not like their opponents aren't really that good. Maybe Santa Cruz, Gilbert Clear Jr. against Felix Corwin. That's pretty watchable, I guess, if you really want to switch to something else. But yeah, these are your options at present, actually.
You know what I would do right now if I was Daniil? I would go off court and have a toilet break. How annoyed would Djokovic be to come back and find out his opponent is no longer on the court? Just go off and have a talk. And listen, he's not come back, so I'm going to have a quick toilet break. And he spends 2 minutes off court with the toilet break, that's all. And Novak actually is the one waiting.
So tough to stomach that. The tweet that you put up a second ago.
Yeah,
John,
which one?
And I mean, actually, you've got a point, but maybe Daniil just wants to get started with this as soon as possible. The one about Novak when he is fatigued, how well he plays compared to how he looks.
Maybe.
Yeah, from Owen. Yeah. I definitely feel that right now. He is still playing really well, and actually, straight sets doesn't feel too far away.
Yeah, no, he's fine now, and of course as he got better with one or two changeovers, if you like. You can that the changeovers are an element of tennis that I think is forgotten about and sometimes underrated. And yeah, because you can that 60, 90 seconds, whatever, it's a nice recuperation that you don't get during the game, so you can be puffed out but get over the line. Yeah, of course it will eventually take its toll. I'm not saying it won't, but I do think that is an underrated element that people forget about when they're watching a guy really tired at one point, and then he does sort of recover from that, if you like. A couple of quick service games, and winning a tiebreak can also rejuvenate too. And of course, the 5 minutes between the end of the end of the tiebreak and then begin the next set. I mean, you can get a lot of energy back in that time.
Indeed. Give me a second. I'll get a refreshment.
Sure.
Yeah, when it comes to celebrity spotting, I just saw this video on my Twitter, and I'm like, oh, there's this actor that I know in this photo, and then I see that someone says Kylie Jenner at the US Open because apparently she's also there, and I just don't know how she looks.
Medvedev, what are you doing? There was a cross-court option here, I thought, that was just waiting for him. And he could have won, I think, his first serve portfolio, I think it was. But he didn't, and it's 15-love Novak. So Jack may well come back and he'll be a point behind, but right now we've got Novak approaching the net, but it's probably largely because of the nature of the return, or at least partly because of that, and he puts the forehand away anyway, so it's 30-love. Yeah, I think the Ben Novak thing is pretty much done now. What surprises me is how Novak fans want it to continue. I mean, I saw one Novak fan saying that he hated Ben. And I thought that was a bit strong, bearing in mind Novak's press conference afterwards was like, no, he's fine. I like him a lot. Which is not something I think you say when you have that much despise, allegedly, for your opponent. And I don't think he does. Okay, 40-love, 3 game points here. He's gone long on the first serve. Again, a comfortable hold would fit the narrative of us edging towards a straight sets win here for Novak. Although he does put that backhand wide. So it's 40-15.
Someone who is hoping that this match is done in 3 is Jürgen Melzer.
Or 4.
Or 4. I don't. Or 5. Honestly, as long as Novak Djokovic is the winner, that's what Jürgen Melzer is going to be hoping.
Nolan says he's given up on the match. He's just listening to us from now on. We will go off at tangents, but we may remind you of this this final at various points. In 72 Grand Slam appearances, Novak Djokovic has reached the finals 50% of the time. So he's actually, 36 out of 76 Grand Slams, he's made the final.
Yeah, I know the athlete, the father of Kylie Jenner, actually. Don't know. But yeah, I know who you mean. Gold medal in the Olympics in decathlon.
Greg Gilbert is courtside and he's got his phone out, so I don't know if that means he's tweeting.
I take it I've missed 3 serving volleys from Novak.
It was game to 15. One of them was...
You definitely missed a very short game. Yeah, that's basically all you need to know. I am feeling a little down on this match right now. And only a Medvedev break anytime soon, like sometime soon, can actually get me back on it.
We need an easy third set for Medvedev. relatively.
Evening, Jeffro. Wouldn't you rather watch a Sebastian Baez Novak Djokovic match right now? I mentioned that actually a couple of hours ago because we said that Novak does not like the guys who are fist pumping and commanding, vamosing after every point. So I think Sebastian Baez would have a good shot at just frustrating him. Has Baez played Djokovic? Off the top of my head, I don't remember much like that. But
I'm almost certain no. I cannot remember him playing Djokovic.
Yeah, me either. So he hasn't played Djokovic, he hasn't played Federer, he hasn't played Nadal. Unlucky guy. I mean, lucky guy in a way, but at the same time, wouldn't you want to play at least one of the big three before getting retired? I would.
Yeah.
He has played Alcaraz though, so he has played one of the soon-to-be greats who is surely winning more than 10 slams.
Yeah, and could end up being a big one at some point. We'll see. We'll see if he gets some big challenges. I think he'll have challenges, but they'll just come from everywhere. But he'll be the one who's constantly there. At least that's
I
how
don't know if he's going to have challenges, because challenges are going to be basically eliminated with the electronic line calling.
Yeah.
There's no. I'm sorry. I wasn't going to spoil something. Okay, I'm going to leave it to for you, Jack, to watch this. But
okay.
The shot selection.
I mean.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Drive volley. Joko smash? No. Joko smash. Oh, for goodness sakes.
He has to win something with Djokovic at the net at some point,
I know. He keeps going back behind them.
And these are not great attempts at, going at the player and forcing them to move out of the way, or I don't know, or maybe just step around it a bit. No, they're not.
Novak going to the other side of the net to help him, and then Medvedev shooing him away reminds me a lot of when he fell over against Zverev at the start of the year, and he'd literally it looked like he'd really done damage to himself. And when Zverev tried to pick him up, Medvedev was obviously like, "Don't touch me! My leg's really injured. I don't want to get up right now."
Yeah, I also would prefer, and maybe Medvedev is thinking this right now. He doesn't want to get into a scenario where this becomes a bit too friendly, if you like. I know him and Djokovic have a great relationship off court, but I think he needs to just stay out of that potentially.
100%.
And hi to Snehil as well. Yeah, I'm still in touch with Ben and JG as well. We're still in touch from time to time. But nice to have you on board. Make sure you hit the like button.
At this stage, Medvedev is really just hoping to outlast Novak somehow. It doesn't feel like there's anything else that he can really do.
And I would even say they look at least equally tired right now. Maybe even right now, just in this particular moment, it's actually Medvedev who looks laboured.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is he looking tired? I mean, on my screen, he's looking pretty bright.
That last shot that went wide and the stumble as well at the net.
Yeah, it was a step late to that one, maybe. Yeah, there's an anticlimactic set brewing for me, I feel, but I would love to see a one last hurrah from Medvedev, and maybe a slight change in tactics. Maybe he does need to go a little more aggressive. I don't know if you're really going to take the legs completely from Novak.
Ghosty, you can move to Europe and actually play tennis, where concentration comes. So, feel invited.
I'm not sure Ghost has ever been to Europe, and I don't think he will come.
America is not the world,
No, but he's been to Asia, I know that.
Ghosty, Russians don't change tactics. Maybe not, because he seemed to outlast Novak in that 30-15 point there. Maybe he does trust. Reminder that Medvedev is still to break serve, and a massive component of that now has been that serving volley in the juice court that Novak has just went straight back to, and Medvedev sprayed another return, and now it's 40-30.
I really think that Medvedev might not win another point this match with Novak at the net. That's how it's looking right now.
Well, he hasn't won one at all, has he yet?
Not seven.
He has won a few, like two of them.
Volley, no. Yeah, seven
two
volley.
Of them, maybe.
Yeah, but literally none serve and volleying. And yes, I think it actually is 2.
No, actually it's 4 by now. 32 out of 36 for Novak at the net, apparently. But, it can also be pretty controversial. Like, what do we count as a net point?
It's still about that. It gives us a ballpark figure, and
around 90%. Let's say that. And he has not hit an unforced error of the volley either, or of the smash. So,
where are these stats coming from, Damien?
The US Open website.
Oh, is it on the US Open website?
Yeah.
I'm just never as impressed by the US Open website stats as I am by French Open, Australia. But
I mean, it's the same basically. The sort of formatting and the provider is the same.
I'm checking it out. Yeah, the serve and volley thing is annoying me. I really did think Medvedev could do a bit better in that department. It's been underwhelming to see how many he's not been able to counter.
No, Gusty, I have not left the continent ever.
I mean, maybe Carlos should have done it more. Yeah, and Vanch is highlighting. Maybe he's read Del Potro's tweet because he's also highlighting that final from 2018.
Oh, my TV has actually turned itself off. I think it's the fact that I haven't touched it in like 2 hours.
Oh, yeah, I know that. Yeah. Mine hasn't turned itself off, not yet anyway.
So Ghibli, did Alcaraz not hit spots as well as this on that serve? He did hit the slider pretty well, actually, but he didn't hit the tee to stop Medvedev cheating over. So he was basically leading to the right every time Alcaraz hit a first serve. And even if Alcaraz did go tee, it didn't really make much of a difference because Medvedev was there for the backhand anyway. Where Djokovic spreads both serves so well that he can use the slider and then come in off the back of it and kind of give Medvedev the surprise tactic of it too.
Yeah, and when he just started doing that on almost every point, that was also a big difference maker.
Cheap first point, the beginning of the end maybe. Love 15 as a Medvedev backhand goes long. Big tee serve from Medvedev, can he make it count? He has Novak leaning the other way. Big forehand, should be able to finish the point from here with a drop shot. He does, that was really nice actually.
Ghosty, you don't drive across 3 states, you get the plane. Yeah, the match was pretty much, I mean, a lot of matches are, of course, but that tiebreak just feels like that was the match, really.
Yeah, 100%. This is a big rally, though. I think he's missed that. He has. Medvedev has missed the forehand wide, so 15-30 now. Really trickling away, maybe. Gotta see something here. 15-30. Second serve now. Here we go. Second serve to the... Sorry, it's a let, so now a second serve. Second serve to Novak's backhand. Big backhand down the line. Big forehand down the line from Medvedev. He's changed direction frequently. Now in backhand cross court. Djokovic going down the middle and Medvedev trying the off forehand. Misses it. So 15-40. The reason I commentated on that point there is because this does feel like the moment probably where the match is done, right?
Yeah. Also, the longish or mid to long rallies right now, they're not having the same kind of consideration that I had like 5-6 games ago, where it's like you can just see Novak wilting, but now that's not the case at all. It's as I say, I'm sticking by the fact I think Medi's the one who's struggling physically right now.
Yeah, as you suggested, changeovers often having a bigger impact on matches than you would expect, and obviously Novak able to get all those electrolytes back to the system, whatever it has, after sets are over, and he looks fresh as a daisy.
Yeah, he's fine.
3-1.
Yeah. And again, there was some, I don't know, I think Medi's at least as tired as Novak, whereas, as I say, half an hour ago, there was one person who was fresh as a daisy and one person who was on his feet.
Yeah.
And don't forget, Novak has not been broken all match.
Arlan asking in the chat, who has the best second serve in the ATP right now?
Yeah, I saw that. No idea. Maybe Novak, but that's just an easy answer.
Food for thought, maybe. Damien?
I don't really know. Yeah, I was thinking about that, and I didn't mention it because I was trying to gather my thoughts. And my answer is, I don't know. I mean, there aren't that many second serves right now that are.
It's not a shot it's not a shot that's really made to attack, to be spectacular.
Yeah, unless you're like Federer or Sampras, but these guys are not around. John Isner has retired. I think his second serve is among the best too.
Yeah, definitely. Depends where you are. Alcaraz's second serve could be argued to be up there, in Madrid, for example.
I was thinking about it, but
it's super high and kicky. And for his height, it's pretty damn effective when you've got the following shot as well.
I guess you could find a lot of clay quarters, yeah.
But no, it's not really.
Novak is a fine answer too. Yeah.
It is, yes, definitely.
I don't think anyone is really Federer, Sampras sort of second serve level at the moment.
Conditions are just a little too slow. I do get it. You can really afford to go as big as Sampras did and get as much reward, I guess. Maybe Medi still believes. Forehand sprayed wide, 15-30, a half chance here for the Russian.
Yeah, it looks like he does believe, but it's not going to count for much if he doesn't take the game. And it would be a really dire outcome for him to lose this one without even breaking Djokovic once. I mean, not necessarily for Djokovic and his fans, but for anyone who wanted a competitive match.
If he loses this point and the Djokovic serving volleys at 30-all, I swear to God. So he's got to win this point. Here we go. Second serve. Into the Medi forehand attempt. Djokovic can't get up to the serve again. Double faults. Slight bit of mustering up something in me here. Medvedev. He's got us all our lowest. Can he raise us up? Here we go. Serving volley here? Probably. Will Djokovic win the point? Probably. We'll wait for 30-40.
No, I'm just laughing because I saw this tweet from Marty Fish who says, "Are there any celebrities at the US Open? We wish they would show us."
Yeah, that's funny.
That's really good. And Shrihari has just reposted it, so clearly he is watching until the end. You were right, John. Yeah.
There you go. Backhand cross from Novak and it goes wide. Medi still believes. He's still here. keep going.
The key there was that the first serve didn't happen. So he went for the first serve, and he was going to serve and volley that first serve. You could see him almost at the service line. He's obviously landed out, and then obviously once he doesn't get that, it gets much closer to 50-50. And so we have got this right. Go on, Jack.
I was just going to say, what do you think the odds are of Djokovic winning the match? Are you joking me? What do you think the odds are of Medvedev winning the match right now?
Medvedev winning the match?
The official odds on Bet365. What do you think?
25.
4-1.
That seems very unfair. That's like an 80%, Damien.
Yeah, but no, so just 4-1?
Just 4-1 is 80%. Yeah, exactly.
That's really low.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Yeah. So
I said 25-1. That's weird.
So Medvedev 4-1. So therefore Djokovic will be something like 1.
Yeah, I know. I can count it like I can transfer it to decimals.
Yeah, no, I wasn't transferring. I was then about to just try and transfer it for myself. So actually, I could put 80 something like this. I could put 80 euros on it, and I'll get 100 back, something like that. So I'll gain 20 euros for my 80 euros. It's not that's on Djokovic, by the way. That's
surprising. That's surprising. Yeah.
You know, I can add sort of 16-17%, maybe even a bit more to my.
It was an awful game from Djokovic. You know, the worst that he's played all match. But
and now we have at least had a Medvedev break. But of course,
is it really enough?
It could mean nothing. Yeah.
It's nothing if he doesn't consolidate here.
Yeah.
I'm ultra surprised to see those odds, but maybe there's some sort of narrative brewing for bettors where they're thinking maybe Djokovic just goes away physically, because that is about the only hope. Plan A.
But if he does, it's gonna be still a very long match, still so many chances.
Those odds would have been on the button and would have been after Medvedev broke back.
After the first set, these odds would have been fine, I think.
Yeah, if it goes 2-1, I would even.
That's where these odds are okay, I think.
Yeah,
it is mental because at the start of the match, Medvedev was 2-1.
Right.
He is currently 3-1.
Yeah, so like barely. I see what you mean. And it's also the same for me when I just checked on a Polish bookie. Yeah, barely a difference, pretty much between the start of the match and live. That's weird. I mean, that means there has to be a lot of players betting on Medvedev right now. Players, I mean, gamblers.
People, yeah. Okay, 30-15. I think it should be 30-15 more or less on your screen. Jack, I hope.
Do you know what? I'm transferring to the gambling website because I can just see what's going on with you guys.
Go transfer there. I'll talk us through a couple of points and hopefully I think
I'm not gonna do that just because I still hope that this match can be competitive. You know?
Well, we've just seen a double fault from Daniil, so we're at 30 all now from 30 love, I believe. He couldn't quite get his footwork with one of those shots, and it ended up going long, and then the second one was a double fault, and we're at 30 all. Second serve comes back with interest. They're exchanging forehands right now. Medvedev changing up a little bit. Medvedev backhand slice from Novak, backhand from Medvedev, and as Damien said, that break will mean absolutely nothing potentially in a couple of minutes if Novak just breaks back immediately, and he's in good shape in this rally, I would argue. That's an excellent backhand winner down the line, and he does have a break point, 30-40.
Yeah, I'm not ahead. Sorry.
Oh, great. That's fine. So you've got... Oh, I see. When you said gambling website, I see what you mean. No, that's fine. That's fine. You guys stay ahead of me by whatever it is, and I'll talk us through. 30-40. Novak, I'm guessing you're like 5-10 seconds ahead of me now then, Jack, yeah?
I am. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So second serve here, Medvedev into the backhand of Novak. Backhand from Medvedev goes into the net, and we've got the re-break. For Novak, 4-2. And everything basically before means nothing.
Yeah. Basically, yep. So from 3-1 to 9-1. Which
I don't know if Jane is still here, but this is where she would usually quote me with the famous what was that? It doesn't matter at all, or
something like that. I think it was in the Daniil Evans Dan Evans' Alcaraz match when Dan Evans won a few points, maybe in the tiebreak he won, I'm not sure, or the set he won.
Yeah.
4-2 Novak. Anyway, serving here, seeking a 5-2 and seemingly unassailable lead. Let's find out. A forehand return. He comes into the net, volley, and it's a winner. 15-love.
I mean, sorry guys, but like, anytime Novak has I can hear myself. Anytime Novak has a serve and volley now, I just keep getting frustrated. Medvedev could win like at least one of these points, or in general with Novak at the net. Any passing shots in this match maybe, but I guess he's not tempted to produce something like that. And it's not that I really want Medvedev to win. I just wanted to go for it at least.
Also, I'm starting to think this is all meaningless now with the the Medvedev win over Alcaraz. What a waste of time that was. Just a waste.
Just a waste.
I don't know if Carlos was 100% though, so I don't know if he would.
Yeah, maybe there were some issues there. I mean, the movement at times seemed to be a bit off.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't have seen this, so
that's good. Yeah.
30-love.
I cannot believe he gave away that break. Honestly, it was. He literally did such a good job of getting back into the match. It just feels so cheap to give away that break in the manner he did.
Yeah,
Seven volley, and that's another one.
Yeah, 30-love up he was as well on his own serve there. And yeah, but the serve and volley more or less, although it doesn't turn out to be a volley, but he does win the point, I imagine, with this smash. Yes, he does. 40-love, 3 game points, and 1 hand on the trophy. Yep, it was just that tiebreak. That's it. That's the side of the match. I think probably Daniil felt deflated going into this set, and Djokovic felt rejuvenated, and we're seeing that bear fruit right now. 40-love, Novak to serve. Where's he going with this one? He's going down the tee, but it's going to be long, so it's going to be a second serve for Daniil to look at here. It depends on what you mean by big tournament. We've got a 1,000 in Shanghai. We've got Paris-Bercy 1,000. And, of course, we've got the ATP finals. Those are the 3 remaining big tournaments for the men. Okay, backhand cross-court from Daniil. Backhand slice from Novak. Backhand slice again from Novak. Medvedev tries to change it up and goes long. And Novak Djokovic is 1 game away from his 24th Grand Slam title. Ghibli there asking, what's Daniil's first serve percentage?
64.
That's fine. It's a normal amount for Daniil. It's not normally that much higher than that. It's okay.
Yeah, it's probably. I could even guess that it might be above his average for the year. That would be my guess. Let's see if my guess is correct.
My guess would be 63%, to be fair. So I'd agree with that, Damien.
And that one is, well, basically 64. So it's actually exactly the same.
Okay.
And of course, it all depends, because sometimes you're going to be going for tougher spots. Sometimes you're going to be going for more pace. So it is a bit of a misleading stat sometimes. Although in this one, it doesn't feel like Medvedev is doing something special. And I guess that's also kind of exemplified by the fact that his average is the exact same as it is in this one. He's usually winning more points on return, let me tell you that, though.
Of course.
And definitely more points when the opponent is at the net or serve and volleying.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah.
Novak stretching out the hammies for what, potentially 2 more games.
I will talk us through this because I know that you are a few seconds ahead of me, both of you. So,
We are?
I think you're a few seconds ahead.
Yeah.
And I think
because Jack changed the stream. Okay.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but I think you are as well.
No, I am a few seconds. Yeah, I just didn't realize that Jack changed the stream. Never mind.
Backhand slice here from Novak. Forehand from Medvedev. Good depth on that forehand from Daniil. Pushing his opponent, but it's actually a sort of Novak just stepping things up in this rally. Although it's pretty good defense, to be fair, from Medvedev. And in fact, it's a drop shot from Novak, making Daniil run. And like I say, I think Daniil is. I'm not saying he's in a terrible way, and if it was to go forward, which of course is extremely unlikely, I think he'd be okay. But I don't think he's just. I think Novak is even the fresher player right now. That's what I think. I think there was a change between the ends of the end of the second set, beginning of the third. Anyway, love 15. Medvedev to serve out wide and long. And a second serve must have clipped the net because Novak just pats that away. And we're going to have another serve here. Second serve still, of course. And watch Novak try and pounce on this one. Backhand return is not bad, but that's a terrible backhand from Daniil Medvedev. It goes into the net. And right now, Djokovic is 2 points away. Love 30.
So basically, Jack, you turning the stream to the gambling thing is like you saying this match is done.
Meh. A little bit, maybe. A little bit. The suspense is definitely gone. Yeah. This is all Daniil's fault. The manner in which he gave that break back after finally getting his first break of the match has uninspired me. Definitely. He's got to come up with something to re-inspire me.
There's a couple of points as well when he's got Novak right where he wants him in certain rallies, and he's just sort of gone down the middle with Novak a sitting duck at the net.
John, I totally forgot I was ahead. But that was some shot from Daniil.
Because Daniil Medvedev just won a point with Novak Djokovic sort of at the net. You know?
Yeah.
It was like middle of the court. It was between the net and the baseline. I think it counts as a net point though.
Yeah, I think so. 30 all. But there was also some points towards he had a set point, but there were probably 2, 3, 4 points at the end of the second set. You're like, oh, what are you doing, Daniil, doing that for? The bizarre charge into the net on one point. He tries a drop shot there, and it's worked out nicely because he's actually got the volley as well. And 40-30 and has a game point. Of course, he had an early mini break in the tiebreak as well. I vaguely remember him squandering that with one shot that went long. And then when it was 3-all at the changeover, I did fear the worst. Of course, it still went pretty close. And it's an ace from Daniil Medvedev, and he's going to make Novak Djokovic try and serve this out. But I don't see an attack of the nerves in a sort of he's trying to get his, he's trying to go for the calendar slam, or he's trying to get his 23rd Grand Slam title, or he's trying to serve it out in a 5-setter because he's trying to serve it out.
He's trying to get his 24th and, get the same as Margaret Court. It's so important.
Yeah. So Novak Djokovic serving for the US Open title. It'll be his 4th US Open title overall, of course. There's quite a few finals that he lost out on. And yeah. Oh, wow. I see where you're doing that for. Yeah, okay. We'll return the Novak serve volley and Medvedev execute.
Finally.
I might just turn my volume right down so I know because I need to hear you.
Medvedev's wife is not impressed.
Love 15. Djokovic to serve. And you can do facial expressions fine, but don't make any noises.
Yeah, sorry.
Backhand return. Djokovic comes into the net for a swing volley. That passing shot was poor. And we've got 15 on.
Novak is just going to serve a volley on every point in this game.
Yeah,
why wouldn't
now
he? Medvedev has not given him the reason not to.
And he doesn't even need to win 100% of them. Even if he just wins 60, 70, 80%.
67 is fine.
Yeah.
40, 30 is fine.
Yeah. So 15 all.
Or even 63 if it's like
Get a first
5-3.
serve in if you're Novak here. He doesn't get the first serve in, so it's going to be a second serve for Medi to look at.
So maybe this is where he doesn't serve and volley, who knows?
Yeah, he might not with the second serve. Maybe the quality of the second serve will have some impact. But, okay, Medvedev on the return, backhand now. Novak on the baseline. They're into a backhand rally right now. Medvedev going cross court. Slice there from Novak. Backhand from Novak. Pretty good depth on that one from both players, actually. Novak a bit short with that one, but Medvedev goes long on the forehand. 30-15.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, 2 points away. He has been 2 points away already. I think he was 2 points away on the previous game of Medi's, but Medi ended up holding to 30. Medvedev talking tactics with his team now. I think it might be a bit late for those, son. 30-15. Djokovic to serve. 3.25 hours on the clock. Just past 7:30 local time. Okay. Novak serves down the tee, but is wide. Much to the relief of Daniil, no doubt. So, 30-15, second serve. Where are you going with this one, son? You are going into the net. Double fault. 30 all. Reminds me of a penalty shootout, but I've forgotten the story now, so just forget that, John. Let's talk tennis rather than football. Second double fault of the match from Djokovic, just the one for Medvedev, because it came at such a crucial moment at the beginning of the match.
Does he cheat
wide
here, John? Does he cheat wide?
Let's see. I mean, you'd imagine so, but even if Daniil's best anticipation, I mean, I've seen Daniil anticipate it a couple of times to no avail. Okay, so here we go. It goes down the tee, actually. Backhand return. That's not bad, but that's a really good shot from Djokovic. Forehand Djokovic to the backhand Daniil. Daniil's having to do a bit of running here. Backhand from Daniil. Forehand Novak. Big point, this one, because 30-40 and things get interesting. Unbelievable depth there from Novak, to be fair. Sort of putting himself in charge of the rally, but actually we're kind of back at neutral now. Forehand each player now. Backhand slice from Novak. Backhand from Daniil. Backhand slice-ish. Oh, Daniil. 40-30.
Two already like these, right? Like this, right? In this game where he has a neutral sort of rally shot. This one he actually was even risking on, so that's fine, I suppose. But both of them were like 3 meters out. They were not close at all.
And we have a first championship point. And yeah, I think whether he goes wide or down the tee, I think he'll be tempted to come in as long as he gets the first serve in. Anyway, let's see how this pans out.
I'm not going to look at Jack either because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see what happens first.
Yeah, don't even say anything or yeah. 40-30. You've not seen the point yet, right?
No.
Nope.
At least I haven't.
Good. Because you're the way you were talking then, Damien, I thought it was done. Okay, 40-30. Djokovic to serve. Bouncing the ball, has a quick look up, just waiting for his moment. Hopefully a first serve from his perspective. Goes down the tee, but it must have just gone wide, but that felt very close. Anyway, 40-30, second serve here. Novak Djokovic. Championship point. Goes forehand return. Forehand from Novak. Backhand Medvedev. Forehand Novak. Back. And a forehand from Medvedev goes into the net. And Djokovic has won his 4th US Open title and his 24th Grand Slam overall, and was never really in doubt from the moment.
Fitting way to end this. I think. Yeah, this was what I guess what Bianca was talking to us about right at the beginning of the stream, where she said that she would hate it if Medvedev disrupted the final of Alcaraz Djokovic and then didn't deliver.
Yeah.
Well, what can you do?
What can you do? There was moments. The second set was good fun. You know, Medvedev seriously had chances. But there are regrets for him. I'm sure things he could have done way better. and that's annoyed me. Oh, wow. This could have been a really, really good final.
Yeah, could have been. And it was at times in that end of that second set shaping up to be that way. Yeah, let's that's that really. We will have Owen come on now, as I said to you at the beginning of the stream, guys, especially with the time now being 1:38 in deepest darkest Poland and 12:38 in deepest darkest Glasgow.
I will leave actually. I'm not going to bed yet,
problem.
but I have something to do. Came up during the stream, so I will leave actually. So
Sure.
Thank you guys. Thank you
Cheers,
to the guys in the chat as well. I don't want to say anything not nice about Daniil Medvedev. I will just say a really disappointing final. That's all I'm going to say.
And just as well, I know you're about to leave and that's fine, but just disappointing as I know it's been said 2 or 3 times throughout the night, but just took away that Carlos match for no reason in the end.
For no reason in the end.
If he wins
and he's still due a slam. He's still due a slam, although after today I'm struggling to have these words come out of my mouth. Anyway, see you guys.
All right.
See you soon, Damien.
Hey, Damien.
Damien's leaving on your appearance there. Not because of you, but it's 1:39 in Poland and all that. Owen, give us your initial thoughts on that win for Novak Djokovic.
Oof. Is it too pessimistic to say that my initial thoughts are that I'm disappointed in Daniil Medvedev?
It was interesting to hear the first few words, because that's kind of what we've been saying since the tiebreak, or since maybe even Novak held serve at 5-6, saved a set point,
right.
More or less that period, and then we went deflated into the third set, and I think maybe Daniil did too.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting. I think even the second set, which was like a pretty cool set, like really long, like exhausting, Djokovic like dead on his feet, as we've seen before. I honestly wasn't even that impressed with Medvedev during that stretch. I thought the only thing he had going for him was that Djokovic was pretty tired. He served his way out of a few holes, of course, as he does. Got a great serve, but I thought that he had Djokovic hurt and like didn't really make any efforts to finish him, really. I didn't think he made many adjustments during the match. I thought he played the same way pretty much start to finish. Jack, what are your thoughts? Because I think you're much more technically kind of informed than me. So like, what did you see from Medvedev by way of like game plan?
Oh no, it's funny. So like before the match, I was like, oh, Medvedev's going to run through plan A, plan B, plan C. And then like at the end of the second set, I was like, yeah, he's really just waiting for plan A the whole time. And he's probably going to stick to plan A, because it really does look like, and in fairness, I kind of agree, probably his best shot here was exhausting Novak.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite hard to fault him. And honestly, had that second set went his way, and it really could have, then this might have been a different match. But it didn't. That pressure moment came and went, and then the third set, this is what happens. It's very easy for Novak to then just take off with the other guy, 1-2% off their game after a deflating second set. So.
Yeah, and thanks, Ghosty, as well. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. But thanks for stopping by. Yeah, he did as well have a couple of points, and I know it's only a couple of points, but they were so crucial. He did kind of have Novak where he wanted him. Novak was kind of in no man's land at the net, and it was probably a 50-50, maybe even a 60-40 point in favor of Medvedev as he's chasing down a short ball. And he goes to the body of Novak, and Novak just gets his racket on it, because actually it wasn't even hit with much venom. Whereas if he tried to go down the line on those points, there was a sense that point was there for Novak, and that point was there for Daniil. And bearing in mind how knife edge 2-3 service games were for Novak at the end of that set, plus of course the tiebreak, just 1 point basically would have probably been enough.
I'm sorry, but the LVP, right, whatever you want to call it, what's the word? Least valuable player, least valuable shot on court tonight was the Daniil Medvedev passing shot. Yeah. I mean, it was non-existent. Like, we saw one in that last game, and literally that was about it. The only thing that got me on my feet. Like,
and how many of those did he hit against Alcaraz, right? He was like, it felt like he was hitting one every return game, and then today it just wasn't there for him.
I mean, I posited. I was going to say I posited that the wide serve worked so well with Novak because he could hit the T1 pretty well, and I mean that's true. But he I mean, Medvedev never, ever cheated over for it like he did against Alcaraz. He was almost disrespectful against Alcaraz, and I loved it. It was good. He should have done a bit of that against Djokovic, because when it got to the point where it was like 18 points out of 18-1 on serve and volley, you got to start taking some risks. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, look, Medvedev 1 for 3 on break points. I mean, the problem I have with this is like these two played in the Australian Open final in 2021, and back then Medvedev was sort of much less developed, didn't have a major back then, and that match was about exactly as close as this one was. You had one tight set, and then you had 2 lopsided sets. I guess these ones were 6-3 instead of 6-2. So it's like Medvedev didn't like take anything away from that. He's had like, this was the 15th time he had played Djokovic. He knew what was coming. He knew Djokovic was going to serve and volley, and he just didn't play that well. So that's kind of my reaction. I'm pretty disappointed in him.
This is very funny from Ghibli. I still think Novak should take a shot of COVID vaccine for the celebration. Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah. I see the 24 shirt, t-shirt, and hoodies out. I don't mind. I know some people take issue with that, but you know, there's dozens of t-shirts that have been made up and down over the years that we've probably never got to see with players, but from all across the sports winning, and we never get to see them. But yeah, I know some people might see that, but that's, to be honest with you, I don't even know if Novak is demanding. That's probably marketing people just saying this and this is how it is, and if he says fine, then so be it. But you know, Rafa has sort of numbers on his shoes as he's pursuing a slam, etc. So that's okay. I get it. Regarding the match, yeah, it was all about that second set. I mean, even the first set, I am regurgitating some things that Jack and I were saying at the time during the first set, but even during the first set, it was all about one game and arguably even one double fault, because he only double fault, I think, once in the entire match, and it was in a game where he got broken in, was it his first or his second service game? In his first service game. So that was it, done. Now that was the set, because the rest of the set, you know, he didn't. Medvedev didn't have any break points, and Novak didn't really threaten the Medvedev serve much, and so it was suddenly a 6-3 thing. Jack, I know you said about the tactics, and I do hear you, but I still don't know what Medi can do on that return. So I guess you're going to say, yeah, come and play close to the baseline, right?
No. I was saying cheat on it a little bit like he did against Alcaraz. So like,
oh, I see. Like take a step over and anticipate. Yeah,
absolutely, yeah. Even if you're guessing, sometimes the fact is he was like never really in a position to be as on balance on that return as he was against Alcaraz, and because Novak's always going to hit the slider like within a few inches of the spot he wants to hit it, right? And again with the T serve, you know, hits it close enough that it feels like you can't cheat over, but take a few risks, take a few gambles. There was just too many times that serve and volley was just working way too well on big points.
Especially when you fall behind, right, Jack? Like you can start out however you're going to start out. But when you go down a set against Novak Djokovic, it's like you got to win this next set. You absolutely have to. And so then when you don't make adjustments, it's kind of like you deserve whatever you get.
Yeah, absolutely.
What does this mean for sort of broader perspectives in terms of, for example, for Medvedev going forward? Does this mean that now he, you know, bearing in mind he's not obviously won a slam for 2 years now? I know you're going to shout at me and say, he's only one slam anyway. So it's not like, you know, it's not like someone who's won 15 slams and then goes through a 2-year period. But you will also understand what I mean, that there was a period for about 15, 16 months where or maybe a bit less, 14 months, where it was just like Medvedev is gone and may never come back. Well, he has come back, but are we still going to be seeing him regularly in hard court slams in the next couple of years, or would you be erring more towards him being just a one slam wonder? Either of you. I didn't aim it at either of you because I just want to see who want to take up the reins first.
Sure, I can start. I think it's a tough question because I think when he won that semi against Alcaraz, for me it was like, oh, he's back, and not only is he back, but this is the best match I've ever seen him play. And you know, some people were saying, no, he was better in the U.S. Open final 2 years ago. And I think that the results of this match should be a nice counter argument to that, right? Like this match, same matchup as that 2021 U.S. Open final. What was the difference? You got a good Djokovic. Like you didn't have a good Djokovic 2 years ago. Medvedev served well, and he didn't have to do anything else. And against Alcaraz, he did everything as well as I've ever seen. But I think the sad fact of the matter is that he's an inconsistent player. He can't produce performances like that all that often. So I think he will probably win another one at some point, but I think it'll just be one more. Like he'll make the semis or the finals, and then other times he'll lose in the third round to Sebastian Corda, like at the Australian Open. I think it's going to be a mixed bag.
Yes, he did, Ghibli. That was the only 2 sets he dropped en route to his 4th US Open title and 24th Grand Slam overall. Yeah, I mean, actually, that was a match. I think it was maybe the only Novak match I didn't watch to some extent. It was just on very, very late midweek, I think. I don't know if you saw that Les Logier match that Novak played, Owen.
I did, yeah. I was worried for Djokovic for like half a second at the start of the third set there.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Sort of, it had, even though I didn't watch the match, the vibe that I've got since then, it had sort of Sinner Wimbledon 2022 vibes to it. Maybe even slightly stronger, just because Legier's name in tennis, at least, is not quite as big as Sinner's. I posited, funnily enough, on the eve of that Australian Open 2021. So bearing in mind, at this point, Daniil hadn't won a Grand Slam, but, it was looking more and more likely. But I posited that he would end up being a multiple Grand Slam winner and probably somewhere sort of 4, 5, 6, something like that sort of figure. That was what I did on the eve of that slam. And of course, in a way, the next day changed my mind a little bit with the way Novak dismantled him so easily. But still, I probably would have stood by that thought. And then, of course, when he finally gets over the line in New York a few months later or 9 months later, again, that was it. But then suddenly we had this 5-set loss to Rafa and we didn't see him. And yeah, I'm not sure, Owen. I'm not sure. I would probably be more on the, if you said, is it 50-50? I'd be more on the other side of him not winning a slam. I mean, it's only 2 of the 4 per year, really.
Yeah.
Despite winning in Rome, that would just go down as an anomaly. I think that Jack signs up for in particular. That the Rome win from him was just a one-off, right, in terms of that sort of magnitude.
Say that again about the Rome part, John. What did you say?
It doesn't really matter. It's just Daniil basically is it's two slams a year. Listen, Daniil's talking right now.
Oh, and Jack, what are your thoughts on will he get another one? Because John and I are kind of split on this.
I think he will. I think he's too good a hardcourt player. I do think we're obviously all very deflated and just feel like that was a terrible performance from Medvedev. But there was obviously a lot of Novakisms in that second set to actually take it when he really shouldn't have been taking it, and probably against any other player, we probably would have seen a higher level from Medvedev. So I'm sure that the Carlos win wasn't a fluke. Keep that in mind. Novak's probably the only player that is really deserved to beat Medvedev this tournament. That can't go on forever. I think he will win another slam.
Okay, so it's 2 against 1. We'll see how this pans out. I'll remind you of this when we're in our rocking chairs in 30, 40, 50. Well, probably in my case, maybe 30 or 40 years. In Owen's case,
Jack and I have some time, John. Come on.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not far away from it. I think at certain times, especially the amount of late nights I've had in the last 10 days or so in particular. Damien and I have been burning the midnight oil, talking about all sorts of things. I remember once we were talking about ABBA songs, for example, at one point. I don't remember which match that was, but that was certainly a quirky one. I just would lean more against him not doing it because I actually see this run he's had as being a bit special. I mean, he did come through de Minaur and Carlos, arguably his 2 biggest nemesis, if that is even the plural of nemesis. I have no clue.
Nemesis.
Anyway, you get what I mean then. And I also think that other players on the tour will be back and will be back stronger. Sinner, Rune, and I think Carlos is obviously going nowhere, and Novak is going nowhere. Let's bring it to Novak, really, Owen, because I did go into this final thinking actually we should see a pretty good Novak, because I didn't quite feel as though the pressure of chasing a calendar slam like it was in 21 or chasing 23 as it was in Paris, or maybe he was anxious against Tsitsipas, but it didn't really matter against Stefanos in Melbourne.
Yeah, that match was worse than this one.
Yeah, maybe it felt more inevitable as well because the history between Stefanos and Novak is far worse. But what I went into this thinking, Novak might not win it, but it won't be because of anxiety.
Yeah, I felt the same way. the thing I did worry about for him was that he hadn't been tested. I mean, yeah, he was tested against Jarrett, but then that semi against Shelton, like, not only was that match not close, but Shelton plays nothing like Medvedev. And Medvedev, I thought, having come through someone like Alcaraz, he was going to be battle tested. He was going to be ready to go. And it kind of worked out the opposite way. Djokovic came out sharp. I think like the second or third game, he just like nailed the forehands down the line right onto the sideline. And then he had Medvedev double faulting. Like it was a perfect start. And it was I thought it was almost like Djokovic was playing an Australian Open final instead of a US Open final from the way he played for a lot of the match. I thought he would struggle a lot more than he did.
Yeah. Physically, there was obviously a couple of things going on for me. One was the clearly obvious one, which was Novak's troubles towards the end of the second set. We remember him keeling over after a couple of points and maybe even just falling off balance. I did feel though once it even when it went into the tiebreak, we didn't see any major issues during that tiebreak. Admittedly, we didn't see 20, 30 shot rallies, but I didn't notice any. I think once he got through those two really tough service games, both in terms of mileage, but also in terms of tension, actually going into the tiebreak, he was almost back to normal, if you like. Mm-hmm. And I actually think that maybe during the tiebreak, but particularly during the third set, it may even have been Medvedev who was just struggling a bit physically. I remember him falling over after one point and Novak coming over the other side of the net to see if he needed a lift up. And okay, that may not have been down to fatigue, but I saw some tired-looking shots from Daniil. And so in the third set, I don't know, maybe it was 50-50, but there was certainly no Daniil needs the thought that Jack was repeating, and completely understandably, this could be a war of attrition, and that's the area that Daniil needs to go. That wasn't the case for me in the third set. That actually Novak was fine again, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. I'd agree with most of that, but I would say in the second set tiebreak, it's quite easy to forget that Medvedev actually played well for quite a lot of it. I mean, he played an insanely good point, really physical point at 4-all to get up 5-4.
Yeah.
And then we got to 5-all, and it was a flipping serve and volley again, super easy to win the point. And then it was 6-5, and it was just a netted backhand, right? And those kind of moments make all the difference. And it was just a surefire tactic. If you wanted to say one thing that separated the two, that was just a surefire way for Djokovic to win a point. And he used it so often. It was so frustrating to watch.
Yeah. So about the fatigue thing, I had a question for you too, because I'm not convinced that was ever that winning a war of attrition was ever a viable game plan for Medvedev. Because if you look at what happened, Djokovic, you see the first signs of fatigue in the fifth game, 3-1 in the first set. They had this murderous rally, and already Djokovic is hunched over, right? And do you guys remember at the ATP finals last year?
We do. It came up in conversation.
And then the final against Ruud, again, he's literally shaking on the changeover in the fourth game of the match. But he always wins those matches. Look, like you were saying, John, he's collapsing in the second set, and then in the third set he looks stronger. We know how this goes with him. It's it's all in how he looks. He looks vulnerable, he looks exhausted, and then he pulls out a tight set and he's fresh again. Players, you can't bank on he's never actually fully collapsed physically. It's not going to happen. You can't force him there. So make him run, because maybe he's going to give up on points a little easier, but there's got to be more to your game plan than let's grind him down, because you can do it a little bit. He'll give you hope. He'll collapse a few times, but it's just not ever going to fully work out. Do you two agree with that? What were you saying?
So the reason I kind of countered that basically is, if you try to do that in a different city, particularly in Melbourne, it might not be as effective where the air is a little drier. But we have seen Novak actually get affected by that, not collapsing like he did today, which was pretty dramatic. But we have seen him getting to the point where he does struggle to keep up in the rallies, because he's breathing a little bit heavier. Mm-hmm. And it has had an effect. It genuinely has had an effect in the match that he's played, and that's why he's got quite a spotty record here. There's been matches where he has been outplayed physically. So I did think it was a possibility. I didn't think it was out of the question.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I think I wouldn't blame physicality in all of those finals, but I do think 2012 against Murray, that that one he did get outlasted. But I just think it's such a tricky thing to bank on. Even when it does have an effect you can feel, it feels like it's a 1 or 2% difference, and it's never really much more than that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's something that he could. So I was leaning towards Jack during those moments during that second set, and I would still lean that way. But I would actually sort of isolate it in that set. I wouldn't necessarily say something to lean on for the rest of the match, but let's get this set done in this manner, because this is kind of working right now. And between sort of service game 4, 5, and 6, something like that. In that, don't forget, he didn't even have a break point on Novak's serve until 4-3, I think it was. Novak serving first. No, Daniil was serving first. So till 4-3. So 3-4 was the first time he had a break point, and we did see him turn the screw a bit. But I also liked it that he was moving Novak from side to side, because you've still got a lot of effort with having dealing with shots down the middle. You've still got the mental side of it to just keep focus, especially if the shots are deep. But you still, at times, maybe during the tiebreak, but also at the beginning of the third set, he just wasn't moving. Wasn't moving Novak around enough, and so therefore, I still think he could have done a bit more there, but still play with margin, as I said during the live stream. But I think during that period, I think it was working, and I think that was the right tactic. Now, it may well have been that he wins that, but you need to win that second set. You win then with the second set, and now we've got 4 sets to be playing with. Right. And then we'll see how it pans out for the first 2 or 3 games. At the beginning of the third set, Novak would have still taken his toilet break, and therefore I think he would have been rejuvenated. But we could just reset at that point, and maybe we'll come back to that tactic towards the end of the third set, or maybe near the end of the fourth set if it's working again then. But we'll lean on that maybe in moments during the match. That's what I would lean to right now as somebody who's talking after the event, if you like, and after the match. But that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, that's totally fair. And I guess it was having some success. You had the break point at 4-3 in the second set. And since I've kind of dumped on Medvedev for a while, I do want to credit Djokovic. Absolutely amazing touch at net. That half volley to save that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he could not have hit that shot until recent years. If you put his 2008 or even his 2011 self up there, that volley is going flying into the stands or the bottom of the net. It was perfect. He did have that reliable serve and volley tactic, but part of the reason why it was so reliable is because he volleyed so well. So he's just become such a complete player. His transition game wasn't all that great for a long time. So, that was just exceptional work there.
Mm-hmm. I get where you're coming from with this, Ghibli. Of course, I don't think he will, and I don't think he should either. With so many, there's still 1 or 2 goals to see off Alcaraz. I mean, I don't mean he's going to see him off because he's not going to outlast him. But if he just wins this battle over this next 18 months and then retires, let's say with a win-loss positive, a head-to-head positive record, and he picks up an Olympics, for example, en route, then I know he's got almost nothing less to achieve. And I'm not saying that means that that will make him the GOAT, or that will mean him. I'm not talking in those contexts, but I still think he will feel like that. But I see where Ghibli's coming from as well, because, there may be some people out there thinking maybe Rafa should have just called it a day after the French Open win of 2022. Now, you just don't know how the next 4 weeks are going to pan out, bearing in mind the Taylor Fritz and then the subsequent retirement, and then obviously the loss to Tiafoe at the US Open. There's no way you would have done that, but hindsight and all that, maybe, it would have been. Because there was a chess player, I think, he beat Garry Kasparov once, and he just said, "That's it, I'm done," and he quit. And Garry Kasparov that drove him nuts. It just drove him nuts. I can't remember who the opponent was, but yeah, right. And it would. I mean, listen, if Rafa had retired on 22 with Novak on 20, just said, "That's it, I'm done." Novak could get to 30, and it would still be like, "Yep, that's fine." But
right. But I retired on top. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And it's not necessarily quitting either. It's not like you're ducking out the fight, or you've just got to retire because injuries have caught up with you. You've also got a 2 slam margin. You've also got that Australian Open thing done as well in terms of the double slam. And and it would have been I forget who the chess player was, but he beat Kasparov, and Kasparov was just spitting feathers, and probably still is to this day in his New York apartment somewhere. Jack, we do want to wrap this up, as I see. Novak Djokovic lifting his 4th US Open title. Of course, now he's gone round 3 times with the slams, and potentially he could be looking at 4th one. I actually don't put as much stock in that as some people might. As in, I think getting the 1 was really important for Roger, and I actually do think getting the 2 for Rafa was quite significant. Mm-hmm. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean,
quite a big deal, isn't it?
Of course, it's huge, but I just don't look at that really that much. it's multiple, and that's, you know, if somebody had five of each, let's say they had 5 of each, and they had 20 slams, for example, I would probably still value 22 or 23 or 24 more, even if it was 7 Australians and 2 US or whatever that dynamic happened to be. Anyway, that's me going off at a tangent there. Just give me some final maybe words either on Novak or Daniil or both, Jack, and maybe what this means and where Novak's short-term future is and what's he going to be up to. Winning ATP Tour finals and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you my unfiltered thoughts and maybe I'll revise them as I have a little bit more time to think about it. But, okay, yeah, amazing achievement for Novak to get to 24. Incredible to get another US Open title. It's a little bit of a deflating narrative, right? I do feel like I really wanted to see Medvedev finally, you know, do something a bit different here. I was hyping up so much at the start of the match. Going forward now, Novak's won 3 again in a year. Next year, if Novak keeps winning, this is going to get old. I'm sorry, but it is. Novak is doing amazing things, but all of a sudden he's just broken one too many records for me. Like, and I would like to see Alcaraz really properly contest. Otherwise, yeah, it's
the problem is though,
Jack.
The problem is, Jack, that and I'll, maybe Owen can add something to this as well. But if we put too much, and we are, and understandably so, we are putting a lot of stock in this Djokovic-Alcaraz situation, and because we also know that if that final doesn't happen at these big tournaments, we're going to potentially get finals like we had today or like we had in Australia. Of course, Alcaraz wasn't there in Australia, or we might get a final like we had at the French Open. So basically, we look at the draw, and of course, at least now they're on separate halves, but you know that's it. We put a bit like with the big three. We were just wait. The 2019 Wimbledon for me crystallized it. It shouldn't do because they were both well into their 30s at the time. But that Wimbledon 2019 was really only interesting in many respects for like 3 matches at the end or 2 matches even.
The mixed two all lost in like the first round of that tournament. I
exactly. Exactly. Nick Kyrgios maybe made things a bit interesting. I think he took a set off Rafa, but the rest of it was just basically just waiting for Djokovic. Sorry, basically just waiting for Federer and Nadal to play in the semi-final because even Bautista, God bless him, was probably not. And I think he took a set off Novak, but that match was probably never in doubt. And I'm just worried that we're going to be putting too much stock in this as well because, you know, we can't rely on it all the time and things therefore, you know, so even what I'm saying is this, sorry, it's coming to your point, Jack. Even if Carlos does make it incredible and we have 6 unbelievable matches between those two next year, early rounds at slams aside, you know, we might get a Sinner Altmaier exactly. I remember that match with great fondness from the French Open this year. But other than that and maybe even Stricker against Tsitsipas this year in New York, that's it. That's it. We're just going to keep waiting. And this slam, we were waiting for it, weren't we? We knew they were on opposite halves of the draw. We saw that Carlos's draw was maybe a little bit trickier. You know, probably the many neutral observers will think, let's put Medvedev on that side and let's have a Medvedev-Djokovic semi-final because I think that could be interesting. It may well have panned out like this, but we'll never know. Let's have Alcaraz with somebody else, and then we'll get that final maybe with them both at backline. But we're just sort of almost waiting for the match to happen, and it does make up for it when it does happen. Of course, it does.
Yeah.
There'll be probably 50% of the tournaments when it doesn't. You know, maybe more.
I think there's an argument to be made. All of a sudden, maybe not all of a sudden. I think this has been creeping up on us for a while, but I think I would argue the men's game's losing a little bit of depth. Just a touch.
Yeah, I would say it's losing a lot of
Jack, you just said in 3 or 4 words what I did in about 5 minutes. I do apologize.
I think we both have great points. I mean, so look, like, Djokovic Alcaraz is like the best show in tennis, right? But I think what we need to do is kind of put the pressure on everyone else a little bit because like Alcaraz, he did what we wanted, right? He beat Djokovic in the Wimbledon final. He's going to lose in the semis of the US Open. Sometimes that's fine. He's 20 and he's won 2 majors. Where the hell is everyone else? Like Sinner, Rune, Felix Auger-Aliassime, Tsitsipas, like you all have been around for years. Like get to it, you know? Djokovic is 36. Yeah. The blueprint for how to beat him is now out there. Like, so, you know, get yourselves to where you need to be because right now we have a big 2. I guess Medvedev made it a big 3 after that semifinal, but then Djokovic beat him too. So like, you know, I think it's time to sort of decide, like, are you going to dare to be great or are you going to settle for mediocrity by the standards of the top 10. Like, I think it's on everyone else to kind of catch up to the leaders of the pack at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, Alcaraz doing a good job is almost good enough for me. Yeah. Like, I think 6 amazing matches between Alcaraz and Djokovic next year, that would absolutely make up for quite a lot of those shortcomings. So I'm looking forward to it if it happens, but it's no guarantee. And yeah, we do need a few more challengers.
Depth, depth is the key, and depth at the top. It's all well and good having that Tsitsipas can lose to Stricker. That's depth in a way, and that's true. But we also need Tsitsipas to be able to beat Novak or Carlos as well, and let's add Carlos to that, because Tsitsipas's record against him is getting quite demoralizing. And I think Tsitsipas himself, and I know this is a bit of a tangent, but when I asked him this year and I compared his 2021 Barcelona run and also 2022, when he was close to Novak that year. Sorry, he's close to Carlos that year, and he lost in 3 sets. I asked him early on this year, I said, I was trying to sort of compare, does that feel worse to lose to Rafa when you had a championship point in Barcelona? And also, does it feel worse because you were really close to Carlos last year? Or this year, you're way off. Now, of course, I framed it in a bit of a calmer, nice way.
That's a great question, John.
Yeah, right. But you know what? And I think this told me the answer. He went off at a very strange tangent, as I know Stefanos can. But he also went off saying, well, in football, you've got 11 players against 11, and some weeks you win. It was so off that made me think, I think he just doesn't know what the answer is, not just to my question, but more importantly, the Carlos question. And I think that's, in a way, bigger picture is actually far worse for these guys. So not just Stefanos, but all of them, that are not getting close to these two. That in the moment, it's horrible. But actually, bigger picture, at the end of your career, you go, actually, that's why I ended up winning a slam a year later, or winning a 1,000 or whatever, because I was really close, and I knew that it was just a point or two here and there. But unfortunately for Stefanos, and like many of them, they're actually further away from the big players and the big two as it is right now than ever before. Sorry, you might have one more thing to say on that one, Owen.
Yeah, can I float a hot take by you guys?
Yeah, sure. If Jack's still awake, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm here. Go for it.
Okay. So what if Tsitsipas is done? I think the air is out of him. Like you watch what he's doing now, and you watch him in 2021. And 2021 was a tough year, but championship point against Nadal in Barcelona, close to beating Djokovic in Rome, 2 sets up against Djokovic in Roland Garros. He was hungry. Yeah. Since then, hasn't beaten Djokovic, has lost endlessly to Alcaraz. And so I think, like, when you watch him against, like, Andy Murray, it's like same player. But when you watch him against the top players, I think, like, his soul is gone. Like, I think, and I don't know if that's necessarily going to change. Maybe, like, when Djokovic retires.
His soul was gone that day in Barcelona, and we saw the repeat in Paris a few weeks later.
Yeah, he got demolished, right? I think the hunger and the belief are kind of gone. And I think, like, I might have even said the same thing about Medvedev before he beat Alcaraz in the semis, but I think it's like the years of losses are not helping these guys psychologically. Like we saw what Djokovic did. He lost endlessly to Federer and Nadal, and it made him better. These guys are not like that. They're losing, and they're not getting better. So that's a problem, right? Do we need new players? Do we need, like, is Rune going to be different? Is Sinner different? Because he's still kind of, it feels like he's younger than he is.
I've got 10 seconds on this, Jack, and then I'll immediately give it over to you. When you said to me about that half volley and from Novak and the difference between him now compared to 15 years ago, it was just, many of us have said this line many times over, but it's like, this is the big three. This is the big two as it is now as well. They're getting better. They're thinking, okay, Carlos talks about concentration and many other things as well, but whatever. They're all looking at ways of improving, and they're already the best, but they still want to improve. I don't see that from the rest in a way. And anyway, go on, Jack.
I am optimistic about the new gen. I do think Rune and Sinner are genuinely still very young, and they do have a lot of potential. Both of them, 100% have loads of potential. I know that. I'm not saying that lightly. I'm not just saying that for saying that sake. I just mean, like, their base game and what they can do with the ball, and the improvements they still have to make is very promising. Whereas the other guys have been at the same level for so long, it's very tough to be optimistic about them. That's basically it. So I am still keen to see where Sinner and Rune can get to. Everybody else, I'm feeling very down, particularly Medvedev right now. But I might get back in that too.
But I think, Owen, you were a little bit more on the Tsitsipas generation, Tsitsipas in particular, than Holger. I mean, Rune's got some time and all the rest of it, right?
Right. Medvedev, I can forgive a little just because he won his major, you know? Like, I mean, even guys like Felix, like, he's gotten worse. Like, it's not, he was doing good things in, like, late 2022 when he was up 2 sets on Medvedev. Like, he took Nadal to 5 at Roland Garros. Where the hell is he? What happened? Like, it's... And I don't mean to pick on him, and I don't mean to pick on Steph, but it feels like this is a problem for like the entire next gen, essentially. I mean, look, like with Zverev, I'm glad because he's like a terrible guy, and it means we don't have to talk to him. But like him too, he's been around for ages. He didn't get any better. And so I think that like when that happens with an entire set of players who are in the top 10, top 20, like. Yeah, it's just the gap between those special players and everyone else is now like gigantic. And I think that's not necessarily great for the pre-final portion of tournaments.
People sometimes ask me about, like, just in the chat, of course, and I absolutely have no idea what the answer is, but people talk about Stefanos and this, of course, this relationship he has. And I really aren't interested, but I do mention this, and this will be something for you two to be aware of, because I'm guessing you don't know this story. Chris Evert, in a final against Martina Navratilova at Wimbledon sometime mid to late 70s, she said, I didn't care about losing. I just cared about John Lloyd, her boyfriend at the time. And I just thought that's kind of interesting. And I have no idea, positive or negative, how these relationships work. I know that Sir Alex Ferguson, a Glaswegian, much like friend of the parish Jack is, said that he wanted all his players to be married because he kind of wanted to know where they were at 2 a.m, if you like. But there's a different dynamic with managing 20, 30 youngsters, if you like, compared to being a tennis player and the professionalism that guys can be up to there. But I just thought that Chris Evert thing was interesting because I know what that. I get it. You're kind of just on cloud 9. You don't mind if you win or lose, and you end up losing the final, and it doesn't matter, if you like. And I don't know. I mean, there's the final thing is with Stefanos, by the way, and I know we're not here to talk about Tsitsipas when Djokovic just won his 24th Grand Slam. Chaos. It's chaos. Employing a coach to be alongside your father and the rest of the team, and then saying three's a crowd, including himself in that dynamic, and saying, sorry, okay, fine, that's your decision, and that makes sense. How can it then not? And then he goes off and is with Maria Sakkari for a few weeks. This is Mark Philippoussis. I'm not talking about Stefanos Tsitsipas, for people wondering what's going on there. And Paolo Badossa's coming on the show in a minute to shout, what's all this Maria Sakkari business all about? No. Philippoussis was coaching her for a few weeks. And it's like, okay, well, I guess that's done. And then Stefanos says, actually, I got rid of the wrong guy, which I think probably many of us just on the outside were speculating when he cut off Philippoussis. He said it was chaotic, and that's not what he needed. He loves his family, and his family will still be there. And in a way, we've got other family members. You know, Rafa's father's always nearby, his uncle's always in the shadows somewhere. These guys, that when Rafa's talking about his team, and often we do think about family members as being part of that team as well. And so we just understood that's where his father will be. And we didn't really see him at all over the last sort of 6 weeks or so. And that sort of decision made sense. So why does it now make sense to say, sorry, Mark, this is not right? I don't, they can't, all those decisions, I would suggest they could all be wrong, but they certainly can't all be right.
Right. So quickly, did you guys see Tsitsipas didn't ask me anything on Reddit, and someone said, are you going to separate with your dad ever? And Tsitsipas says, like, no, he's helped my career enormously. He will always be by my side. So there you go. He, like, it's not going to happen. You know, like, I think that's
all right. Listen, we've done our Stefanos Tsitsipas chat tick. That's done. And I've done it with Jack before. He's seen me talk about this before, so that's fine.
His guys are going to eviscerate me on Twitter again.
oh, they do. There's fan bases of players that I like that come for people like the Iga fans, Stefanos fans, Novak fans, even Rafa fans. I've been accused of all sorts from each fan base, and they are equally odd because they all build a narrative and it fits their needs, if you like. What befuddles me, and so this is bringing it back to Djokovic, but also Nadal. I don't know why they get so angry. I see Djokovic fans getting angry with Ben Shelton the other day, and I'm thinking, hang on a second, okay, whether you agree or disagree with the Djokovic celebration, that's fine. I get that. Why are you angry with Ben Shelton? Your guy's just won. He's in his 36th Grand Slam final. He's about to win his 24th Grand Slam. when my football team or my favorite player or whatever is winning, I don't care. I'm not getting involved in all that, and I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
The narrative is, though, Novak had to mock Shelton's celebration because Shelton did something wrong to Novak, so there had to be something to pick out that is.
It's crazy. Like when Djokovic fans tweet like the whole thing about like Djokovic is like hasn't lost a set against Nadal on hard court since 2013. It's like, look, if the point you're making is that Djokovic is a better player than Nadal, I agree with you, obviously. But like they feel the need to argue that like Nadal is not like also great. I'm like, why would you do that? Like your guy is the best ever. Like enjoy that. Why are you so trying to tear down like the smaller mountains? Like I don't get it.
It annoyed me for 1 second. When people would talk about Novak not being at the 2022 Australian Open, but I swear, 1 second, be like, okay, yeah. The rest of the time, was just fine. You know my allegiances, both of you, and pretty much I'm sure everyone does in the audience. It was completely fine. Novak, just like when I'm sure 95% of sane Novak fans, when Rafa fans mention his foot or his injury at the 2021 Australian Open, if I was a Novak fan, that would not bother me one single bit, because Novak won arguably the greatest set of tennis I've ever seen in my life. He won a mammoth tournament where he comes from 2 sets down on 2 separate occasions. He's beaten Rafa Nadal on his home turf, if you like, in his backyard, blah, blah, blah. It should be a moment of celebration and not getting involved with just silly people. I mean, I want to say to some of these people who are super smart and super logical in every single element of their life, and I say, what would you do with a flat earther? Do you get involved with the debates with the flat earthers and stuff? And they're like, well, no, of course, it's just dumb. And I'm like, right, apply that to this bloody situation, because you really should. On Flat Earthers, we'll be back with our show, Flat Earthers, next week. Flat Earthers Rejoice. Join us for that as I get 24 people to mention each one of Novak Djokovic's Grand Slams to all convince us, though, that the Earth is indeed flat. On that bombshell, I want to say a big thanks to Jack, who's obviously been here for 5 hours, or I don't know what it is, 5.5 hours or whatever it is, and also Owen as well for your stint at the end there. It was much appreciated, and it's been great catching up with you a couple of times during the US Open, so a big thanks to you guys.
Yeah, cheers guys.
Much love, John. See you later on. Thank you.
Right, that's fine. And everybody, you know the drill. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.